Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had an Undying Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was a normal day for the residents of Japan. Until a bored being grew curious. And that's how 11 particular individuals found themselves in a room resembling a movie theater. The 11 people look around in confusion, before their eyes alight on each other. Villain. All Might shouts, looking at Tamura Shigaraki. Heroes. He replies, hatred emitting from his gaze. Hand Bithudi. Shouts Bakugo, his hands held out in front of him. Principal Nizu says nothing, only sipping his tea as he examines the situation he's found himself in. Detective Tsukachi looks on with a tired gaze, mirrored by Aizawa, though both are ready to move at a moment's notice. Alternatively, the last 5 people are looking around in confusion. Uraraka, Todoroki, and Kirishima stand together, uncertain and wary at suddenly being transported. Toga is looking around curiously, her head tilted, though her eyes gleam with bloodlust. Inko Midoriya, at odds with everyone, is looking around in a panic, the tense atmosphere doing nothing for her nerves. Before anyone can make a move though, a voice speaks up. Pardon me. Is everyone here? Well, it is my first time doing something like this, so I suppose getting even half of the people I wanted is fine. It might be even more amusing. Quality over quantity and such. Everyone turns to the movie screen, where they see a tall man draped in what can only be described as galaxy robes looking at them. Bakugo, being the brash young man that he is the first to respond. The hell you talking about, bathrobe? You're the one who brought us here? You another shitty villain? I'll take you down along with the hand B. The stranger chuckles. Yes, Bakugo Katsuki. It's interesting seeing your famously aggressive personality in person. Though perhaps I should punish you. As he looks at him in amusement, Bakugo feels a chill crawl up his spine, disappearing the moment the stranger shakes their head. No, I suppose that won't be necessary. After all, I don't want to diminish everyone's experience today. And what might you mean by that? Asks Principal Nizu, calmly taking another sip of tea. I'm glad you asked, Principal Nizu. He claps his hands and suddenly everyone is sitting, facing the screen. No matter how much they try, they can't get out, much to the consternation of Tamura and Aizawa, who are stuck next to each other. Meanwhile, Toga smiles brightly at Inko, who gives an uncertain and shaky smile back. The students are grouped together, as are the UA staff, with the detective at the front of everyone. Now, to assuage any worries, while you are here, time on your world will be frozen. Several people release relieved breaths at his reassurance. You also may be wondering where you are, why I've brought you here, and who I am. He waits for everyone to murmur or otherwise confirm his words, ignoring Bakugo's shouts of, die. It's not nearly as intimidating without his quirk to back it up. It up. He clears his throat. I was bored, and decided to do something that I've noticed has been popular with some of the other deities. He ignores their sudden silence with the sole exception of Tamura muttering about an endgame boss. You see, he raises a finger, you are here to watch an alternate timeline. At their confused muttering, he continues. You see, there are innumerable variations of the same event. For example, Uraraka, she jumps a little at being suddenly addressed. In one timeline, if you used your quirk for 1 second longer than you have in yours for every activation, your quirk would be twice as powerful. Her eyes widen in disbelief while Aizawa shoots her a thoughtful look. Bakugo snorts while Tamura scratches his neck in irritation. Todoroki appraises her silently, while Kirishima pats her shoulder in encouragement. In another, he continues, looking at Toga, if your parents were more understanding, you would have had a fairly normal life. She stiffens up, her eyes turning cold as everyone turns to look at her. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm perfectly happy with how my life is going. She smiles, showing off her sharp teeth and sending shivers down the students' spines. Tamura looks at her curiously. This girl. Looks like she needs more points in the mind attribute. He smiles. That could be useful. Inko raises a trembling hand, and the stranger nods for her to speak. I'm not really sure why I'm here. All Might said that the man over there, she points at Tamura who bares his teeth at her, is a villain. And those kids over there are from my son's school. I'm not really sure about this girl's situation, but this seems like hero business? She trails off questioningly, and Takachi nods his head. She's right. Whatever you want us to see, I don't think we need civilians getting involved. Though we do appreciate you bringing the leader of the League of Villains to us. Tamura sneers at him, grasping the armrest then looking down in surprise that it's still there. The man chuckles. Well, you know how I mentioned that you'll be watching an alternate timeline? They nod. Well, the focus will be, he waves his hand at the screen dramatically as a picture of a young green-haired boy appears. Izuku Midoriya. There are gasps from those on the hero's side of the law and Inko, while Tamura narrows his eyes in irritation, recognizing the brat from his failed attack on the USJ, though in the picture he looks much younger. Toga beams at the photo, thinking about how cute the kid is. She's always had a soft spot for kids, which is why she never tried to drink their blood or make them bleed. She's got to wait until they grow up enough that she can have proper fun with them. Why is my son the focus? Inko asks, looking at the photo of her little boy, overcome with nostalgia for the time before they found out he was quirkless. Though she supposed that he was just a late bloomer, given that he managed to get into UA with his strength quirk. Well, you see, for your time PRD, barring outside interference from other deities, young Izuku is one of the most influential people. All Might's sharp inhale is lost among the sudden cacophony of noise. Bullshit. Bakugo's shout is the loudest, but the man simply ignores them all until they calm down. Despite what any of you would like to believe, that is the truth. No matter the path he chooses, he is a focal point for the future of Japan. What do you mean, no matter his path? All Might questions with a hint of concern. He looks at him with no emotion on his face. Well, whether he chooses the path of a hero or a villain, he will be involved in Japan's most important events. The room is engulfed in stunned silence, with those closest to Izuku being the most stunned. No way, dude, Kirishima snorts. Izuku would never be a villain. He's way too nice. Uraraka rapidly nods her head. Yeah. He's the sweetest guy any of us have ever met. The teachers and principal of UA say nothing, but their eyes are filled with doubt at the man's words. Tamura only looks on in curiosity, wondering what kind of villain the boy would be. The man shrugs. Believe what you like, but he has two paths unless he dies early. A great hero or a great villain. All Might looks at him defiantly. Young Midoriya would never choose to be a villain. The man shrugs. Well, I was planning to focus on a single timeline, but I suppose a few seconds of another one wouldn't hurt. With that, he snaps his fingers and the screen behind him lights up. Izuku, wearing a blood-stained suit, approaches All Might, the symbol of peace. He's holding up a building, trying to prevent its collapse. He can do nothing as the green-haired boy moves a steel pole through his chest, blood gushing out like a fountain. He collapses to his knees, the building quickly following suit. But there are no screams, for the people inside had long since evacuated. The boy mocks the hero for failing to notice, for wasting the last moments of his life trying to save people who were already gone. They speak, their words meant only for each other. Izuku's face twists as he sneers at the hero, pulling out the pipe which is wrapped in shadow. With it, he cuts off his right arm, and the part of the building he was still supporting collapses on him. He raises his weapon for one last strike, only to be hit by the flames of Endeavor, and retreats. Endeavor, Sir Night-Eye, and Lemillion surround the fallen symbol, while in the background a dark portal opens up, taking the green-haired villain away from the devastation. Everyone looks on in shock, their jaws hanging open. Even Tamura, who's wanted All Might dead for as long as he can remember, can't smile after witnessing the event. What happened? All Might asks, his throat dry. Nobody can blame him, after all, he just saw one of the most kind-hearted people he's ever known brutally murder him, while surrounded by a burning and destroyed city. The man shrugs while looking at the crying Inko in pity. He went the path of a villain. The students are speechless, especially Bakugo, who's known the green eat the longest. He can't even fathom what could have made him turn out like that. Tsukachi raises a hand. As far as I can tell, most of the people here have something to do with the boy in question. But I only met him once, so why am I and this girl here? Well, she's also a major player in his life, so I wanted to see her reaction as well. Though I suppose she hasn't met him yet in your timeline, he waves the issue off. As for you, that's mainly in case anyone has any questions regarding similarities between your universe and the one you'll be watching. Keeping people honest, you know? He chuckles. Now, the man continues, not every timeline is like the one I showed, many of them are actually quite nice. But I'm unsure of the one we're going to watch. After all, I wouldn't want to have any risk of a spoiler. So, he grins, my name is Sochk, a deity of chaos. And it's time for the show to begin. My twin sister, Izumi, and I are watching one of our favorite videos online. It's the video of the #1 hero's debut. The one where All Might saved 100 people in 10 minutes. It ends with his signature smile and catchphrase, and the two of us shouted out with him. I am here. The two of us beam at each other, and Izumi easily uses her quirk to levitate our All Might action figures to us. We raise them as far as we can, and shout our goals to the roof. We will be the twin heroes of justice. Our power will make all the villains quake in fear. We shout our names for all to hear. Midokineshu. Green telekinesis. Midamito. Green might. Our voices overlap as we voice our team name. Mido-yum. Green dream. We laugh together, talking about what my quirk might be. It's got to be something impressive if it's taking longer to manifest than Izumi's. We're twins after all. As we're laughing together, Mom comes in, smiling at the two of us. She beams at the two of us as she claps to get our attention. Okay, you two, we need to go to the doctor to get your quirks appraised. Yeah. We leave the room in front of Mom, unaware of the worry in her gaze as she looks at her son. Once we're all in the car, I ask Mom where Dad is. Oh, he got caught up with work again, so he'll be coming home late again. She sighs. She knows how important her husband is, being the #1 hero and all, but it would be nice to have him home more often. After all, she's the #12 hero and she still has time for her family. But that's the price they pay for a safer Japan. She understands, and she makes sure her children don't hold it against him. It helps that when he's home, he showers the three of them in as much love as he can. The entire ride to the doctor, the car was filled with the two children geeking out over heroes and quirks. Whenever Izuku Yagi hears her kids praising All Might, their father, as the best hero, she can't help but feel a surge of pride in her chest. Even without knowing that their parents are both heroes, the two admire them. But she did wish that they talked about her hero identity, cufflink, more often. She shakes her head free of those thoughts by the time they all arrive at the doctor. The person seeing them is a bald man with big green goggles with a yellow rim. But what hair he lacks on his head, he more than makes up for with his bushy mustache. I watch him as he uses a small device and wraps it around my sister's wrist. As he does, he explains. This device will analyze a person's quirk, telling us how strong it might be. Of course, it is only a rough estimate, given that quirks can be trained the same as any kind of muscle. After he's done with his explanation, the device beeps. Taking it off, he looks at the screen and exclaims in shock. Unbelievable! Without training it, your quirk will be on the level of the top pros. Do you have any idea what your quirk will develop into? Suddenly shy, but proud at the praise, Izumi gives a confident nod. Raising hand, she uses her telekinesis to lift the device out of the doctor's hand, surprising him. She brings it to herself as she beams at the man. Impressive for one at such a young age. You'll go places, girl. He turns his attention to me, and I eagerly hold out my wrist for him. He chuckles at my enthusiasm before wrapping another device around my wrist. After a few minutes of nothing happening, he frowns. Taking it off, he fiddles with it a bit before putting it back on. We wait, but still nothing. My mother is looking worried now, but me and Izumi are just confused. He takes it off of me again before looking at Mom. If it's alright with you, I'd like to do a few more tests. She nods, hoping to find out what's wrong with her child. She knew something was off when he didn't show any signs of his quirk a month ago like his sister when they turned 4. The doctor took some blood, and I held back my tears at the pain. A hero is supposed to make sure other people don't have to worry, not the other way around. Still though, I appreciate Izumi holding my hand while it's getting done. After taking my blood, the doctor has me do a few different movements, which I do with no problem. As we go through them all, he asks me about what I want to do. So I tell him about how awesome All Might is. By the time he x-rays my foot, I finally get to his question. So what I want to do is become a hero like All Might, someone who helps everyone. My mom and sister smile at my words. Looking up from the x-ray, the doctor's words erase all the smiles in the room. Sorry kid. It's not gonna happen. The only sound anyone can hear is the clatter my All Might action figure makes as it falls to the floor. We all stare at the doctor in shock, the silence seeming to permeate our entire beings. It's Mom that manages to break free of it first. Oh dear, so there is something wrong with him? Most of the other kids in his kindergarten class have already shown signs of their quirks, including his sister. She shoots a reassuring smile at Izumi, who looks mad at the doctor's words. But it quickly turns to shock, and then pity as he speaks. I'm afraid that your son is quirkless. You see, he goes on to explain about how people have evolved, and that the bones in a person's foot is a sure way to tell whether or not they have a quirk. But I stopped listening after his first sentence. Instead, his words echo in my mind. Your son is quirkless. Son is quirkless. 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 I think about all the plans me and Izumi have made, all relying on us becoming heroes together. We even told Kachan that he could join us at our agency. That made him really happy, but then he got mad when we told him that Izumi and I would be a 2-person team, and that we would only team up with him when we want to hang out. He didn't talk to us for a whole week. It was only when he excitedly told us about his quirk starting to manifest that he started talking to us again. It was a good day, and Izumi and I were super excited for when we would develop our own quirks. But I guess that's never going to happen for me. The drive home is in silence, one that goes unbroken all the way home. Once there, I go to my mom's room and turn on the computer. I watch my favorite video over and over and over. I watch as All Might flashes his reassuring smile, as he says his iconic words. Then I do it again, over and over and over again. I can tell that my mom is behind me, looking at me with worry in her eyes. Slowly I turn to her, tears pooling in my eyes. All Might is always smiling, no matter how bad things get. I raise a trembling finger to show her, as if it would somehow erase the time I spent at the doctor's. Do you think that I can be a hero too? My voice is weak, and my entire body is trembling. She grabs onto me. She apologizes. She says that she wishes things could be different. She doesn't answer, not directly. But I know. I know the meaning in her words. You can't become a hero. Ah, they're so cute together. Uraraka gushes. Totally. Toga agrees. It kind of makes me wish I had another child, Inko mutters, looking at alternate hers kids. The only ones with different thoughts are Tamura, who scowls at the hero-worshipping brats, Aizawa who shrugs it off, and Nizu, who's busy going through how having a twin sister would change young Izuku's fate. When they hear the blunt way the doctor bluntly tells the young boy that his dreams are unattainable, the crowd breaks out in outrage. That's so unmanly. Yeah. Even if he didn't think he could do it, he didn't have to be so mean about it. I don't like him, but I wonder if I can make him better if I let his blood gush out? Inko slowly inches away from the muttering serial killer as she watches the same scene she experienced play out on the screen. The only difference is how happy the other her is about her daughter's potential. Nizu sips his tea while All Might winces at the familiar words. That device would be quite useful. A shame we don't have something similar in our timeline. Bakugo smirks at the screen, knowing that he had the right idea growing up. And he was right since Deku only got into UA thanks to finally developing his quirk. He kind of looks like the doctor, Tamura mutters while scratching his neck. When the screen shows Inko hugging her child, they all look at her. She lowers her head in shame, not meeting any of their gazes. Bakugo snorts. It's not like you can be a hero without a quirk. She didn't do anything wrong. But aren't your parents supposed to encourage you, even just to show their support? It's unmanly otherwise. That's news to me. They shoot Toga a glance, who's just playing with her fingers. Uraraka looks away. I'm sure his dad will do something. We haven't seen Hayashi since he found out Izuku was quirkless. Inko mutters, causing an awkward silence to fill the room. Soch chuckles. Well, good thing it doesn't seem like you married Hayashi in this timeline. Third-person POV. After putting Izuku to bed, Inko starts making dinner for everyone. Izumi is in the living room, watching TV after her mother told her to let Izuku have some alone time. But the worry is clear on her face. She heard the doctor, same as her mother, after all. Quirkless. She changes the channel, and a news reporter comes on. Here at the scene, you can see the two villains defeated by All Might with a single punch. Regretfully, we couldn't get an interview, with All Might stating that he had some personal business to take care of. If we learn more, our loyal viewers shall be the first to know. She changes the channel again, this time landing on a kid's show. It's bright, it's colorful, and it's exactly the kind of thing that you simply turn your mind off to watch. Which is what Izumi needs right now. She watches the show, listening to the noises her mom makes in the kitchen. It's only after 10 minutes into the show that Izumi realizes what the show is about. The heroes band together after losing their powers to defeat the villain. Watching the villain fall due to the power of friendship, Izumi can't stop the small hope that starts to burn in her heart. Maybe Izuku can be a hero even without a quirk? It's something she doesn't say out loud, from fear that even giving voice to the ember would blow it out. But it's there. The hope that they'll still be able to achieve their dreams. Together. Just like they always have. Time passes like that, with Inko making dinner, her heart filled with sorrow, and Izumi watching TV, hope flickering in her small heart, threatened to be put out at the slightest breath. When Inko is laying her specialty meal of chicken katsu on the table, her husband, Tashaori Yagi, finally returns. At his wife and daughter, immediately noticing the heavy atmosphere of the home. What happened? Where's Izuku? He asks, trying not to think of the worst possibilities. Seeing his obvious distress, and knowing what life as a hero is like, she quickly reassures him. He's okay, just sleeping. Breathing a sigh of relief, Tashaori Yagi looks at his wife, the question clear on his face. With a sigh of resignation, she speaks. We went to the doctor to get their quirks appraised, and Izuku doesn't have one. She doesn't beat around the bush, deciding to come out and say it as bluntly as possible. She doesn't even notice that she's crying until Tashaori is hugging her. Then she breaks down as the shock finally wears off. That her son, in a society that revolves around a person's quirk, is lacking. After letting her emotions out through her tears for 10 minutes, she looks up at her husband, surprised and a little angry at his lack of a reaction to the news. What the hell is wrong with you? Don't you care that our son isn't normal? She yells the last part, and both her husband and daughter flinch. Tashaori from the reminder of his past. Izumi from hearing that her brother isn't normal. She knew that, of course, but knowing it and hearing your mother yell it are two different things. The ember in her heart flickers and shrinks, somehow smaller than it was before. Had it been anyone else, the flame would never have come into being. But her desperation to hold on to her and her brother's dreams managed to ignite the spark. Now she must desperately try to maintain it. Tashaori shoots a glance at his daughter's wide eyes before leaning into his wife and whispering in her ear. I promise that I'll explain later, but for now we need to act normal. I don't want Izumi to worry. She glares at him as he clears his throat and speaks in an overly cheerful voice. So, what about Izumi? Did you get her quirk appraised as well? Glancing at her daughter, Inko's eyes soften before a mischievous gleam appears. We sure did. She yells with more authentic joy than Tashaori. The doctor said that her telekinesis is powerful. He said that when she grows into it, she could even beat All Might. At her words, Tashaori misses the chair he was about to sit in, landing hard on his butt. Izumi chuckles at the sight while also beaming at her mother's words. I'll be as strong as All Might? The All Might? That's amazing! I'm going to be the new #1 hero after I make my own debut. I'll save 200 no. I'll save 1,000 people in 10 minutes and blow All Might's record right out of the water. Unbeknownst to any of the three, their words this night would have consequences. Not anytime soon, but far more dire than any of them could ever dream of. But that will be then, and for now, the three take their seats at the table, Tashaori sitting gingerly to avoid putting too much pressure on his possibly bruised behind. The three talk, telling each other about their days. Though it's more like Inko and Tashaori talking since other than going to the doctor, Izumi only stayed home and hung out with Izuku. At that thought, she looks around the table noticing with shock that Izuku isn't there. Then she remembers her mom's earlier words and comes to the conclusion that she wanted to let him sleep. She goes back to her meal with joy. After all, chicken katsu is her mom's best dish. After dinner, she sees her mom looking at the extra plate of food in confusion, so she decides to help her. She goes to the kitchen and opens the drawer she's seen her pull the saran wrap from. Getting it, she gets back to the table just in time to see her mom pick up the plate. Turning around, Inko is surprised to see her daughter carrying the box. Before she can scold her for grabbing things she isn't supposed to, Izumi speaks. Here you go, Mom, so you can wrap up Izuku's dinner for him. It was nice of you to let him sleep in. With a start, Inko realizes why there's still a full plate. She forgot to wake up her son. Feeling guilty, she thanks Izumi and quickly wraps the meal, heading to bed where Tashaori explains to her about his quirk, as well as how he'll reveal the truth to their children once they turn 10. Izumi goes to her own room, dreaming of being the hero she can be. Izuku POV. I wake up during the night with my stomach growling. Looking around, it's dark, so I turn on a spare flashlight next to my bed and make my way to the kitchen. There, I see a plate of Mom's katsu chicken wrapped up for me. I look around in confusion and ask if anyone is around before noticing the time on the clock. 10 o'clock, when everybody would usually be in bed, asleep. And 3 hours past the time everyone would eat dinner together. I can't help but feel sad that I slept so long. After all, dinner is one of the few times that we're all together. Either Dad is busy with work, or Mom is. But without fail, everyone would be at the dinner table around 7 o'clock. Except for today. Given what we found out though, I guess I didn't want to wake up. I do appreciate that Mom left me a plate in case I woke up though. I just wish that I would have woken up when they came to get me. It's not like they forgot about me, right? When All Might sees himself walk into their house, he can't help but be confused. When he sees himself kissing Inko in greeting, his eyes bug out of his sockets. Nizu chokes on his tea, and Tsukachi gives him a sidelong glance. Aizawa manages to keep a straight face, but he does twitch. Everyone else just tilts their head, wondering why the guy looks kind of familiar. Oh yeah, Sochik says, you guys don't know. That's what All Might looks like in this timeline. Everyone looks at him in shock before turning to All Might, who scratches his cheek sheepishly with a finger. The silence is broken by Todoroki of all people, who has yet to say anything, shouting. I knew Midoriya was All Might's secret love child. All Might and Inko look at the proud-looking boy in shock before making eye contact with each other. They both blush and look away. Tamura grins. So All Might can look like that as well. I'll have to tell Sensei about it. This is going to be a treasure trove of tips on taking down the final boss. Everyone is shocked when Inko apparently forgets about her son, only being reminded when her daughter brings her the wrap for his food. I would never forget about my child. She shouts in shock. Little Izumi is so sweet, making sure that Izuku will still get his dinner. Uraraka gushes. Dad? Izumi. Everyone quiets down again when they see little Izuku come out. He looks at the food on the table and gets a downcast expression. I didn't get to see Dad today. All Might winces as nearly every person in the theater shoots a glare his way. He raises his hands placatingly. And now hold on. I would never neglect someone like that. Tamura snorts, muttering about how all heroes are the same. Izumi POV. The next day, after a plain breakfast of rice and eggs, Mom drops me and Izuku off at our kindergarten class. Izuku still isn't over what the doctor told them yesterday, so he decides to draw by himself during their break. Bakugo gives him a curious look, but he ignores it, so he comes to hang out with me. Hey, what's up with Izuku? Did something happen at the doctor yesterday? I wince at his question before sending Izuku a look. Seeing that he's out of earshot, I respond. Yeah. Apparently, Izuku is quirkless. He gasps, sending a wide-eyed look of surprise towards one of his best friends. But our plans? We were all going to be heroes together. Seeing his downcast expression, I get an apprehensive look. What if we still can? My flame grows a bit brighter, though the size remains the same. Katsuki gives me a shocked look. Are you kidding? He won't be able to be a hero without a quirk. It dims, shrinking a bit on itself. Have you not seen some of the villains out there? Look at some of the fights heroes and villains have and tell me if a quirkless person would be able to survive one of them, much less win. I look down, my flame reduced to embers, but not yet put out. I gulp. He could still be support. Or maybe work as our manager. My voice is hesitant, as if afraid that Katsuki will be angry at me for voicing the remains of my hope. He gets a thoughtful look on his face as he stares at Izuku. Yeah, that could work. His eyes gleam. He can be like the computer guy in TV shows and movies. He'll let us know when there's an attack and where we need to go. Good thinking, Izumi. I smile at the praise, a warm feeling flowing through my chest. We can still be together. We can still start an agency together. Even if Izuku isn't a hero like us, we can still achieve our dreams together. I can't believe that I thought that before. A few weeks after my brother was diagnosed as quirkless, I find him writing something down in a notebook as he watches a hero fight on TV. He seems really focused on it. I wonder what he's writing about? Hey Izuku. He jumps, pulled out of his thoughts, and I can't help but giggle at his reaction. What are you writing about? All of this? He holds it up so I can see the title. Hero Analysis for the Future. I tilt my head in confusion, not sure what it's supposed to be. He seems kind of hesitant to tell me too. I thought that I should study how people's quirks work. If I'm going to be a hero without a quirk, then I'll need to know a lot about how they work. I blink at him, failing to process what he said. Be a hero? But he can't, he's quirkless. He'd die the first time he fought a villain. I don't say that out loud though, instead giving him a tense smile. Oh, okay. I go to my room, my mind in turmoil about what he said. What about our new plans? You're going to support me and Bakugo when we become heroes. You can't fight someone who can just open a hole in the ground underneath you. Next time I see Katsuki, I'll need to tell him about what Izuku said. What? He still wants to be a hero? Even without a quirk? The next time we can talk to each other is the next day at school, and Katsuki's reaction is as loud as I thought it would be. After he got his quirk, he's been getting more excitable. He's also been playing around with the sparks that come off his hand, much to the dismay of the teacher. He's started 2 fires in class since he got it, but the principal just laughs it off, saying that someone with such an amazing quirk needs to practice. It made the teacher exasperated, but she didn't complain to him again. Instead, she got a fire extinguisher and left it next to her desk in case something catches on fire again. And seeing how Katsuki's hands are sparking so much from his anger, I guess that she'll be needing it today. He can't be a hero without a quirk. He'll die. I know, but what are we supposed to do? I thought that he gave up on being a hero since he hasn't mentioned it since he was diagnosed. He gets a thoughtful look on his face as he looks at where Izuku is drawing. He's been doing that a lot lately. After the other kids found out that he was quirkless, they started to ignore him. Seeming to get an idea after seeing him, Katsuki looks back at me in excitement. I know. We'll ignore him until he gives up. Then he'll see that he should be supporting us instead of doing something so dangerous. I don't think that will work, and I tell him that. But by the time the break ends, he's convinced me that it's a good idea. I just hope that I don't regret going along with it. I turned 5 today, so Mom and Dad are taking me to Universal Studios Japan. They both managed to get the day off, and I've never been to the USJ before. It's really fun. We go on all kinds of rides, we see some shows, and we eat all kinds of yummy food. But there's this nagging feeling eating into my stomach that I can't seem to get rid of. We get home late at night, tired from the exciting day. I finally realize what that feeling was. Izuku is curled up on the couch, tear tracks smeared across his sleeping face. We left behind Izuku. My parents exchange horrified looks before rushing to the kitchen. I hear sighs of relief as they realize that Izuku managed to make himself some food while they were gone. They come back with guilty faces as they look at him. They start whispering to each other as I stare at my brother, who's hugging a watermarked notebook. Hero analysis for the future number 2. I'll take him next week. It can be like a father-son bonding thing. Don't forget. Don't worry, I'll set a reminder the day before. Seeming to have finished their whispered conversation, Dad picks Izuku up and takes him to his room, not noticing the notebook that falls from his arms. I pick it up and follow, putting it on his desk before leaving for bed with guilt gnawing my stomach. Katsuki hit Izuku. The 3 of us and 2 of Katsuki's friends were walking on a log bridge, marching to a tune he made up for our future agency, when he tripped and fell in the stream. Of course, since it was Katsuki who fell in, none of us were worried. After all, he and I are going to be pros. A little thing like that isn't going to hurt him. But Izuku didn't seem to agree. I don't even know why he still follows us around at this point. He knows that we aren't going to talk to him. He went down into the stream as we all watched, holding out his hand and asking if Katsuki was okay. I feel a twinge in my chest watching. He has the heart of a hero. But that's not enough. He needs a quirk too. Or else he'll just die. Katsuki ignores the hand, pushing himself up. He glares at Izuku, his hands balled into fists. Then he punches him in the face. I look on in shock as he falls into the stream, holding his cheek where Katsuki hit him. The boy himself is looking down at Izuku in shock before he sneers. I don't need help from some quirkless Deku. And he climbs back up on the opposite side of the stream. I look down at Izuku, who started crying. He looks up at me, eyes begging for me to come down and comfort him, like I used to do when he got hurt. Before we were 4. But I clench my fists and firm my resolve. I turn away and follow Katsuki further into the forest. I need him to tell me why he hit my brother. It's obvious by this point that ignoring him isn't going to work. If we want him to give up on being a hero, we need to do more. I look at him in confusion. What do you mean more? He takes a breath. We need to bully him. Show him that he can't stand up to people with quirks. Once he understands that a quirkless person can't beat someone who has one, he'll give up. I look at him uncertainly. I don't know. That seems like it's going a bit too far. He looks me in the eyes. You think I want to do this? It's for his own good. As his sister, do you really want to see him get killed trying to fight? Someone like you, who has powerful telekinesis. Or someone like Death Arms with super strength. I hesitate, my mind envisioning what he's saying with great clarity. I see Izuku running at a villain. I see the villain waves his hand and Izuku shooting up into the sky. I see him fall. I see him. I shake my head to get rid of the sight. I look at Katsuki. Let's do it. The embers of hope in my heart have long gone out. Kid Bakugo is so cute. I wonder what happened. He glares at you, Rarika. Screw you, round face. Kirishima chuckles. Come on, Baku bro, don't be like that. We were all kids once. And look at you now, all manly. He scowls at him, but simply throws himself into the back of his seat. The people around him chuckle. The only person who doesn't is Tamura. He just looks at the screen, watching as the children make plans. Then before it cuts to the next scene, it goes gray, and bold words are plastered across it. I can't believe I thought our dreams could be achieved. Everyone looks at it in shock, suddenly apprehensive. Kirishima lets out an uneasy laugh. See, come on guys, this is Midoriya we're talking about. I'm sure everything is going to work out. Nobody responds, and Bakugo starts to get a bad feeling as he remembers what he started doing. Look at that, even now he works hard to be a hero. All might beams at the people around him as they watch Izuku start on his path. I wonder what he's writing in there. Mummers Nizu. Probably some stupid fanboy trash about heroes. Tamura growls. He ignores the glares everyone else sends his way before turning back to the screen. Bakugo, are you an idiot? The fact that it's Todoroki who's asking makes it all the more impactful. Shut the hell up, Icy Hot. Though he says that his usual fire is missing and he doesn't meet anyone's eyes. Inko is looking at him in shock. Bakugo, did you do this to my Izuku? He scowls down at the floor. No. When everyone looks at Tsukachi, he nods his head. Truth. The tension leaves everyone and Kirishima claps a hand on Bakugo's shoulder with a laugh. I'm proud of you, bro. You're way manlier than that guy. He jerks a thumb at the screen as a montage of Izuku following his sister and friend plays, all the while they pretend that he isn't even there. An uncomfortable look crosses his face, unnoticed by all except Tamura. He hums in thought and Tsukachi looks at him with a raised eyebrow. Just keep watching. I have a feeling that kid is about to get put on a harder difficulty. He refuses to answer their questioning looks, so they sit back and watch. They watch as Izumi has a fun day at the amusement park, smiling at her joy. They listen to Inko demanding that Sochik let her punch the other her in the face for forgetting her child, backed up by All Might wanting to do the same to himself. All the while Tamura hums, waiting for what he knows is going to occur. They gasp in shock as Kid Bakugo punches Kid Izuku and storms. They shout at the two kids to think about what they're doing as they agree to bully the boy. Tamura smirks as he looks to the, for once, silent explosion boy. So, Mr. Hero-to-be, is this more in line with what you did to your Midoriya? Everyone is silent as they look at him. Kirishima with worry, Inko in horror, Uraraka in anger, All Might in shock, Todoroki in judgment, Nizu in consideration, Aizawa with dawning understanding and Toga in disgust. His answer is quiet, barely heard by the people around him. But it's enough for Tsukachi. Truth. Izuku POV. It's been a few years since mom and dad have started ignoring me, and Izumi and Kaken have started bullying me. After the first time Kaken hit me, they started insulting me. Mocking me. Telling me that I don't have what it takes to be a hero. Then they started to get physical. At first they just pushed me around, tripped me, stuff like that. But then they asked if I still wanted to be a hero, and I said yes. Then they started hitting me. They didn't use their quirks, thankfully. Instead they just hit and kicked me, covering me in bruises. But they aren't dumb, they made sure that they only beat me where my clothes cover. I'm sitting in class as usual, when the teacher says she has a special announcement. Today we have a transfer student. Please make sure that you make her feel welcome. She gestures towards the door, and I guess the new kid was looking through the window because she opens it. She has a heterochromatic appearance, with the left side of her shoulder-length hair being red and the right a pure white. Her eyes are different colors too. Her right eye is brown, while the left one is a bright blue. It's really eye-catching, especially given the horrible burn scar covering the upper portion of that side of her face. She looks out at the class with a blank expression. It's not until the teacher tells her to introduce herself that she does. Shoko Todoroki. My quirk lets me use ice from my right side and fire from my left. I don't use my fire for personal reasons. Don't ask about them or my scar. With that her introduction is done, and it's clear that she doesn't want to say anything else. Clearing her throat awkwardly, the teacher directs them to the empty desk next to me. It wasn't always empty, but Kaken and Izumi spread rumors that being quirkless can make people who have quirks get sick. After that they change seats. Todoroki sits next to me casually, not even looking in my direction. But it's not that she's trying to be mean, she's not looking at the other students either. I can't help but feel a flash of relief that she's not being mean to me, only to become depressed since I know that she'll act like everyone else once she knows that I'm quirkless. The class goes on as normal, with everyone focusing on the teacher. At least, I look like I'm paying attention to her. Over the years of avoiding Kaken and my twin, one of the places I usually hide is the library. Since I'm already hiding there, I decide to read the books they have. Not the fun, kid-focused kind though, but the ones for learning. I've basically read each of the books they have in the library about math, science, history, etc. So I already know everything the teacher is teaching us, other than what her own experiences have taught her. Instead of focusing on the lesson, I'm writing down an analysis of a hero fight I saw the other day. While I do so, I cover my mouth to help cover my muttering. If I do that, then the sound doesn't leak out too much, so nobody realizes that I'm not listening to the teacher. But I forget that now I have someone sitting next to me. When lunch rolls around, I quickly pack up my stuff and rush to the cafeteria, unaware of the eyes watching me. Luckily, Kaken and Izumi seem to be more interested in the new girl than me at the moment, so I manage to get my food and go behind the school without any hassle. I sit down and eat, using the almighty spork to shovel the rice and vegetables into my mouth quickly. Once I'm done, I take out a notebook different from my analysis journals. Instead, I use this notebook for my drawings. It's one of the few things I can do that I find relaxing. I start to sketch some of the clouds in the sky, not hearing the footsteps until they're right next to me. "What are you doing out here?" I yelp, dropping my notebook. I look at the person who asked me that question and see the new girl, Todoroki, standing there. "Oh, will I come out here to draw sometimes? It's peaceful." She hums in response before bending down. I look at her in confusion before I see her pick up my notebook. I blush since I haven't shown them to anyone before. I know that I'll just get mocked if I do. But she doesn't say anything. She just flips through the pages with the same blank look on her face she had in the classroom. When she finishes looking through them, she hands it back. They're good. They're just two simple words, but they mean so much to me. I even start to tear up. Seeing me start to cry, her eyes widen and she takes a step back. She looks around as if looking for an adult, but we're alone. So, awkwardly, she pats my head. "They're there? I'm sorry? Please don't cry." It's awkward, and it's clear that she's never comforted someone before. But it's more than I've gotten ever since I was told I was quirkless, and so my tears continue to flow. We stay like that until the bell rings, signaling the end of lunch. Wiping away my tears, I smile at her, much to her obvious surprise. "So bright," she thinks. "Thank you. It means a lot to me." With that, I grab her hand and start walking to class. She follows along, confused at my reaction. Even though I know it won't happen again, I'm glad that there was someone who was nice to me. Even for a little bit. We enter the classroom, and unfortunately the teacher isn't here. But Kaken and Izumi are, along with some of their other friends. Seeing that I'm with the new girl, they scowl. "Hey, Todoroki, you shouldn't hang around with him. That Deku is quirkless." Izumi shouts to her, and I drop her hand immediately. I walk to my desk with slumped shoulders and my head hanging. Even if it was only for lunch, at least I had a friend. I nearly stumble when I hear what she has to say. I don't think there's anything wrong with being quirkless. I'll hang out with whoever I like, and it's definitely not people who ignored what I asked. They stare at her, mouths hanging as she walks to me and puts a hand on my shoulder. "Ignore them. Let's sit down, the teacher will be here any moment." I take my seat, my expression frozen in shock. She's still going to be my friend? Even though I'm quirkless? I manage to snap out of my shock by the time the teacher gets here, but as I look at Kaken and Izumi's glares, a shiver goes down my spine. I know that my bullying is going to get a whole lot worse. I look at Todoroki, who gives me a small smile in return. I blush and look away. Maybe with a friend, it won't be so bad. Before we continue, I've decided to bring in a special guest. Everyone looks at Sochik in confusion. Before they can ask who it is, they snap their fingers. To the surprise of those from UA, a pink alien-looking girl appears. Mina looks around in confusion, asking the usual questions. "Where am I? Who are you? Why am I here?" After a quick explanation, barring why she was randomly summoned, she shrugs it off and sits between Uraraka and Toga. Let's get this show on the road. I can't wait to see who gets with who. The heroes and students facepalm, Toga chuckles and Tamura sighs. The screen continues to play, and as the crowd watches a montage of Bakugo and Izumi bullying Izuku, they glare at him. "Bakugo, when we get back you're going to be meeting with Hound Dog every week until you get a handle on your anger issues." He clicks his tongue and looks away, not meeting anyone's eyes. "Fine. Maybe he'll be nicer covered in blood?" People are usually nicer to me when I make them bleed. Well, some get more mean, but making them bleed more fixes that problem. Toga looks at him, her grin promising pain. Despite her alarming words, almost nobody has the energy to comment on it. I know I shouldn't say this, but he does deserve to get hurt. Everyone looks at the glaring Inko Midoriya in surprise. I never thought Midoriya's mom would be so scary. Kirishima shudders. Yeah, Uraraka says quietly. How come this kid became a hero? His childhood is as bad as mine was. Truth. The detective's shocked words cause the attention to shift to the man who attacked the USJ. Perhaps the bullying wasn't so bad without his sister to join in. Nizu sips from his eternally full teacup as he theorizes. But before the discussion can continue, Bakugo's words cause them to focus on the screen. We never got a transfer student. When they see the person who enters the classroom, they exclaim in shock. Though none are as shocked as the person who's appeared. I'm a girl? Shaking his head, he raises a hand to cover his scar. Even as a girl, the old man has no mercy. His words are unheard in the commotion the others are causing, though Mina is by far the loudest. Ship it. I totally ship it. I don't know who I'm shipping her with yet, but I'm totally shipping it. Soch's snort of amusement quiets them down. If a simple gender change is enough to throw all of you into a fit, you definitely won't last the entire film. They quiet down and try to calm themselves at his words. Instead they watch as they see Midoriya eat, then draw. The angle shifts when Todoroki leafs through it, and they can't help but admire the artwork. Ah, he's so talented. I never knew young Midoriya could draw so well. And he looks like he's only 8 years old. All Might can't help but think about how much he really knows about his successor, realizing that he doesn't really have a grasp of his personal life. I knew, since I made his hero outfit when he got into UA. He's actually the one who drew it. They look at Inko in surprise. It seems like their Midoriya has a few tricks hidden away. I'm more curious as to what he's written in his hero analysis notebooks. He doesn't know why, but Nizu has a bad feeling about those. His words go ignored as they watch the touching scene of female Todoroki standing up to Izumi and Bakugo for Midoriya, punctuated by Mina's squeals of shipping them. Their Todoroki blushes at all the praise they heap on him for his counterpart's character, unaware of his true thoughts. Honestly, there are times I wish I was quirkless. It would be better than having my old man's quirk at least. All Might POV. I wake up in a hospital room coughing. I look around in a panic. How did I get here? More importantly, why am I here? I'm All Might. The symbol of peace doesn't lose, he can't lose. I finally calm down enough that I can take notice of my sidekick, Sir Night Eye, also known as Mirai Sasaki. A good kid and a powerful quirk. He can look into the future of someone he touches for. I think it was an hour? Useful in a fight, or when trying to find out a villain's plan, though being limited to once a day does mean that he needs to be more careful than most heroes. Seeing me try to sit up, he scrambles to his feet. All Might. Stay down. You're seriously injured. I blink at him blankly. Injured? What are you talking about? As the symbol of peace, I can't be injured. That's what reassures the population as well as strikes fear into villains. He gets an uncomfortable look on his face, and I'm about to ask him what's wrong when I start coughing again, covering my mouth with my hand. Did I get sick or something? I hope I didn't collapse in front of the kids. I wouldn't want them to worry. Now that my coughing fit has passed, I can question my sidekick more thoroughly. But when I pull my hand away, I see it covered in a red liquid. I stare at it for a moment, uncomprehending. It's not until my teacher, Gran Torino, enters the room that I realize what it is. And I start shaking. I'm injured. How? It's been so long that I've forgotten what it's felt like. Inori. Tashaori. I'm pulled from my thoughts by my teacher's words. Seeing that he's gotten my attention, he continues. What's the last thing you remember? My brows furrow, and I realize that I'm in neither my buff form nor my skinny form, but something in between. Another thing that hasn't happened before. But that can wait, for now I need to work things out. Well, I was patrolling the city when I heard a scream. I approached and saved a young woman from a villain. After the police came, I took my leave. I was on the edge of the city when I felt something hit me. I trail off as my memories start to piece themselves back together. My eyes widen in terror. All for one. I was attacked by All for One. One for All flares up, reacting to my emotions. I'm filled with the feeling of power, but there's something else now as well. I'm filled with intense pain and I cough up more blood. One for All starts to recede, and most of the pain goes with it. What happened? I groan out. Teacher sighs as the sound of rapid tapping comes from the hallway. I'll let Chio explain your injuries. The door slams open, and there stands Recovery Girl. I can't help but let out a sigh of relief. No matter what type of injury a person has, she's able to fix it. I'm sure I'll be back up on my feet in no time. I stare at her in open-mouthed horror. See, can you say that again? I must have misheard you. She sighs. Your stomach is basically destroyed, and you've lost half of your respiratory system. I'm sorry to say, but you can't continue as All Might, Yagi. I'm shocked into silence, broken quickly by my teacher and sidekick speaking up. You don't have to worry, Tashaori. You've done your duty as All Might. You managed to defeat All for One. You've made Nana proud, so you can retire. Wise All Might. You can focus on finding your successor. You've defeated the greatest threat to peace that the world has ever seen. So now you can focus on passing on your legacy. If you like, I could construct a list of potential applicants. Mirai adjusts his glasses nervously. A splendid idea. A high-pitched voice comes from the door, drawing everyone's attention. Am I a rat? Am I a bear? Who knows? The principal of UA High School steps into the room, closing it behind him. UA has a plethora of students who you've inspired to become heroes. If you like, you can come and observe them so you can make the best choice on who to pass your quirk onto. My head is reeling. All for One is dead? I killed him? Yes, my memories of the fight are finally coming back to me. I crushed his head, but in his last moments he managed to use one of his stolen quirks to blast my side. But giving up being a hero? Finding a successor? No. The sudden silence in the room is oppressive, but I continue on. I won't be retiring. The world still needs the symbol of peace. Don't be ridiculous, Tashaori. Teacher is the first to object, but I know the others won't be far behind. Did you not listen to Chio when she told you your injuries? You'll be lucky if you live another 10 years living as a civilian, much less if you force yourself to continue heroing. Just retire now that Nana can rest in peace. It's not too bad, except when people make personal requests. He mutters that last part to himself. I understand where he's coming from, but I shake my head. I won't retire. The world needs the symbol of peace. At least until I can find my successor and pass on my power. And how long will that take, All Might? My sidekick asks. My thoughts turn to my son, and the plan I'd originally made for him. But even with One for All, will he be able to stand strong against villains? It's only a matter of time before another symbol of evil appears. If I give him my quirk when he turns 10 like I'd originally planned, will he be able to become the next symbol of peace? I was so sure of my idea when I first told Inko about it back when he and Izumi were 4. But back then I thought that, as the 9th bearer, One for All would be strong enough to keep him safe from any kind of harm. But if even I obtained such a debilitating injury even after such a long career, I shake my head free of my thoughts. I can think on it another time. For now, I turn my attention to Mirai. It will take as long as it takes. But the world cannot go without a symbol of peace. So long as villains never rest, neither shall I. That would sound more convincing if you didn't throw up a waterfall of blood after you finish talking. Nizu comments. All Might. Mirai looks at me with eyes full of resolve. You need to retire. Please. Work on finding a successor, someone who will become the next symbol of peace. But do it from the safety of retirement. My brows furrow. He's never insisted on something so insistently before. No, he was much more insistent when he asked to become my sidekick. But nowadays he's only this persistent when, suddenly you used your quirk on me. He flinches, confirming my words. He looks hesitant, but after a sigh reveals what he saw. Within the next 7 years, you'll be killed by a dangerous villain. Oh. I question. Within 7 years, huh? That's quite a time frame for someone who can see the future. He frowns. Looking so far isn't easy. And there's something wrong with what I'm seeing. Oh. Before I was just going to brush off his words. After all, I can't stop being a hero just because of something that will happen in 7 years. But this is the first time Mirai has ever sounded unsure of his quirk. Normally, he slowly says, my quirk shows me the future as a type of real. I watch what happens around them in a third-person perspective, along with the choices they make. But this time, he trails off with a concerned frown. This time, when I looked into the future, it shattered. Silence. Nobody understands what he means, but we know by his tone that it's serious. It shouldn't be possible. Everything I've seen with my quirk is 100% accurate. But in 5 years, everything becomes jumbled. My foresight can't determine what will happen, nor what leads to the choices that get made. He looks me in the eyes and I shiver. They're desperate. Panicked. All I know is that whatever is happening, it will end in your death. Soch claps, startling everyone as the screen goes black. Okay everyone, sorry about this, but this scene contains far too much sensitive information for all of you to know about. At least to the point where your reactions will give away certain parts of the narrative, as well as giving each side too many advantages back in your world. So I think that I'll just keep things quiet until the next scene. He listens as everyone boos him and demands he lets them see it. He taps his chin in thought before raising a finger. I suppose a few of you can watch it, but I'll leave it up to the person this scene features to decide on who. With that his finger falls, pointing to All Might. And me. He's shocked that he's being featured in what they're seeing, but since he's young Midoriya's father in this universe, he supposes that it makes sense. Indeed. It has to do with your condition. Soch taps his side with a knowing look. All Might panics at the thought of having his weakness suddenly revealed, but he continues before he can say anything. Of course, it's up to you who can stay. But since it also concerns Mr. Gamer, he'll be allowed to stay and watch as well. Not like it's nothing he doesn't already know. All Might sighs while Tamura raises an eyebrow. This basically confirms that All for One is alive in our world. As such, I should allow those who know to watch. Very well then. Principal Nizu and Tsukachi are who I'd like to watch it with me. Ahem. And Aizawa. All Might had honestly forgotten the man was there. He doesn't know about his quirk, but he does know about his injury. Soch nods, and all the students and Inko disappear despite their protests. Very well then, let's dash. Wait. At Soch's questioning look, All Might points at Toga. Should this young girl not be sent away as well? Nope. Soch shrugs. Like I said earlier, this scene could provide too much of an advantage to one side. But Toga doesn't take sides. For her, it's family or murder. Plus, the heroes here already outnumber the villains. Having a 4-to-1 advantage for this is simply too much. So Tamura gets the only other villain to watch it with him. At his words the two exchange glances, Toga with an excited squeal and Tamura with a tired sigh. Anyways, no more interruptions, let's play. Nobody says anything as they watch All Might in the hospital, each lost in their own thoughts. Maybe Nightai's quirk is getting static from us watching this world. Soch mutters, low enough that nobody else can hear. It's unlikely, but he doesn't know what else it could be. That could prove interesting. Todoroki POV. Izuku's bullying has gotten worse apparently, but whenever I'm around Izumi, Bakugo, and the other kids leave him alone. I think they're probably scared of me getting my dad involved. But after all the hell he's put me through, I know that he'd probably encourage them to do worse. Either to toughen me up, or because Izuku is making me weak. Either way, me and Izuku will be dealing with them ourselves. But before we get to that point, we have to get through our last few weeks of elementary school. But since we're both confident in passing our final exams, we're just hanging out at the park. He's also showing me something he hasn't shown anyone else apparently. You promise you won't make fun of me? Or stop being my friend. I sigh in exasperation. I promise I'm not going to make fun of you, laugh, or stop being your friend. He opens his mouth, but I continue, knowing what he's going to ask next. Nor am I going to tell anyone else what you're going to show me. He lets out a breath. Okay then. If you're sure. At my nod, he finally pulls from his backpack a notebook. Seeing it, I give him a dead-eyed stare, which is different from my usual blank stare. It's hard to tell the difference for people who don't know me, but Izuku can. I've already seen your artwork. Why would you make such a big deal out of this? My eyes widen fractionally and I take a small step back. Don't tell me you're drawing something lewd? Huh? His mouth hangs open in shocked silence. Which just confirms my theory. My mom warned me that all boys were interested in things like that, but she said that I wouldn't have to worry about it until middle school at the earliest. But you have always been ahead of everyone else in academics. I guess it makes sense that you're ahead of them here too. Wait! He shouts to stop my muttering. It's an odd habit I picked up from him after spending so much time together. Though I can't mutter nearly as fast as he can. Sometimes I wonder if he mutters enough to fill an entire book. It's not my artwork. He takes a deep breath. It's one of my other notebooks. You know, the ones that make Izumi and Kaken get angrier whenever they see them. Todoroki scowls at the reminder. Yeah. Though you won't let me, she trails off as she realizes what's going on. You're going to show them to me? He nods, his nerves acting up. Why yes, I am. You know that I like analyzing quirks and writing them down in these? How could I not? What with Izumi and Bakugo spreading around how creepy Izuku is for doing that. At my nod, he takes another breath. Well, my notes may be a bit more detailed than anyone knows. He holds it out to me after a moment's hesitation, the title proclaiming it to be Hero Analysis for the Future, number 10. I open it up to a random page and see a detailed picture of a woman with bunny ears in a leotard. Seeing my judgmental stare, he flushes and tries to assure me that the person in the book is actually a popular up-and-coming hero. I decide to hold off on punishing him until after I've read what he's written. Name, Mirko. Quirk, rabbit. Enhanced physique and animal traits. Prefers to use her legs when fighting. Speed, strength, stamina, and flexibility are far above most heroes. Likely to enter top 10 quickly. I look at him in surprise for a moment before I continue reading. Master of hand-to-hand, can hear smallest sound from great distances, possibly had fighting experience before becoming a hero. What follows are details upon details of how her quirk might be affecting her body below the surface, such as theories on how it enhances her. Not to mention where she might have gotten her fighting experience, theorizing that she might have gone around challenging anyone she met back in high school. Then I get to a section that's more concerning. Loud or high-pitched sounds might cause disorientation. Earplugs a part of costume? Good instincts, but straightforward personality. Trap's most likely weak point. Rabbit instincts? Possible repression of prey mindset. Overwhelming foe might cause flight instincts to flare. I look at him, my best and only friend, in confusion. He waves his hands in front of him as he assures me that his notebook shouldn't concern me. I just really like analyzing heroes. When I do, I can't help but think about who they are, and what kind of situations they might get into. Then when I throw kirk syntethiquatution you have to under how things swould change so I do anthen before I realize I teenjip with the fupage soft stuff fabouthi hero and dinowit swirdim sorry I understand if I had Antoine tobimi friend in immoral ganoso, ow. He yelps in pain as I smack his head with the spine of his notebook. You were panic muttering again. He says sorry and I sigh, trying to parse what he said while he was muttering. You don't have to worry. I told you that I wouldn't stop being your friend, and I meant it. I was just surprised about how detailed it was. Really? He asks, his voice hopeful. I nod. The notes are really good, not to mention the part where you made notes on how the hero could improve themselves, even if it was only them adding more protections to their hero outfit. He beams at me. Why? I've noticed that a lot of hero costumes are more centered around aesthetics than functionality, though I'm sure that they're made out of really strong materials. which does mean that villains they fight will underestimate them, thinking that they lack protection, unless it's associated with their quirk. I'm sure that's how a lot of villains have gotten captured. Striking the hero and thinking that they won only to find out that their costume protected them. I just love the surprise, ow. I smack him on the head again. You were fanboy muttering again. He repeats his apology and I sigh as I go back to the page about that rabbit hero. Unknown to me, my eyes glare at her picture as they look at her body before switching over to the information portion. I only skimmed it at first since there's so much written down, and it's all crammed onto the page. Flipping it, I see that there's 2 more pages written down. I shake my head in bemusement. Izuku really is smart. No, he's a genius. If even half of the theories he wrote about her are true, he could either skyrocket her hero career, or end it completely. Just then, my eyes alight on a certain part of the analysis and the air around us grows cold. Izuku, feeling the change, looks around in confusion. Did the temperature just drop? Oh, did you do that, Todoroki? If you were feeling warm, we could have moved to the shade. Though this also works to train your quirk control dash. Izuku. I say, my voice is cold as my ice. He looks at me questioningly while I point to the section of his notebook that caught my eye. Why do you have such a big section dedicated to theorizing on whether or not she goes into heat like a normal rabbit? He says nothing, his mouth hanging open as he tries to think of how to explain. His punishment for being a pervert is brutal. Nothing really going on with this scene. Just Midoriya showering Todoroki with his passionate words. Hey! Sochik's phrasing is not taken well by certain members of the audience. Most notably Uraraka in jealousy, and Todoroki in embarrassment. Don't go sinking the ship. They're adorable together. Set sail on the Todoriya Express. Wait, his last name is Yagi here. Shoko? Izuku? Yagoroki? Todoroki? Shut the hell up, raccoon eyes. Bakugo, tired of their noise, decides to shout back. This is a rather troubling discovery. Nizu mutters. When we get back, remind me to talk to Midoriya about his notebooks. It would be quite dangerous for them to fall into the hands of any villains. Detective Tsukachi is in agreement. Aizawa nods, impressed by his student's analytical abilities. He knew about his notebooks, of course, but he never realized just how detailed they are. I wonder what he's written about me? He is the only one who realized who I was during the test on the first day. All Might is bursting with pride at his successor's obvious genius. I should set up some exercises for him to do that will train his brain, as well as his muscles. Though maybe I should do that for myself as well. Tamura is wondering if he should try to recruit the kid to the league. Even though he doesn't like him, he can get over it if he gets someone so helpful on his side. Or he can just kidnap him. Either way works. He thinks as he looks at Mother Midoriya. The mother in question is gushing about how the 2 children on screen are so adorable together, along with Toga and Mina. She's gotten used to the way the girl talks about blood, so now she just ignores it while they talk. After all, other than that, she seems like a nice girl. Everyone chuckles when Kid Todoroki gets mad at Midoriya for writing his theories about Mirko having a heat, while Nizu is mentally stunned. How on earth has he figured that out? It's a well-kept secret, not nearly as much as All Might's, but still not easy to discover. If it was released to the public, trust in heroes would fall quite far, and her own reputation might not be recoverable. I'm very happy that Midoriya decided to become a hero. Mom, Dad, and Izumi are planning to throw a big party for her 12th birthday, but for me, Todoroki and I are going out for ice cream. I mean, I would prefer it if we could all celebrate together, but I would just bring the mood down. Though I'm sure Izumi and her friends would enjoy beating me up. But Todoroki says I shouldn't think like that, which is why we're enjoying ourselves outside the ice cream store. I decided to get my favorite, cinnamon, while Todoroki gets a mix of strawberry and vanilla, causing me to giggle at how it matches her hair. We talk about random stuff, school, the people passing by, heroes, and quirks. Eventually, I pose the question I've been wondering about for a while now. Todoroki, why do you come to school hurt sometimes? She freezes with a scoop of ice cream halfway to her lips. I know it's not often, and that you work to hide it, but we've known each other long enough that I can tell. I rub my stomach where Kaken hit me with an explosion last time Todoroki wasn't around. If you don't want to talk about it, it's fine. But I know what it's like to be hurt by the people you care about, so you don't have to be afraid of sharing. I smile at her. Because I am here. She lowers her ice cream back to her cup and stares down into it. She's silent, but I don't interrupt. It's her decision, and I'll respect whatever she decides. That's what friends do. Minutes pass as her ice cream slowly melts. Given how rarely I can enjoy stuff like this, I make sure to eat mine before that happens. Just because I'm here for her doesn't mean that my ice cream should be forced to suffer. Eventually, though, she speaks. My father is the number 2 hero in Endeavor. I'm not surprised since I know Endeavor's name is NG Todoroki. It's on the hero website after all. But I still make sure to listen carefully to her. He's obsessed with surpassing all might and becoming the number 1 hero. At one point, he decided that there's strength in numbers. She looks at me. Tell me, have you ever heard of quirk marriages? I think for a minute, trying to see if I know. Something nags at me, but it's just out of reach. Shaking my head, she explains. A quirk marriage is when 2 people marry in the hopes that their child develops a more powerful quirk combination. That's the kind of marriage my parents had, though my mom was forced into it by her family to build connections with my father. She sighs, stirring her ice cream. As she continues, I got my mother's ice quirk and my father's fire quirk. Due to this, my father sees me as the perfect tool to use in order to take All Might's place. She stops talking, and we sit in silence while she gathers her thoughts. Trains me. But it's not training. He has me use my quirk until I'm falling over in exhaustion. I spend most of my time at home doing exercises to increase my potential regarding being a pro hero. And at the end of every day, he has me spar with him. But he doesn't hold back. And he's a pro hero. She spits out the last sentence, her voice no longer her usual monotone. Now it's filled with venom as her words come out in a rush. He's a pro hero and I'm his 9-year-old daughter. Of course there's no way that I can beat him. But he doesn't understand that. After he beats me to the ground, he just stands there and tells me that I need to do better. That my quirk is strong enough to let me beat him. But it's not. And he refuses to see that. She takes deep breaths after her rant, finishing it off with some final whispered words I don't think she meant for me to hear. At this rate I'm going to end up like Tuya. I let her cool down from finally letting her feelings out as I finish my ice cream. After I swallow the last bite and am sure that she's calmed down, I speak. I read something online once. She looks at me in confusion as I continue. The opposite of love isn't hatred, it's apathy. I had to look that word up, but it means that the person doesn't care about you. At all. That's what it's like with my parents. So I can't really say I understand your problem. But it sounds to me like he cares too much about you. Her eyes sharpen into a glare, but I just look up at the sky as I try to say what I'm feeling. It sounds like he cares, but he just doesn't know how to show it. To him, being the strongest is most important, so he wants you to be the strongest. So that you can be the most important person. Her glare softens just the smallest bit. He knows that you're strong and he wants everyone to see it too. At least that's what I think. I shrug. But I don't know him like you do. I barely even know my own parents after all. But do you have anyone supporting you? Her glare still isn't gone, but now her mind flashes to her older siblings, Natsuo and Fuyumi. She nods. So it's not all bad. You have people who are there for you, even if it seems like your dad isn't. There's quiet once again as she thinks on my words. Like I said, I can't really understand her own situation, but it sounds like her relationship with her dad is similar to mine with Izumi and Kaken. But his goal is good, even if he needs to work on his methods. He wants to see his daughter rise to the top, and he believes she has what it takes to get there. But for Izumi and Kaken, I shake my head. Their reason for attacking me is because I'm quirkless. That's all I think. But as long as I think of it as training for the future, can push through whatever they throw at me. I've already gotten really good at treating injuries, so it's working. I'm already learning skills that would help a pro hero. But still, I don't know what Todoroki's training with her father is really like, so I can't say either way. But it at least seems like he cares. At least he's paying attention to her. When I came out to get myself breakfast this morning, Mom walked right past me while carrying a tray of pancakes, eggs, and bacon to Izumi for a breakfast in bed. She didn't even glance in my direction. I'm pulled from my own thoughts by Todoroki restarting the conversation. My mother gave me this scar. She covers the scar around her left eye tenderly, lost in the memory. She was in the kitchen, boiling water to make something. But she was also on the phone, and I heard her talking. I didn't hear all of it, but I did hear her say that whenever she saw my left side, all she could see was my father. She said she wanted to run away. She takes a shaky breath. Then when I called out to her, she looked at me. The look in her eyes. It was like she was looking at a monster. She grabbed the kettle and threw it at me. It was so hot. She hunches down into herself and I put a hand on her shoulder. To show that I'm here for her. Afterwards, Dad had her put in a mental hospital. He said that he couldn't have her hurting his masterpiece. She spits out the last word like it's a curse, looking down at her left hand. So I decided that I would become the #1 hero. But I would do it without using my left side. Without using his quirk to do it. Mom's ice is the only thing I need to be #1. You're kind of dumb, you know that, Shoko? She looks at me in shock, but I continue before she can speak. It's not your dad or mom's quirks that you have. It's yours. Your dad can only use fire, and I'm guessing your mom can only use ice. Neither of them can use both, which means your quirk belongs to you. Nobody else. She looks at me in surprise, but I don't know why. It's her body and her quirk. It would be pretty weird if she would somehow get somebody else's quirk. Just imagining that is crazy. But if it was possible, I wonder what I would do to get one? Mentally pushing the inane thought aside, I point my spoon at her mostly melted ice cream. How about you use your power, Todoroki, to fix your ice cream? Looking down, she blinks at it before the air around her hand gets colder, refreezing the melted parts. Seeing that she's distracted, I sneak my spoon in to snatch a scoop, laughing at her bemused expression and the slight smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Seeing the scene start with young Todoroki and young Izuku, the audience can't help but smile. Other than Tamura, who's getting impatient for the brats to grow up so he can see if he's changed in this universe. Hey guys, Mina asks, do you think we should have nicknames for the other us? Uraraka taps her chin. I don't think so. We know we're talking about our counterparts, and there aren't a lot of us here anyways. Toga bounces in her seat with her hand raised. But what if someone there does something really stupid, really stupid like that spiky-haired guy did and everyone wants to call them out on it? If we use our own names then it would feel like we're insulting each other. Hey! The two spiky-haired people shout in offense before the more chill one realizes that they aren't talking about him and calms down. I don't see the harm in it. Todoroki shrugs, still kind of bemused at the fact that he's a girl. Well, since you have a different name, being Midori's future beau and all, we can just call yours Shoko. Mina ignores Todoroki's sudden coughing fit as she ponders on what they should call the other Midoriya, especially since he's not Midoriya there. All Might opens his mouth to suggest just calling him Yagi, but Tsukachi slaps a hand over his mouth. Unlike the #1 hero, he knows how to read a room, and he can tell that nobody has a good impression of his own counterpart. People start calling out suggestions while they wait for the children on screen to do something other than small talk. Broccoli head? Green bean? Cinnamon roll? Midori bro? Bush boy? Deku? Problem child #2? Bloody green? Future party member? Everyone turns to look at Tamura at his suggestion. What? Is collectively deciding to make a note to address that later, they continue making suggestions until someone finally gets fed up. Let's just stick with Midori since he isn't here anyways. Plus it still fits his green hair. Everyone nods in acceptance just as Midori asks Shoko a question. Todoroki, why do you come to school hurt sometimes? Now that they're thinking about it, they realize that his words are true. In the montage of clips they were shown between what they call episodes, sometimes Shoko would have bandages on. Listening to her talk about her father and his training, they turned to Todoroki, who nods. Tsukachi coughs to get his attention. Has what happened to Shoko happened to you? I need a verbal response. Yes. Tsukachi sighs. Looks like we're going to have to investigate Endeavor when we get back. And schedule therapy for more than Midoriya. Aizawa pipes up, drawing looks from Inko, Toga, and Tamura. Wait, what do you mean schedule therapy? Shouldn't all of the kids be in therapy after getting attacked at school? They won't need it. I never got it and I'm fine. I would hope that my attack at the USJ would at least warrant therapy given that I failed to kill All Might. Wait, does our school even have a therapist? Mina asks. I think we do, that guy who looks like a dog, right? Kirishima responds. Oh, you mean Hound Dog? Yeah, I was wondering what he did at school since he doesn't teach any of our classes. Uraraka exclaims. Sighing again, Tsukachi turns to Nizu. Have you neglected getting therapy for your students after a traumatic villain attack on your school? He asks with a monotone voice. Perhaps. Getting a glare for his flippant answer, Nizu sighs before giving a proper one. Yes, though once we get back I plan to. Though I'll be prioritizing Todoroki and Midoriya. While the adults have been revealing the neglect on their part, Todoroki is considering Midori's words. He cares too much? And it's my power. Looking down at his own left hand, he clenches it, deep in thought. Teacher, another school year is coming to an end. Just one more day and I can go home to my manga, which I will stare at with longing as I create lesson plans for the next year. Sometimes I really envy those American teachers who get twice as long a break than we do from dealing with students, especially the problematic ones. Standing at the door to my classroom, I adjust my glasses with one last sigh before walking in. Good morning, class. Good morning, Ms. Mino. I smile at the usual greeting. I know that they don't like it since it gives them the feeling of being in primary school again, but it makes me happy to be greeted every time I come in. Taking attendance, I frown when I see that Todoroki isn't here. This isn't something that happens often, but when it does she always comes back with bandages. I've asked her about it, but she just tells me that it's family business and that it doesn't concern me. I went to the principal about it a few times, but he simply told me not to look into it since it concerns the family of the number 2 pro hero, Endeavor. Actually, he did more than that and told me that if I tried to look into it, I would be fired. Sometimes I hate this school. Continuing to take roll, my eyes land on a lowered head of bushy green hair. Izuku Yagi, a friend of Todoroki. Actually, he might be her only friend. I never see her talk much to the other people in the class. Well, she doesn't talk much at all, but that's beside the point. Anyways, he's another kid I've been forbidden from helping. Or as the principal puts it, launching an unlicensed investigation into the students' personal lives. Irritating swine. Literally, since he has a mutant quirk that makes him a pig. It's not mild either, he's fat, pink, and has a pig snout. I've gotten sidetracked again. The kid is bullied. A lot. He's even bullied by his sister. I couldn't believe it when I first saw it. Siblings are supposed to stick together, even more than their parents. I might be a bit biased given my relationship with my own sister, but betraying that bond makes her worse than scum. She and Bakugo, the most problematic student I have, are the kid's main bullies. He's always hurt, no matter what day it is, whether it's bruises or burns. It also doesn't help that he's obviously malnourished. When compared to anyone else in the class, it's clear to see that he's not eating enough. I know it's not because his family lacks money, his sister's condition is proof of that. Flawless skin, a full figure for her age, and smooth and vibrant hair. Looking at the two side by side, the difference is clear as day. It's clear that he's obviously being neglected by their parents, at the very least. But the principal's DMN threat is holding me back from calling the police. I really hate this school. But I need the money, and I'm sure the pink BSTRD would ruin my chances at applying anywhere else. So I just try my best to make my class a safe space for him. I ensure that there's no bullying and I don't leave them alone for a moment. I also pay special attention to his sister due to her quirk, even if she does need to be able to see to use it. I just hope the little I can do is enough for him to get through the day. Clerk. All kinds of people come into the pharmacy for all kinds of things. At least, that's what my boss says. I actually just started a couple of weeks ago. But when I see a kid with a bush for hair enter the store, I can't help but feel concerned. Even if I haven't been here long, it's been long enough that I can tell that this is a pattern. My first day was on a Monday, and when the kid came in covered in barely healed burns and covered in bruises, I wanted to call the police. He looked like he'd been attacked. The only reason I didn't is because he told me that the police are already aware of what happened. Normally I'd call bullshit, but the steady beating of his heart told me that he wasn't lying. Normally when a person lies, no matter how small, their heartbeat will increase in tempo. And thanks to my quirk, heart sound, I can hear it. Of course, that doesn't mean I always know when people lie. Someone who doesn't care about their lie, or an experienced liar, wouldn't have their heart rate increase. But this kid is obviously suffering, so his worry about lying would make his heart rate skyrocket. And the various burn creams, painkillers, and bandages he bought told me that he definitely cares about his injuries. So even though I was concerned, I let the kid convince me that he's okay. If the police already know about it, then calling them wouldn't do much good. I told him that he could come to me if he was ever in trouble, and the smile he gave me made me wish that I'd been wearing sunglasses. Seriously, is the kid's quirk bright smile or something? Anyways, by the end of the week I'd managed to convince myself that the kid was okay since he hadn't shown up again. But Monday afternoon rolled around and I saw the kid again, in almost the exact same condition. The only difference is where some of his injuries are. Obviously I panicked, but he assured me that it's nothing to worry about. How could someone not worry? But the kid is convincing. He bought the same things in the same quantity and left with a shy smile and a wave. But it's my third Monday working here, and the kid is back. I need to talk to him about it. Hey kid, are you absolutely sure that the police know about what's happening to you? This isn't normal. He jumps a little when I talk to him, the same as every time he's come in. Why yes, I'm sure they know. I actually went to an O officer when they were still fresh once. Hearing this, I frown. Then why the heck are you still coming in with injuries? Why haven't they done anything about whatever's happening? He shuffles in place and looks down, avoiding my eyes. Circumstances. Seeming to panic at having said that, he looks back at me and rapidly waves his arms in front of himself. But don't worry. It's nothing I can't handle. Frown deepening, I come out from behind the counter and crouch down so that we're at eye level. He looks away, not meeting my eyes. Let's make a deal. I'm only doing this since it seems like you always come in around the same time every week. He briefly meets my eyes before looking away again, giving a brief nod. If you can look me in the eyes and tell me that you're going to be okay, then I'll stop bringing this up. I raise a finger. But if you ever don't show up within an hour of your usual time, I'm calling the police and telling them that something's happened to you. He looks like he's about to protest, so I finish my offer. Or you can tell me what's going on and I'll decide from there. He closes his mouth and looks down. We stay like that for a few minutes as I wait for his response. I'm not going to push him. I feel like if I do, he'll bolt. If that happens, I'd be worried about where he'd get his medical supplies. We're the only dedicated pharmacy in the area, and we have a lot of local stuff that's way cheaper than those big-name companies but works just as well. His mind seems to catch on something and he takes a deep, shaky breath before meeting my eyes. I'm going to be okay. I hold the stare for half a minute, but he doesn't look away. Nor does he blink. Sighing, I stand back up while shaking my head. Well kid, a deal's a deal. Let's get your usual packed up for you. In fact, I'll put together a bag for you every week so you don't have to scramble around for everything. Just come right up to the counter and I'll have it ready for you. Sound good? He nods happily, and I have to shield my eyes from how bright his smile is. If I'm going to be working here, I'm going to have to invest in some sunglasses. Blinking them clear, I see him gathering up his stuff. By the way, what's your name? Hopefully I won't ever have to tell it to the police. He doesn't look at me as he replies, focused on his shopping. Izuku Yagi. I smile at him, though he doesn't see it. I'm Rado Hiato. Hope to see you for a long time. Attention, this episode will be from the viewpoint of others, and some of their thoughts will appear in CC. Looking at the screen, a few people can't help but tilt their heads in confusion before shrugging it off, thinking that it will be like when it focused on Izumi. It starts off with a teacher standing in front of a classroom door, who sighs. I really don't want to deal with the problematic children today. Immediately all the students turn to face Aizawa, who scowls back. What? They exchange glances before looking back at the teacher on screen, who's entered and started taking roll. Todoroki is the one who answers their teacher, having pulled out a notebook labeled Theories. Including your parents, aunts, uncles, etc., how many female relatives do you have? He gets a glare in reply, though it's not nearly as intimidating as when he uses his quirk for it. He looks at the screen, ignoring the questions about his family tree. Everyone says their praises for the teacher's concern for Shoko and Midori, except for the villains, that is. But they can at least appreciate the fact that there's at least one adult who's looking out for the boy. Growing up, neither of them had that. Well, Tamura didn't until he met his sensei. The hell she means I'm the most problematic? The teacher's F loved me. Bakugo gets quiet chuckles in response to his outrage. Nobody believes that for a second, not even Inko after seeing what he did. She's definitely going to be speaking to Mitsuki when she gets back. Bakugo gets a shiver down his spine, causing him to look around in confusion. I just hope the little I can do for him is enough to get him through the day. Nizu sips his tea. Aizawa. All might. Both of you please make notes to remind me to give Midoriya's middle school all the publicity they could ever want. The two teachers shiver at his words, knowing that the school will suffer a fate worse than death. The screen abruptly changes, causing another round of confusion. Was that it? Usually they go on for longer. I don't know. It does seem kind of abrupt. It would totally be better if they told us the name of the episode. At least then we'd have a hint of what's going to happen. Seeming to take the suggestion to heart, Sochk snaps his fingers and a title abruptly appears before vanishing as the next scene starts. Someone always cares. I will only do this very rarely, and for things I believe you would need help for understanding. Of course, the title doesn't really help the people in the room who grew up normal. Only 3 people understand. Nizu, who recalls an intern at the laboratory who started his love of tea. They would slip him ones that had a calming effect after every experiment, even before he started showing signs that he could think and speak. Tamura, whose mind immediately falls to his sensei, the only one who'd held out his hand to help the boy. But it goes back further. A hazy image of a young girl appears before he feels a pain in his head and he flinches, losing the memory. Toga thinks of her false friends and scowls. They never knew the real her, so they could never truly care about her. But the school nurse. Sometimes, when she had a hard time keeping on her mask, she would hide in the infirmary. The nurse never questioned her, never told her to leave. Would just remind her to close the curtains so she could have privacy. Without her, she would have lost control much, much sooner. These 3 understand, and they pity the boy they're watching. Unaware of these 3's thoughts, everyone else gives awkward chuckles as clips of the clerk at the pharmacy freaking out seeing Midori plays. It's all they can do given the state they see him in each time. But seeing him make his promise with Midori, the students cheer while the teachers nod in satisfaction. Inko has tears in her eyes from relief, but they don't fall due to Sochk using his power. He doesn't want the theater to flood after all. Today has started off so well. I wake up before everyone else and manage to make myself some breakfast before leaving. No one to tell me to save breakfast for Izumi, or for her to hurt me with her quirk. Since I can't show up to school early though, I just wander around until I can go. While I'm doing that, I get to see a hero fight. Kamui Woods is fighting against a villain with some kind of enlarging quirk. I get called out for fanboying about him, but I don't take it personally. At the very least the guy looks like he doesn't mean anything bad by it, and when Kamui Woods is about to use his special move, he seems just as excited as me. But just as he's about to capture the villain, a loud but high-pitched voice echoes down the street. Canyon Cannon. A giant woman in a white and purple outfit comes flying at the villain from the side and kicks him off the train tracks. But he doesn't go flying off, instead he falls backwards, unconscious, breaking the wall in the process. I think it's safe to say that everyone is shocked by the sudden development. Kamui wood's most of all given that his wood is still outstretched for his special move. Afterwards, the newly introduced lady shrinks down and I start taking notes on her. While I'm doing that, the guy who was standing next to me speaks up. "What's that fanboy you taking notes over there? Wanna be a hero too, huh?" I tense, waiting for the usual torrent of ridicule. "That's great. You can do it." My pencil freezes, and I look at him with eyes filled with shock. I see him smiling while giving me a thumbs up. I smile at him. "Yes, I'll do my best." Oh, how I'll regret those words by the end of the day. School is normal. I walk in, get tripped, get hit, a few of them use their quirks to hurt me. I quiet the voices in my head telling me to hurt them back, and the ones telling me I deserve it for being quirkless. Though thankfully the two sides usually cancel each other out. The usual stuff. But when the homeroom teacher calls roll, I know that the day is going to be one of the worst normals. Shoko isn't here today, which means that nobody has to be careful with their bullying. It starts off with the normal excitement everyone usually has when she's absent, then Izumi is the one to start off the day. For her to use her quirk on something, she needs to be able to see it. But that's only for the initial grab. Once her telekinesis has a hold on it, then it doesn't matter if she can see it or not to move it. From what I can tell, it's like the difference between writing and typing. The former you focus on and gives you more options in how you write stuff down. Size, length, style, all of this is stuff you can easily change depending on how you move your hand. While typing is basic, and unless you go through a few hoops, it all comes out the same. Or I guess you could say her moving it out of her sight removes her fine control of the object, if you wanted to simplify it. The difference between fingers and a closed fist, I guess. Really though, all this is just me trying to distract myself from the fact that she's using her quirk to repeatedly throw erasers at my ears. I can move my head a bit so they miss, but with how little attention she needs to pay to move things so small, I get hit so much that it eventually turns my ears red as a stinging sensation spreads through them. By the time the class ends, the back of my ears are raw, and I can feel the air on a few small spots where the skin has broken. But now, while we wait for the next teacher to come in, it's everyone else's turn. A kid with a quirk that lets him take out his eyeballs twists my arm. He likes to hurt me because he knows his quirk won't help him to become a hero. Next is a kid who can form spikes on his hands. He pushes my face into my desk so he has a clear shot at my back. He's hurting me so he can practice his control over his quirk. Normally the spikes go out pretty far, so he has to consciously shorten them. His problem with that is they become dull if he does. So he uses me to test how to make short but sharp spikes. It doesn't usually go well, but occasionally he'll open up a previous wound and leave, thinking he's gotten better. A girl who can transform parts of her body into fire. She wants to test the change in temperatures. A girl with wind control. She tries to deprive me of air. A boy with monster-like, disjointed teeth. He gnaws on my arm, but this doesn't hurt. I think he actually just does it because it relaxes him, and the others don't look at him weirdly when he does it to me because I'm Deku, and it's normal to use their quirks on me. This is how the day goes, and my only reprieve is in Ms. Mino's class. She doesn't like bullying, and she's always careful to watch for any that might happen. Kaken and a few of the other students learned that the hard way when she punished them for it. Of course, nothing ever stuck to Kaken and Izumi's records. The school makes sure that nothing will ruin their chances of becoming heroes. I'm just thankful that Ms. Mino even applies her no bullying policy to me. But now it's the end of the day, and soon I'll be able to find a place to hide and let the voices distract me from my life. Sure, they're usually saying mean things about me or others, but sometimes they talk to each other and it ends up pretty funny to listen to. But that's for later. Right now, the teacher is just watching as the class shows off their quirks after throwing the career aptitude tests into the air behind him. Kaken and Izumi are gloating about how they'll be the first ones from the school to get into UA, and I know they can do it. Sure, their personalities are horrible, but they're smart. And their quirks are powerful. But while all this is going on, I'm just listening to the voices in my head going around and around again. Rip and tear, nobody will care. Just let them hurt you, it's all training for when you become a hero. Beat them into the ground, Let the blood splatter around. Violence is not the answer. Violence is the question, and the answer is yes. Don't go putting ideas in his head. Fight me. Shut up. You shut up. I'm only pulled away from their argument when I hear the teacher say my name, a fake disinterested look on his face. Oh yeah, Deku, don't you want to go to UA too? Why would you say that? Do you really take that much joy in my suffering? I listen to the disparaging comments, nothing new, but then someone says that I can't get into UA without a quirk, so I feel the need to correct them. I know they meant it more as an insult than a statement of their rules, but still. They actually got rid of that rule. I could be the F first. Suddenly my desk cracks in half when Kaken hits it with an explosive punch and I fall backwards. Before I can hit the ground though, something catches me and lifts me into the air, upside down. Looking in front of me, I see Kaken and Izumi standing there with irritated looks. You're even worse than these demon wannabes you quirkless reject. You really think they'd let someone like you in when they could have us? Izumi nods along with Kaken's words as I feel her tightening her hold on me, squeezing until I feel like I'm about to burst. Yeah, Deku, you die in the exam. Just accept the fact that you'll never be a hero and give up. You can't even fight back against us, can you? So what are you going to do for the exam? Or against a villain? Her sneer fills my vision before I'm abruptly dropped, my head making a dull thud as it hits the floor. But something like that hasn't been enough to knock me out for a long time. Once everyone returns to their seats, I dust myself off and sit back down, looking at my now broken desk in pity. Poor desk, it never did anything wrong. But it can do something right. Look at that leg, it's practically fallen off. Just a quick little twist and you can put those special theories to the test. The fact that you sat at it was enough for it to fall. Crushed due to you taking up attention from Kaken and Izumi that they could have devoted to training to become heroes. That's a stretch even for you. The last bit of class goes by listening to the voices argue about my desk. Once the bell rings to dismiss the class, I send Shoko a text, wishing her well and encouragement for pushing through her father's training. Afterwards I pull out my notebook to write down some more about the fight I saw this morning, a lapse in judgment seeing as it's suddenly pulled out of my hand by Izumi's telekinesis. The collective sound of hands hitting faces resounds throughout the theater as they see MT Lady damage the city for the sole purpose of stealing Kamui Wood's capture. Heroes! Tamura's derisive snort resounds in everybody's ears. Nizu simply sighs, remembering the event in question and how certain news networks criticized the then-new heroine for her actions. This ship is rejected. Mina crosses her arms in front of her chest in a large X, while making a buzzing sound when she sees Midori and some random bald guy with 3 growths coming out of his head having a moment. Of course it is. The collective voices of all the girls, and Todoroki, who goes unnoticed, cause the rest of the audience to flinch at the sudden noise. I'll do my best. The smiles they get hearing those words freeze as the screen goes gray and words appear. Oh, how I'll regret those words at the end of the day. As the screen continues playing, everyone looks at Bakugo, who scowls back at them. How the hell should I know what he means? I'm not the Demon Deku encyclopedia. All Might, though, starts to get a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. Inko has tears in her eyes as she watches the abuse Midori goes through while at school, while all the kids are glaring at Bakugo, even Kirishima. Tamura grabs his armrest and clicks his tongue in irritation when his quirk still doesn't activate. Nizu, Aizawa, and Tsukachi further resolve to address the matter of Aldra Junior High as soon as they get back. But when Midori's teacher throws the career aptitude tests away while saying that everyone in his class wants to become heroes, Bakugo pales and breaks out into a cold sweat. He knows what's going to happen. This doesn't go unnoticed by most of the adults. Their eyes narrow as they watch him out of the corner of their eyes. The students want to object and criticize Bakugo for the other him's cruel words towards Midori, but they're held back by Tsukachi holding his hand up for them to wait. After the newest round of abuse is over, he turns towards Bakugo. Minus Izumi Yagi being a part of it, did this happen while you were in middle school? Yes. Bakugo looks away, actively avoiding looking in Inko's direction. Do you know what's going to happen next in regards to the other you? Yes. Care to elaborate? He looks down, his eyes shadowed. His voice is quieter than anyone's ever heard before. Just watch. And so they do, feelings of trepidation in their hearts as Izumi and other Bakugo approach Midori. At least we know why Deku is fine with walking around with broken bones all the time. Uraraka's words defuse a bit of the tension while making the connection click in their heads. Izumi. Kuvi. Looking at the title of the notebook I've taken out of my brother's hand, I scowl. After not seeing them for a while, I at least thought that I'd gotten him to stop writing them. Turns out that he's just gotten good at hiding them from me. Moving it in front of Katsuki, he gives a cruel smirk and uses an explosion on it, charring it. That surprises me. Normally his explosion would have completely demolished a plain notebook, but I shrug it off with a light dismissal. He probably held back a bit. Oh well, it's not like it matters much. Releasing it from my quirk, I watch as Katsuki grabs it and flings the burned notebook out the window. Much to my twin's obvious horror. It sends a pang of guilt through my heart, but we've been bullying him for so long now that it's just a small addition to my long list of regrets. He can't become a hero. Once he understands that, we'll stop. That's all it will take. Just say that you won't try to become a hero, deity. I take a calming breath, letting it out quietly. I missed a bit of the conversation, but knowing Bakugo, it was just him mocking him, and I watch impassively as he puts a hand on Izuku's shoulder, smoke rising as he smiles at him. Don't even bother applying to UA. Or else. A thought seems to strike him and he smirks, sending me a look. One that I've long become accustomed to. He wants me to do something more than usual. Sometimes I go along with whatever idea he has, sometimes I don't. Despite what it seems like, I do try to make sure I don't hurt him too much. Nothing permanent as far as I know. It's too bad that a middle schooler doesn't have a good grasp of what can cause permanent damage. Hey, Izumi. Since the nerd's notebook is so important to him, why don't you send him out with it? I pause with a look of consideration. To Izuku, I'm sure that it looks fake, but I'm actually trying to figure out how badly it would hurt him. Coming to a decision, I grab him with my quirk, along with his bag, and float them out the window, above the fish pond behind the school. Even if I were to drop him from this height, he shouldn't break anything as long as he lands in the water. Releasing most of my hold on my twin, I let him fall into the water, but cushion him a bit just to make sure nothing breaks. Hearing the splash, Katsuki and I go to the window and look down at him, Bakugo laughing as a fish flaps around on his head. I simply smile at the sight, my enjoyment greatly lessened by the fact that I'm the one who put him into that situation. You know, Deku, if you want to be a hero that badly, there's a quick way to do it. A pit settles into my stomach, some kind of sense that I'm not going to like what he says next. Take a swan dive off the roof, and pray for a quirk in your next life. Izuku looks up at us with the most pained look I have ever seen on him before. Worse than after any time we've hurt him. But neither of us are looking down at him now. Katsuki turned away right after he said it. And walked away. After a shocked moment of looking at his back, I come to my senses and rush at him. I grab him by his shoulders and turn him around, slamming him into the closed door of the classroom. At his irritated and confused look, my anger flares. What the hell was that? Telling him to kill himself? What if he actually does it? He scoffs, slapping my hands away from him. Relax, the nerd is too stubborn to jump. If it was that easy, then he would have given up on being a hero a long time ago. He's not wrong about him being stubborn. You went too far. You need to apologize the next time you see him. He scowls at me. Huh? Why the hell should I do that? It's not like that. Deku deserves better. Hearing his words, a shiver goes down my spine. Katsuki, did you forget why we're bullying him? He scowls, looking away. I wait for a moment, already knowing the truth. But I still want to hear him answer. Course I do. If he becomes a hero, he'll die. So we're trying to show him that he can't stand up to them. But I know that's a lie. Whatever Katsuki's reasons, I know that he's not bullying Izuku for the same reason as me anymore. He's changed and not for the better. But I guess the same can be said for me as well. And that's what firms the resolve I've been building up for the past year. I'm done. Katsuki looks back at me, the lack of understanding clear in his eyes. I'm done bullying him. You're the one who convinced me that this would keep him safe, but it hasn't worked, and it's ruined our relationship with him. The anger in my eyes causes Katsuki to flinch slightly, but it goes unnoticed by me as I vent my guilt. We've spent the better part of 10 years trying to hurt Izuku, whether emotionally or physically. 10 years where I haven't been there for him, instead being the one who pushes him down. The one who hurts him when I should be the one protecting him. My fists clench. All because you said that this would be the best way to keep him safe. I cover my face with my hands and turn my face up to the ceiling. Gods, I was so stupid. Katsuki looks like he wants to say something, but I don't want to listen. He doesn't care about what the two of us have put Izuku through, the things I've done to protect him. The very thought of it is laughable to me now. Hell, it's been laughable ever since Izuku became friends with Shoko. She's the one who's been protecting him, the one who's been by his side. I may be an idiot for going along with Katsuki's idea when we were little, but that doesn't mean that I'm not jealous of the connection she has with my brother. But I stuck with this idiotic plan because I thought that Bakugo and I were in it together. But we weren't. It turns out that he was only in it for himself. I can feel myself crying as I make my way to the back of the school building, hoping that my twin is still there. Hoping that I can apologize. I know that things can never go back to how they were between us. Not after everything I've done to him. But maybe, just maybe, I can show him that I'll be better. That I'm willing to work hard to earn his forgiveness. But by the time I get there, he's already gone. Sighing, I leave, heading home. I don't know where he might have gone. The only thing I can do is head home and hope that he'll let me apologize. Little did I know that this would be the last time I would ever see Izuku Yagi again. Hold on, we've seen Bakubro's explosions tear through cement walls. How is Midoriyabro's notebook still intact? He scoffs. Obviously I held back at the time. You don't mess with his notebooks. Not Midoriya's anyways. There's only one time someone messed with them. He shivers. That was enough for everyone. There's a moment of silence before someone asks the question on all of their minds. What happened to them? To everyone's surprise, it's Tamura who asks. It doesn't matter to Bakugo though. Last we heard he was in therapy. But by the time I got into UA, no one had heard from him since the incident. He sighs. A few of his friends went to his house to check on him, but his house was empty. No one knows why, but the rumors definitely got that rule in place. The only sound in the theater as they watch Izumi drop Midori out their school's window is silence. It's not until he splashes down relatively safely that Nizu breaks it. It appears that we might need to outsource a therapist for young Midoriya. I fear that Hound Dog won't be up to the task. The only response is Bakugo gulping as he watches his counterpart's expression. He hunches down in his seat as he prepares for his biggest regret to be revealed to everyone around him. To All Might. To Auntie Inko. You know Deku, if you want to be a hero that badly there's a quick way to do it. Tension grips everyone, and Nizu tightens his own grip on his tea, prepared to do something he never has before. Take a swan dive off the roof, and pray for a quirk in your next life. Bakugo yells in pain and surprise and pain as a teacup bounces off his head and spills its hot contents all over him. Ignoring his screams of pain, Nizu addresses Aizawa. I believe that young Midoriya is likely able to write his own book based on his mental issues. We'll get the 3 best counselors just for him. As for you, his glare causes the horrible person mentioned to shiver. We shall be going back over your permanent records, and should I find anything hidden by your past teachers, know that we will be forced to consider more drastic punishments. He simply nods, the fight having gone out of him. Mina's hand shoots into the air. I vote we put on screen Bakugo's name as Baku bitch. A chorus of eyes fill the air as he scowls half-heartedly at them. Gods, I was stupid. Hearing these words, the class erupts into cheers at Izumi deciding to change her ways. Only to fall silent as dark letters dripping blood pop up. Little did I know that this would be the last time I would ever see Izuku Yagi again. Flipping through my journal, I'm relieved to see that the damage isn't too bad. It's a good thing I took that guy's recommendation and bought their special notebooks and ink. Other than being a bit charred and some water spots on some pages, it's pretty much fine. Hooray for reinforcement quirks. Chuckling at the irony of the thought, I decide to make a detour from my usual route. After what Kaken said, I don't really feel like dealing with the usual abuse on the way back to the house today. So no insults, thrown bottles, and possibly dislocated or cracked bones. They never outright break my bones for some reason, which is kind of weird. Maybe they justify it to themselves by saying it's not as bad if I don't have to be hospitalized? Well, cracked bones are supposed to be a hospital-worthy injury, but the few times I went to get treated they threw me out when they found out I was quirkless. Though there were a few nice nurses that gave me painkillers that were getting close to the expiration date. Sure, I got sick sometimes when I used them after the expiration date, but they still really helped. While lost in my thoughts, I pass by under a bridge, only to hear a loud clanging coming from behind me. Turning around, I see a large pile of sludge looming behind me. A villain. You'll make a perfect skin suit for me to hide in, kid. I just stare at them blankly for a moment as I process the situation. Then I do something that surprises both of us. I laugh. Ha. Ha ha. It starts off weak, but before I realize it, it explodes into full-blown laughter. I can't help it. Just, with the way my day's been going, this has to be the absolute worst thing to top it off. A villain with a semi-liquid body attacking me. If it were literally anything else, I would at least have a chance to hold them off until a hero arrives. Shoko has helped me train for things like this. But what am I supposed to do against liquid? Nothing. And I know that I'm not fast enough to run away. So all I can do in this situation is laugh, tears streaming from my eyes as the villain just stares at me in a stupor. Seeming to get a hold of itself, it speaks. I have no idea what your problem is, but, well, I guess it doesn't matter. You'll still end up being my disguise. And with that, they lunge at me, enveloping me with their body. Thoughts run through my mind as they force their way into my mouth. Their body is surprisingly warm. It does smell though, but that might be because they came out of the sewer. Look at you. Finally getting out of Kaken and Izumi's lives, letting them focus entirely on becoming heroes. Shut up. Don't listen to this tool, fight back. But, rip and tear. Eat them before they eat you. Go for the ball? Okay, I actually have nothing. But you can at least put up some kind of a fight. Just give in. No more pain. No more suffering. No more disappointing everyone. The mean voice's words start sounding better and better as I struggle to breathe, to stop my body from being taken over. But I can't do anything against them, their body just flows around my hands. As I start to lose consciousness, I think I hear something. Texas smash. I fall into the bliss of darkness as I feel a powerful force strike me, scattering the villain's body in the process. All Might POV. Looking down at the boy I just saved from the villain, I'm shocked to realize that it's my son. I panic a bit as I check his pulse, only to breathe a sigh of relief as I find it. After chugging down the soda I'd bought at the store, no point in it going to waste. I gather up the villain into it. While I do so, my eyes keep going back to my son. His uniform is disheveled, I suppose is the easiest way to put it. Though it might be better to say ruined. One of the shoulders is missing, the edges around where it was showing signs of having been burnt. There are signs that it's been sewed back together in spots as well, though those are harder to see. This all can't have been from the villain. What happened to him? I shake my head to clear my thoughts. I can talk to him about whatever happened at home, but for now I need to get him awake so he can get there. My time limit is almost up, after all. Of course, since I know he's a massive fan of mine, I make sure to sign his notebook first. Though given its condition, I think it might be time for a new one. And so I start to quickly but lightly slap his cheek. It's a much gentler way to wake him up than my teacher used when I fainted during training. Eventually he wakes up and starts fanboying about me. Honestly, it's a weird feeling. Especially due to how he's never like this at home. Usually he'll just stay in his room all day, or spend his time in the home gym. At least I think he does. At the very least, I never see him hanging around the living room. But I can feel that my limit is fast approaching, so I hastily say goodbye and urge him to head home. It's not until I'm already flying through the air that I realize that he's hanging on to me. Hey kid, let go. I panic as I start to try and pry him off of me, only for him to remind me that we're flying through the air. That's certainly embarrassing. Good thing he spoke up so quickly. We land on a rooftop and I tell him to bang on the door to get someone to come let him in. But now I really have to go. I'm already struggling with holding my form. But his question stops me. Can someone who's quirkless like me become a hero like you? I pause, hearing his words. For a moment I'm taken back in time, to where I asked my master the same thing. But before I can answer, smoke explodes out of me. I lost focus and I'm going back to normal. The smoke starts to clear, and I see Izuku looking at the ground, mumbling. Raising his voice, I can finally hear what he has to say. Saving people with a fearless smile, I want to be a great hero. Like you. He looks up and I can see the shock and confusion clear on his face. Dad? I sigh, scratching my cheek. Hey, son. Looking away as I consider how to handle this, I don't see the dark look that flashes across his face at the word, son. By the time I look back though, there's a light shining in his eyes. Wow, you're all might? My dad is all might. That's so cool. Is this why you're always out of the house? Why we've never been to your work? Why you always say that your quirk is a secret we'll learn when we're older? I hide a wince at his last question. I broke the promise I made with myself back when I first learned he was quirkless. But after my injury, I didn't want to see the same thing happen to him. All for one is dead, but eventually someone just as strong will be born. I can't see my children getting hurt the same way I did. I can't do anything about Izumi, but I can do something for Izuku. That's right. I couldn't have any villains finding out about the three of you, so I hid the fact that I'm all might from everyone. As far as the world is concerned, Tashaori Yagi and All Might are two different people. He nods, his smile bright enough to make my eyes squint. But wait, he still wants to be a hero? I feel something in my chest, telling me to say yes, he can do it. Which I know he can, if I give him one for all. I don't know if it's my sense of parent, or one for all pushing me to pass it on. With eyes shining and fists clenched with hope, he asks again. So, do you think that I can become a hero even though I'm quirkless? Looking at him, I can't bring myself to deny him. I'm sure that I can get my teacher to teach him, and I can probably pull in a few favors as well. Just as I'm about to answer, I vomit out a waterfall of blood, much to his shock. And just like that, I'm given a reality check. It doesn't matter how strong someone is. All it will take is a single moment of weakness for them to lose their life. I sit down and look at the ground with a sigh. Do you recall that time I got into a car accident back when you were 9, and the doctors said I'd be coughing up blood for the rest of my life? Still looking down, I don't see him shake his head, but I continue anyway. I pull my shirt up to reveal the extent of my injury. Well, I was actually injured by a powerful villain. My stomach was destroyed, and my respiratory system was damaged beyond all repair. I look at him, the horror on his face just as I expected. If an injury this bad can happen to me, the number one hero. The symbol of peace. What do you think would happen to you, someone who doesn't even have a quirk? I feel a wrenching in my chest, causing me to cough up more blood. It's not the same as usual, for some reason it seems angry? But I push the thought to the side as I make sure my son understands. There are lots of ways to help people. You can become a doctor. Or even a police officer. I rise and walk over to him, placing a hand on his shoulder. He looks down, eyes shadowed under his hair. It's okay to have dreams, son. But keep them realistic. As I walk to the door, the pain in my chest becomes worse, and I feel like I can almost hear angry voices yelling at me. I know I shouldn't be killing his dream like this, but I don't want to see him in the same condition I'm in. As I open the door, I hesitate and look back at him. He hasn't moved from his spot. Sighing, I call out to him. Come on, we can talk more at home if you want. Maybe swing by somewhere for some treat. I rack my brain for what kind of thing he'd like to make himself feel better, but for some reason I draw a blank. His voice is small as he replies. That's okay. We'll catch up later. I hesitate one more time before releasing one last sigh and heading down. Patting my pocket, I confirm that the sludge villain is still there before starting my way to a police station. Izuku POV. I stare at the ground as tears fall from my eyes, staining the rooftop below me. His words echo in my head as the voices clash. Be realistic. Kill him. Who is he to think he can talk to you like that? Be realistic. You heard him. Give up, you can't become a hero. Be realistic. Screw that. Show them. Show them that you're stronger than all of them. Be realistic. And how will he do that? He can't do anything against someone with a quirk. All Might himself said so. Be realistic. Weapons can make anything equal. What's someone like a lady going to do if you stab her in the face? Get bigger and crush a bunch of people? Show them how they've underestimated you. Be realistic. What can a quirkless person really do? Be really. My mind catches on that last thought, and I think back to all the results I'd found online about quirkless in today's society. What can a quirkless do? Be realistic. According to reports, nothing. Be realistic. There is no place for a quirkless in today's society. Be realistic. I think it's time for me to be realistic. Taking off my backpack, I pull out a pen and my notebook. The one that Dad signed. Looking at it, I can't help but let out a self-deprecating chuckle. So many people would kill to get this. But now it doesn't matter. I turn to the next page and start to write. Not to my family, no. They won't care. Mom won't. Izumi might be happy about it. Dad, he might blame himself. But that's not going to be my concern anymore. No, the person who I'm writing for is the one who stood by me. The one who's believed in me. The one that I'm going to make sad. She'll cry, and I don't like that. But it does spark a bit of joy that she cares so much. I'll just have to make sure she gets her birthday present early. Finishing, I contemplate what I should do. I've been up here for a while and nobody has shown up, so I don't really want to leave it up here. But if I hold on to it, it will probably get ruined. Looking at my backpack, I shrug. I can just put it in. Maybe put a note on the outside? Flipping to the last pages, I tear them out. One I fold up and put it between the pages with All Might's signature. The other I write down some instructions and put it in the pocket for water bottles. As I'm about to put my notebook inside, I catch sight of the cover. I stare at it for a moment before angrily scribbling out the title. Under it I write, "I'm sorry, Shoko." Taking a breath, I look over the side of the building. Taking a guess on the place that will be the least affected, but still easily found, I drop it. I watch it land, nodding in satisfaction as it goes where I want. Taking a deep breath, I take off my shoes and put them on the ledge. I put my hand on it to climb before stopping. Chuckling, I let go and step back to the center of the rooftop. What was it you said, Kakin? A swan dive, wasn't it? Well, I never did much swimming, but I'll give it a shot. Nobody is watching, but if they were, I'm sure they'd say that it's pretty good for my first and last attempt. So Deku gets attacked by the sludge villain instead of me. Bakugo questions as various people freak out about his imminent suffocation. All Might clears his throat. Actually, young Midoriya was attacked before you on that day. What? The sudden shouts mixed with on-screen All Might shouting his attack cause Aizawa to cover his ears. Be quiet, or else I'll wrap you in my scarf. This doesn't deter anyone, but at the moment they're more focused on the principal and detective admonishing All Might for his methods in waking up the victim of a villain attack. Is nobody going to comment on how Midori laughed when the villain showed up? I mean, there's laughing in the face of danger, but it's still kind of concerning. He doesn't back down from anybody, no matter what. He's so manly. If things go the same as our time, All Might sighs as he watches Midori cling onto his counterpart's leg as they fly through the air. I suspected as much. This is actually the reason as to why the villain got free and attacked Bakugo after I'd caught them. They fell out of my pocket during my initial panic. Something that would not have been able to happen if you simply followed proper protocol in detainment of villains. Nizu sips his tea while Tokachi nods his head in agreement. He tries his best to soothe over the problems All Might causes when he doesn't follow protocol, but it's not easy. Seeing All Might slouch at the admonishment, Uraraka decides to cheer him up. At least in this world you didn't drop the villain. She points at his counterpart's pocket, where everyone sees the bottle with the villain. Just before he becomes enveloped in smoke. Seeing on screen All Might deflate on a rooftop, Nizu and Tsukachi sigh. You really should be more aware of your time, All Might. That is, I'm assuming that this happened the same way in our time? He nods. So, do you think that I can become a hero even though I'm quirkless? Hearing Midori ask the question again, this time visibly shining. With joy, the students have expectant looks on their faces. After all, All Might's entire motto is that anybody can become a hero. So obviously he'd say yes, right? Tamura, watching his guilt-ridden expression, has a feeling that he's going to enjoy their expressions in a few moments. To Tamura's surprise, he's surprised too. The students' expressions immediately turn from excitement to shock and horror when on screen All Might vomits up a waterfall of blood. It's only thanks to Toga's high-pitched squeals of excitement that they aren't shocked frozen, which is further cemented when he pulls up his shirt, revealing his injury. This is a national-level secret, children. So make sure you never speak of what you're about to witness, unless you want all traces of you to vanish. Nizu's light-hearted tone doesn't match the ominous words, the juxtaposition causing the students to shiver. As they listen to him explain his injuries to Midori, a bad feeling starts to envelop them. Even Aizawa tightly grips the armrest to his seat. What do you think would happen to you, someone who doesn't even have a quirk? The only sound heard in the theater is Tamura's derisive snort, everyone except for those who know of All Might's quirk too focused on the words being said. As for those who do know of it, they simply look at him with judgmental eyes, promising a reckoning. It's okay to have dreams, son. But keep them realistic. As he walks away from Midori, everyone's attention turns to the All Might with them, the question obvious in their eyes. Sighing, he looks away as he confirms their suspicions. I did indeed tell young Midoriya that. Luckily for him, I realized that he had a quirk and helped him train it to become usable. Seeing their expressions morph into shock, he raises his hands in defense. Look at what happened to all of you at the USJ. If young Midoriya was there, quirkless, do you think he could have defended himself? While that silences the students, he forgot who's there with them. I don't know, All Might. How about we go and ask all the people with mutation-based quirks, which my quirk doesn't work on, I put in the hospital and ask them. After all, against people like that I'm basically fighting quirkless. Hearing the venom in their teacher's voice, the students flinch. The only time they've heard him sound like that is when he was fighting against the villains at the USJ. When he was defending them. Unable to say anything in response, All Might stays silent. As they wait for the screen to continue, Toga decides that it's time for alternate All Might to get a nickname. Should we call the big guy here Hypo? The randomness of the nickname immediately lightens the mood, causing a chuckle to run throughout the theater. Where did that come from? Kirishima asks. She taps her chin. Well, it's short for hypocrite. You know, since he decided to pick and choose where his motto applies. Damn him. Language. Aizawa shouts at Uraraka, who hunches down in her seat as a blush crosses her face. Meanwhile, nobody other than All Might has any objection to the nickname, so his counterpart's name is decided. Is the DMN screen busted? Bakugo questions, as it still shows Midori standing on the rooftop in the same position he was before. Soch shrugs. No. But since the sludge villain didn't attack you this time, there's nothing to distract him from his thoughts. Excuse me, but what do you mean by that? Inko asks, her nerves already frayed from everything she's found out about her son's life. Instead of answering right away, they snap their fingers and thought bubbles appear around Midori. Midoriya, well, the one you've all taken to referring to as Midori, suffers from schizophrenia. For those that don't know, that means he has voices in his head that go round and again. At everyone else's glares, Mina hunches down. Sheesh, sorry. I was just trying to lighten the mood a bit. It's like a funeral in here. Poor choice of words there. Before anyone can ask Soch what they mean, the screen begins playing again. This time, they can see Midori's thoughts. They're all shocked at what the voices in his head are saying, no one more so than All Might, who's finally realizing how traumatizing his words could be to someone in a negative headspace. Well, considering he's the #1 hero, to anyone really. But still. Progress. But what concerns them is Midoriya's thoughts. Or rather, one thought. While the voices argue, the only thing going through his head are 2 words. Be realistic. I think it's time for me to be realistic. A shiver goes down everyone's spines at the utter defeat in his tone. Their concern rises as he takes out his charred notebook from his backpack. After seeing him write in it, their confusion rises instead as he tears out a page and writes something on it before putting it in the side pocket of his backpack. When he scribbles out the notebook's title and writes something else, even Bakugo starts feeling concerned. But everyone's terror peaks when they see him throw his backpack over the side of the building and take his shoes off. There are tears in some of their eyes as they watch him begin to climb the ledge. There's a collective sigh of relief as he goes back to the center of the rooftop, only to still as he speaks. What was it you said, Kakin? A swan dive, wasn't it? Well, I never did much swimming, but I'll give it a shot. He runs forward and leaps, angling his body so that he'll land head first. They wait for the screen to shift, and it does so, turning dark without them having to see him hit the ground. I don't know a lot about swimming either, but I'd give his form a 7. What about you, crusty lips? Scowling at the blonde next to him, he decides to play along. I've played a few swimming games, so I'd say you're on the mark. Silver medal at least. Toga taps her chin. Maybe if they let us see him hit the ground all covered in blood, I'd rate it higher. But they didn't, so oh well. Hearing their conversation, the students and heroes feel their anger rise, only for a susurration to run through the room at Bakugo's words. What happened to Auntie Naito? Looking at her seat, they see that she's no longer there. Looking around the room, nobody sees her anywhere, but there is a new addition. On the wall, there's a portrait of her, her eyes widened in horror. Seeing everyone start to panic, Sochk claps his hands to get their attention. Once it's silent, he explains. As I told you before, time is frozen in your world while you're here. Which is why you are all still awake despite however much time has passed. You will remain in the state you were in when you were brought here. He points at the portrait. But the shock of seeing her son, even if she knows he's not her son, committing suicide caused her to faint. Her state of being changed, so she was ejected from the space. Any questions? Nizu raises his hand paw. Are there any side effects of this? Sochk nods. There are in fact. She'll lose her memories of everything she's seen here, but retain the emotions she felt. Think of it like when you have an odd feeling about something but don't know where it's coming from. Nizu nods before pointing at the portrait. And that? He gets a shrug in reply. I felt like keeping a record of those who failed to hold out until the end. Anyways, would you all like to continue this world, or take a break for something more lighthearted? Izumi POV. At home, I knock on the door to Izuku's room. Izuku, are you there? I wait for a moment, but get no reply. Not that I should expect one, even if he is in there. I can't help but sigh as I head over to my room. Inside, the walls are covered in All Might posters, as well as various weights that I use to train my quirk. Sitting on my bed, I decide to start out light at 150 pounds, then work my way up to the heavier ones. While I do, I make sure to keep an ear out for the front door. Mom's already home, so the only people that would be coming back would be Dad or Izuku. Unfortunately, that still leaves me with my thoughts. What am I going to say to him? Sorry for making your life hell for 10 years and being a shitty sister. I hope we can get along now? Maybe? He's never been one to hold a grudge, so maybe all it would take is an apology? But that wouldn't make up for all the abuse. Maybe I can convince Dad to pull some strings to get Izuku into UA? Despite how secretive he is about his job, I know that the people he talks about on the phone are people with influence. Hooray for the power of the internet. But no, that's just stupid since Izuku isn't. Even if he can't get into the heroics course, he'd easily be able to get into their general studies. Maybe even their support course, depending on the exam. Is there actually nothing I can do other than apologizing? The more I think about it, the more I realize that there's really nothing I can do for Izuku that he can't do for himself. And even then, why would he want me to do something for him when he could ask Todoroki to do it instead? It's pretty obvious that she likes him, after all. Well, obvious to everyone except him. And maybe her too. They're both pretty socially dense. I wince at that last thought, the weight I'm lifting wobbling in the air. Refocusing on it, I see that I've already gotten to the 500 weight, my usual one. Outlining different figures with it requires more focus, so instead of thinking more on my problem, I let my mind focus on my training. I guess I can just ask him what he wants me to do to make it up to him later. Tashaori POV. Closing the door to my home, I sigh, thinking back to what happened earlier on the rooftop. Maybe I should have phrased it differently. But I don't want to see him ending up like me. Seeing Izumi rushing out of the hallway, I let out a sad smile. Neither of them. Opening my arms to receive a tackle hug, I'm taken by surprise when she instead stops with a disappointed look on her face. Oh, it's just you. Hearing that, I cough up blood in surprise. Slumping my shoulders, I mutter. Oh yeah, it's just me. Your dad. That you haven't seen all day. Who wants to see me? Maybe Inko? She'll probably be disappointed too. Izumi rolls her eyes at my act. Come on, Dad, you know that's not what I meant. She sighs. I was just hoping that it was Izuku coming home. She says Izuku's name with a determined expression, confusing me. Why does she look so determined? And what was she going to say before she changed it to his name? A nickname? Wait, does Izuku even have a nickname? But before I can continue that chain of thought, and why it's bothering me for some reason, I realize something. Wait a minute. Izumi, why didn't Izuku come home with you? Don't they always come back home together? She blinks at me in surprise. What are you talking about? We never come home together. She looks away for a moment. Have different friends. I blink before sighing. Oh, Izuku might be a while. Something happened. Seeing the concern in her eyes, I rush to reassure her. Don't worry, it was nothing major. But we did end up having a talk, and he needs some time to himself. I sigh again. Maybe, don't push him for the next day or two. He took it pretty hard. I can see her concern intensify, making me smile for how she cares for her brother. I pat her head as I pass. Don't worry, with a supportive sister like you I'm sure he'll be fine. I don't see her flinch at my words, having already walked past her to greet my loving wife. Katsuki POV. I stare up at the ceiling with my arms behind my head, wondering about what Izumi was so mad about earlier. So what if I told Deku to jump off the roof? It's not like he'll actually do it. It's not like nobody else hasn't said it to him before. Things like that being told to him are just a drop in the bucket for what everyone does to him. I scoff at the idea of him actually doing it. Obviously nobody likes Deku, which means that everyone picks on him. I scowl as a girl with a split hair color appears in my mind. She's the only one who hangs out around that Deku. He's also the only one who hangs out around her, but for a different reason. Unlike Deku, people have tried to be her friend. Given the fact that she has a powerful quirk, as well as being the daughter of the number 2 hero, obviously people would be climbing over themselves to get close to her. Well, other than me and Izumi. We're good enough to make it as heroes on our own. We don't need to leech off of someone stronger than us like those extras. I smirk, holding a hand in front of me and letting off a small explosion. Not that there is someone stronger. Sure, Izumi and Icy Hot have strong quirks, but mine is stronger. Especially since that Icy Beach doesn't use her fire. As for Izumi, I frown before shrugging. She might be able to match my quirk's versatility and power, but she's too nice to bring out its full potential. I clench my fist. Even if she tries, she won't surpass me. I'm the best, and everyone will know it. Hearing the old hag screaming about dinner being ready, I get up and head down. Especially that shitty Deku. Shoko POV. I frown at my phone, unread, glowing on the screen. It's odd. Usually Izuku would answer within a few minutes. If he's busy, an hour at the most. But it's already Saturday, and he hasn't even read it yet. I can't help but worry about it, even as I wince while grabbing a drink from the cupboard, having stretched too far and agitated my bruise. Did Izumi and Bakugo break his phone? If they did, I could probably convince my father to get him a new one. Ever since Izuku and I had that talk at the ice cream parlor, I've been learning to use my fire. It's difficult, not physically but emotionally. However, I've definitely made good progress. Much to my father's satisfaction. Another thing that's been making progress is my training with him. After I started using my fire side, he's been going a bit easier on our spars. Not a lot, but enough for me to notice. It's like he cares about me. Not as his tool to surpass all might, but as his daughter. It's a weird feeling, but now I can see what Izuku meant back then about him caring. Shoko, stop daydreaming. If you have time for that, you have time to improve yourself. At least sometimes. As I drink from my can of Pepsi, look at my hair and tell me I wouldn't like it, I can't help but glance back at my phone. Something my father notices. Why do you keep looking at your phone? Are you waiting for a text from someone? He pauses for a moment before continuing, a low growl in his voice. Is it a boy? Are you dating someone? Imperceptibly, I blush. It's actually pretty difficult for someone to notice, since I can use my quirk to regulate my body temperature, even without fully summoning. Izuku helped me figure that out. It's just a friend. The one I train with sometimes. He gives me a suspicious look, but grudgingly nods. You always come back from those with a great deal of determination to train. And they are the one who managed to get you to begin using your flames, correct? I nod and he continues. I would still like to talk to them. Thanks to them, you are much closer to surpassing all might. I roll my eyes. He's still spouting that, but there's something different about it now. Maybe it's his tone. Or maybe there's less intensity? Either way, my training isn't as bad as before, and injuries that require me to stay home are now mostly by accident. I'm fairly certain. As I throw away the can and head for the door, I hear my father speak up, clear hesitance in his voice. Are you going to visit her again? I nod, not looking back. I open the door and wait a moment, wondering if he'll say more. But he doesn't. Instead, I leave the house in silence, pondering if I should head to Izuku's house to check on him. But he doesn't want me to go to his house. He says I'd probably kill his family, and he doesn't want me to go to jail. It's sweet, but paranoid. But I'll put that on the back burner. I can always talk to him on Monday, after all. For now, though, I have someone else to see. Walking through the sterilized walls of the hospital, I can't help but grow nervous. Sure, it's not the first time, but that doesn't change my feelings every time I come here. Standing in front of the door, I take a deep breath and open it. Inside, I see a beautiful woman with long white hair and bags under her eyes from sleeplessness. But that doesn't really matter to me. What matters? Hello, Mom. Is that she's my mother. Third POV. The weekend passes by without incident, everyone with their own thoughts. Todoroki is worried about the fact that Izuku hasn't read her text. Izumi and Tashaori are realizing how normal it is that they don't see Izuku around the house. Something Izumi feels guilty about, and Tashaori feels confused about. In opposition to these three, Bakugo and Inko continue as usual, unaware of anything wrong. But that's when Monday rolls around, and roll is called for the first class of the day. Shoko noticed, of course, but she hoped that he would have come in at the last minute like he does sometimes. After all, despite all the abuse he's suffered, he's never been late for school. So when the teacher calls his name, everyone is surprised when he doesn't burst into the room, out of breath from rushing in. Instead, Shoko stands, her chair falling backward from the force. She marches to Izumi's desk and glares down at her, ice frosting one side of her uniform while flames flicker in her hair. Izumi shivers, the coldness in Shoko's eyes terrifying her. Her voice rings out through the silent classroom. Where? Izuku. No one says anything as they watch Izumi knocking on Midori's door, for they already know she's too late to make amends. But for one of them, that prompts a question. Pardon me, Mr. Sochk. Nizu raises a paw. But did you not say that Izuku is a focal point for change during our time PRD? If that is true, then would he not have survived in this universe? The students and teachers brighten up at this, their hope restored, only to burn once again at the deity's words. The death of an individual can bring change just as much as life. Isn't that what Tamura Shigaraki hopes to achieve by killing All Might? Everyone looks at the man in question, who looks startled at suddenly being the center of attention. But instead of him proclaiming some kind of goal that killing All Might will achieve, he simply shrugs. Why should I tell a bunch of heroes what I want to achieve? He focuses on the screen, obviously ignoring them. Instead they turn back to the screen themselves, where they see Hypo talking to his daughter. Izuku might be a while. Something happened. Yeah, you crushed his dream and drove him to suicide, you skeleton-looking motherfucker. Ashido. Language. He totally deserves it though. Not only does he neglect his son for 10 years, but then he crushes his dreams the first time they have a real conversation. To quote Bakugo, die. She throws a bag of popcorn at the screen, causing All Might to wince. Sure, he can agree that his on-screen counterpart is pretty bad, but that's still technically him up there. Wait, where'd you get popcorn from? Uraraka asks, prompting Mina to look at her. Oh, I said that this show could use some popcorn, then a bag of it just appeared. I also got a drink like that. Something called apple blood. It's pretty good. Blinking in surprise, everyone else except Nizu asks for their favorite drink, and it appears. Though Toga's blood gets substituted for apple blood, though in a different container than Mina's. Glaring at it, she gives it a try and finds that it has the same texture of blood while being a bit sweeter, causing her to nod in satisfaction. The clip moves to show Bakugo laying in bed while staring at his hands. It doesn't focus on him for long, and he doesn't do anything while it does. Instead, one of his thoughts simply shows on the screen. I'm the best, and everyone will know it. Especially that shitty Deku. I don't think dead people know anything. Todoroki deadpants, though the others can't tell if he's being serious or not given his unchanging expression. Obviously I know that, Izuku. It's a manly thought mostly, but since he knows Todoroki, shouldn't he be a little more humble? Huh? I wouldn't lose to Izuku. Before he can continue screaming, Aizawa wraps him up with his scarf, still sitting down. But I wasn't sure that would work. Anyways, you're going on timeout for a while. The screen changes to Shoko getting a drink, though her wince doesn't go unnoticed. None of her thoughts play across the scene, though Todoroki does stiffen up when his father appears, shouting about how Shoko should be training and will surely surpass All Might now that she's using her fire. But his eyes widen when he sees her blush when they talk about Midori. So, Shoko likes him. He thinks on that for a moment, continuing the thought to its next step. I wonder if that means I could like Midoriya? Am I even interested in guys? I don't think I've been interested in either gender before. Maybe I'll look up signs when we get back. Oblivious to Todoroki's possible awakening, the others simply watch as Endeavor expresses his desire to meet Midori, causing a few tears to be shed. But his next words not only pull Todoroki from his thoughts, but confuse everyone else. Are you going to visit her again? Who's he talking about? Do you know Todoroki? He thinks on Uraraka's question for a moment and quickly arrives at one person his father could mean, but he shakes his head, having a hard time believing it. Let's just watch. We'll probably know soon anyways. So they do. They watch as Shoko leaves the house. They watch as she walks into a hospital. They watch as she opens the door. They watch and they see, hello, Mom. Her mother. They look at Todoroki and he nods. My mother is in the same place as Shoko's. But I'm not talking about it. Respecting his space, they just watch as a calendar appears on the screen, Monday being circled. Then it moves to the classroom, with one seat notably empty. Wait a minute, Tsukachi says. Has no one realized that he's been missing all weekend? His question is answered soon enough when Shoko marches over to Izumi. Where? Izuku. Detective Tsukachi POV. I rub the bridge of my nose, trying to get rid of the headache I've developed over the course of the day. First, I get a call from the chief of police telling me to look into a missing teen. Nothing new, except for the fact that he's asking me specifically to look into it. Then he tells me that it's the number 2 hero, Endeavor, asking for it. Though the way the chief said it, it was more like he demanded they put their best detective on the case. To my surprise, it's a boy whose name is Izuku Yagi. The same surname as Tashaori Yagi, publicly known as All Might, and also holding the title of Symbol of Peace. Now, Yagi isn't exactly a common surname, but I feel safe in saying that they aren't connected. Tashaori hasn't even mentioned having a son, only a talented daughter named Izumi. But an hour later I get a call from Tashaori telling me that his son has gone missing, prompting me to ask what I feel is a pertinent question. First of all, why haven't you ever mentioned that you have a son? And more importantly, how did Endeavor find out that your son was missing before you did? There's silence over the phone for a few seconds, I assume because he's shocked. But to my surprise, he actually has an answer. I didn't find out until Izumi came home from school and told me. I'm assuming that Endeavor's daughter told him. About Izuku missing as well, though I'm not sure why he would want to know where my son is. I sigh. Well, regardless of the reasons, the chief has ordered me to make sure Endeavor is the first to hear about any leads on the case. Apparently he threatened to burn down the station if he didn't. More silence. Shouldn't he show more? I don't know, outrage at how Endeavor wants to know where his son is before him? Eventually I hear a sigh. Just make sure you tell me as soon as possible as well, okay Naomesa? Now it's my turn to be silent. There's something off about what I just heard. But I'm not going to address it right now. Instead, I'm going to get to work on finding the kid. Starting with finding out when he was last seen. You don't know when he was last seen by any chance, do you? I say it half-jokingly. After all, if he already has an idea of where he might be, surely he'd already be there. But I'm surprised again. It was in Muzutafu on Friday, on top of one of the office buildings. He grabbed hold of me just as I jumped after saving him from a villain, and we landed on one of the rooftops, though I'm not sure which. Found out that I'm all might and we had a talk. He needed to get his thoughts in order, and I had to deliver the villain to the police. But there's a lot to talk about in what he just said. So, you're telling me that your kids don't know that you're all might, but your son found out right after being attacked by a villain. I'm assuming this is the first time he's been attacked since you've never mentioned either of them being attacked before. I wait for a moment, and he doesn't mention any other attacks, so I continue. So, after a traumatizing experience requiring 3 days of mandatory, nationally sponsored therapy to ensure they can cope with the stress of suddenly being attacked, he found out the world-shattering revelation that you, his father, is All Might. And then you decided it was a good idea to leave him on a random rooftop after flying through the air, another first I'm assuming, which would be traumatizing if the person in question wasn't prepared for it. I wait for a moment to give him a moment to speak up, but he remains silent. Did I sum it up pretty well? Yes. You did. The shame in his voice is obvious, but I just can't feel any sense of pity for the man. You are aware that, even if the person attacked wasn't your son, you would still need to take them to the police station so they can get their testimony, right? Yes. I sigh. I admire the man, I really do. It's not easy being a symbol for an entire nation. But sometimes, especially times like this, I can't help but think that he's an idiot. Are you at least searching for him yourself? It's not late, so you should have no problem covering a large area in your buff form. His voice gets a bit of confidence back in it. I'm searching from the skies, but I need to ration my time just in case he's in trouble. Hold that. The urge to run my palm down my face. Obviously the kid is in trouble. If he wasn't, he likely would have been home by now. Unless he ran away. But Tashaori is a good person, and I doubt that he would give his kids a reason to run away. But then again, this is the first time I've ever heard of his son. Just to cover my bases, Tashaori, before I go. Is there any chance that he could have run away? What? Of course not. Why would he have run away? He trails off as if something came to mind. I wait with bated breath for him to continue. Any kind of hint would be helpful. Especially this late in starting the search. But I do not believe that is the case. If it was either me, my wife, or my daughter would have seen him come home to get his things. I sigh. Still though, we can't rule out the possibility. Which would make this all the more difficult. Finding someone who doesn't want to be found is a whole other problem than finding a lost kid. I'll call if we find any leads. Thank you, Naomesa. I'll get back to searching as well. I hope to hear from you soon. I hang up, a pensive look on my face as I stare at my phone. Sighing, I dial the number the chief gave me. It barely gets to the first ring before it's answered. Hello, is this Endeavor? We haven't found him yet, but we do have a location for where he was last seen. Endeavor POV. Thank you for the information. Keep me informed. I hang up with the detective assigned to the case and look at my daughter, who's been hovering nearby ever since she arrived home. The question is clear in her eyes, but I shake my head. They haven't found him, but they do know that he was in the office district of Mizudafu. She simply looks at me for a moment before her eyes fill with determination and she heads to the door. What are we waiting for? Let's go. I follow her with only a shake of my head, having already alerted the family's driver to be prepared to leave at a moment's notice. While we wait in the car, I can't help but think on how things ended up like this. Shoko had called me from school, the first time I've ever gotten a call from her since I bought her that phone. I immediately assumed that it was something serious, and I was right. Her voice was filled with desperation, the most expressive it's ever been. The only time I've ever heard such emotion coming from her was after the incident with my wife that ended with her institutionalized. It pulled at my heart, another thing that hasn't happened in a long time, and I immediately began calling in favors to start a search. She came home immediately after the call. Apparently, she confronted the boy's sister and a bully about his whereabouts. It almost came to blows before their principal made an announcement saying the school day had been canceled. And now, only an hour later, we're heading to Mizudafu to search for him ourselves. She showed me a picture she took of the two of them so that I could recognize the boy. And I couldn't help but stare at it in surprise. In it, Shoko was smiling. It's a small smile, but immensely noticeable due to how happy it is. It was an effort to look away from her and focus on the boy, but the sight made me wince. His own smile was so bright that it felt like I got the sun's glare in my eyes for a second. But pushing that aside, the boy is thin, around Shoko's height, and has a head of dark green hair. There's a set of 4 freckles under each of his eyes in the shape of a diamond. His eyes are a bright green that contrasts with his darker hair. As the car pulls to a stop, I shake my head to clear my thoughts. I'll have time to ponder about my family later. For now, we search. It's hours later without any luck that we get a call. Immediately answering, I wait for news as Shoko hovers around my shoulder. Hello, is this Endeavor? Yes. You have news? I get right to the point. The sooner we find him, the sooner the desperation in my daughter's eyes goes away. It makes me uneasy, seeing so much emotion in her eyes. Possibly. We just got a call from a famous local pharmacy. Apparently Izuku Yagi visits there every Monday at around the same time. Since he didn't show up today, they were concerned and called in. Give me the address. 20 minutes later, we're standing outside a traditional medicine shop. Entering, I see a 20-something man behind the counter whose eyes widen at the sight of me. I know I can be intimidating, it's on purpose so that I can strike fear into the hearts of villains. But it does make it difficult when trying to simply speak to people. We're here because you called about Izuku Yagi missing his pickup? We're currently investigating his disappearance, so any information you can offer would be helpful. He hesitates for a moment before his eyes flicker over to my daughter. A look of recognition seems to cross his face, making me frown. As far as I know, Shoko has never been to this area before. So how would he recognize her? That question is answered when he speaks. You're Izuku's friend, Todoroki, right? She blinks at him in surprise but nods all the same, causing him to let out an uneasy smile. I thought so. Whenever I manage to get him to talk, half of the time it's about you. The other half it's about heroes and quirks. She chuckles at that, and I feel myself stiffen. So that's what her laugh sounds like. But I have no time to be overcome by the realization, as the clerk continues with a downcast expression. You said he's disappeared? I was hoping that it wasn't anything serious, he sighs. But if it wasn't, he would have shown up for his pickup. What exactly does he pick up from here? I find it difficult to believe that a child would need anything major from a store specializing in healing medicine. He chuckles darkly. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But no, every week he shows up and gets the same exact thing. Bandages, burn ointment, and antiseptic. He shakes his head. The amount. He buys would last a normal person at least a month. I mean, most people don't get all that injured going about their day, right? But he'll go through everything in a week, then show up in just as bad a condition as before. Condition? I can't help but be surprised by this. But the one who answers isn't the clerk, but Shoko. He gets bullied for being quirkless. The school also doesn't punish students for using their quirks, so that adds another level of torment for him. Her eyes are hard. They don't do anything when I'm there, but when I'm not it's basically a free-for-all against him. The clerk winces while I stare at Shoko in surprise. A quirkless boy is who Shoko has been training with? The one who convinced her to stop holding back? I don't know how to feel about that, but I push it aside for now. Do you have any information on where he could be? As of now, all we know is that he was last seen in Mizudafu. He hesitates for a moment before slowly pulling out a 3-pointed leaf. I don't recognize the type, but anyone would be able to say what's notable about it. The left point is glowing a dull red. My girlfriend's quirk made this leaf. If she taps something, she can make a leaf that will tell you where it's at. It won't give you directions, not exactly. But it will tell you which way it is. He rotates the leaf until the center point glows red while the left fades away. If the middle point is glowing, that means you just have to go straight to find the object. I had her make this one for the kid's backpack after he almost missed his check-in time. He looks down. I know we aren't supposed to use our quirks without a license, but I was just so worried about the kid. I place a hand on his shoulder, much to his and my daughter's surprise. Don't worry about it. In this case, you've greatly helped us. Just remember not to do it again in the future. We won't let it slide again. He nods, handing over the leaf. As we follow its directions, I'm acutely aware of Shoko's gaze on me. I choose to ignore it until she's ready to talk about it. That was kind of you. I didn't expect that from you. I feel a vain throb on my forehead. I speak to her through gritted teeth. Finding your friend is more important than arresting a concerned citizen, especially given that his actions are helping us find him. She nods. I agree. But it's just surprising when it comes from you. I don't answer, and we continue following the leaf in silence. Eventually we enter a series of alleys, and after establishing a baseline, we head towards where the leaf is leading us. There we find a bright yellow backpack, now covered in dust. That's his backpack. Shoko says more to herself than to me. She approaches it slowly before suddenly stopping. Stepping up beside her, I see what has her so shocked. Not far away from the abandoned backpack is a large, red stain on the ground. The strong smell of iron leaves no doubt as to what it is. Blood. To Detective Tsukachi's surprise, he appears on the screen. It's focusing on me? He thinks on it for a moment. I guess that makes sense, since All Might would want me to help him find his kid. He sighs. Too bad that version of me is going to have to deliver him bad news. But to everyone's surprise, a flashback plays of Endeavor, of all people, telling the chief of police to ensure that he's the first notified of any progress on the case. Todoroki frowns as his brows turn down in confusion. Since when is my father someone who cares about other people? Unseen, Aizawa pulls out a notebook labeled, Therapy Priorities. Inside is a list of his students with marks next to their names, denoting who he thinks should take priority on visiting Hound Dog. After jotting down a mark next to Todoroki's name, he looks at the top where Midoriya's name is circled and underlined multiple times. Putting it away, he resumes watching. Hypo-bashing courtesy of on-screen Tsukachi. All in favor of the detective's name being Preacher, say preach. A chorus of preach fills the air as All Might hunches down in his seat. Other than the parts pertaining to Midori being his son, everything played out the same after all. He really should put more effort into the administrative side of hero work. But it involves a lot of paperwork. The scene shifts to show Endeavor on the phone, listening as he's told that the office district of Mizudafu is where Midori was last seen. He and Shoko swiftly leave their house and enter a car that had been waiting for them. While they wait, a flashback of how they got here plays. The fact that he's searching for Midori so Shoko doesn't worry is so manly. Todoroki rolls his eyes at Kirishima's shout. He probably just doesn't want her to be distracted from his training. Even if that's true, he's still helping her look for him. That counts for something. He can't argue with that, so he doesn't. Instead, remaining silent. A speeded-up montage of the two of them searching the city for any sign of the girl's friend plays, all fruitless. It ends with Endeavor receiving a phone call, then cuts to them outside of the pharmacy Midori frequented. Ooh, the clerk is back. I wonder how he'll react knowing that Midori's missing? He has a lot of drags. Maybe he'll use M on his bullies. That would be illegal. Toga gives Aizawa a confused look. So? He just sighs. After talking with the clerk for a bit, he gives the two of them a leaf, explaining that it's the result of a quirk and will lead them to Midori's backpack. Nizu sips his tea. It is quite refreshing seeing Endeavor being reasonable. In our world, he likely would have handcuffed the man to the counter and called the police. Anyone else finding it adorable that Midori apparently talked a bunch about Shoko? There are various head nods, and a pouty Uraraka glaring at Todoroki. The screen fast-forwards the two following the leaf, occasionally running into trouble when they can't follow it without doing a sizable detour. In those cases, Endeavor, being the impatient man he is, simply holds onto Shoko and flies them over the obstruction. Flying is so manly. I can fly just as well as Endeavor. Don't think it makes him special. Wait, you can? Then why didn't you do it at the USJ? Uraraka questions the angry Pomeranian. He scowls back at her. I did. I just didn't go high because there wasn't a reason to. Didn't you think it was odd how I managed to catch that smoky bee without touching the ground? She puts her hands together and tilts her head in apology. I was too busy watching Deku. Sorry? DMNIT Deku. Quiet. The father and daughter walk down an alley and find an iconic yellow backpack lying abandoned on the ground. When they approach it, they see beyond. A large stain of dried blood covers the alley floor, the splatter reaching up to their height on the walls. There's silence in the theater. The ones who'd held on to the faint hope that someone saved Midori before he hit the ground are thrown into a state of shock at seeing the truth laid bare before them. All except for Toga, that is. OMG, OMG, OMG. Look at all that blood. It's so pretty. Todoroki POV. I stare at the blood covering the alleyway. Then I stare at Izuku's backpack, lying not far from it. Back to the blood. Back to the backpack. Dimly, I hear my father saying something, but it seems so far away. I take one step. Then another. Before I realize it, I'm standing over the backpack. Reaching down, I pick it up by its top strap. I raise it to eye level and just look at it as it slowly rotates in my grip. That's when I see the paper folded into the side pocket. My old man's voice is getting louder, getting closer. But my attention is fully on the piece of paper I'm pulling out. I lower the backpack as I unfold it and start to read. To whoever finds this, because the only person who would care wouldn't casually be wandering back alleys, please take this backpack to the Todoroki residence and inform them that it's for their youngest daughter, Shoko Todoroki. Inside is a notebook with a message for her. Then after you hand it off, run away as fast as you can. She's not good at processing her emotions and might lash out at you. Oh, but don't tell her I wrote that. It might upset her a bit. I can feel my eyebrow twitch at his comment about my emotions, but I can't really say that he's wrong. But at the moment I'm not feeling much of anything to process. Mainly, I'm just numb. I only realize that I froze when I feel my father's hand on my shoulder. Shoko, you haven't been responding. I called the detective and informed him of what we found. He's on his way with forensics. He looks at the blood-splattered alleyway. There isn't likely to be good news when they get here. But there's a chance given there's not a body. I nod absent-mindedly, carefully folding the paper back up before handing it to him to hold, and he instinctively takes it. With my now free hand, I reach towards the zipper, only for him to grab my wrist. You shouldn't disturb the scene more than you already have. Everything here could be a lead to your friend's location. I look at him blankly for a moment. Then I look at his hand holding my right wrist. A quick flex with my quirk has him pulling his hand away to avoid the bracelet of ice spikes now wrapped around it. Ignoring his protests, I unzip the backpack and pull out the notebook. Dropping the backpack from my left hand, I bring it to my wrist to melt the bracelet as I stare at the cover. I recognize it. It's one of Izuku's analysis books. But on this one, the title has been scribbled out. Instead, it reads, "I'm sorry, Shoko." My father is saying something, but all I can hear from him is some kind of buzzing sound. I rub my ear to see if I can clear it up, but it doesn't work. Giving up, I lightly trail my fingers down the cover, feeling a bump from something inside of it. I let it fall open in my hands, right to a pair of pages holding a folded piece of paper, and All Might's signature. I stare at it for a moment, my thoughts silent. I know that Izuku is a major All Might fan, but he never mentioned getting his autograph. Which means that he got it just before whatever happened. I flip to the next page and my breathing hitches. It's the note. Addressed to me. I read it, and my previously dulled emotions start to flare up. Sadness. Rage. I look up at my father, and he flinches back at the unfiltered maelstrom of emotions swirling in my eyes. "Father," I say with a voice of barely restrained fury. "You want me to surpass All Might, right?" Taken aback by the sudden question, he simply nods his head. A smile crosses my face, a twisted thing that would cause a shiver to crawl down the spines of those who see it. "Then let's go to Izuku's house. Just have the detective make sure the Yagis are there. Oh, and the Bakugas as well." Aizawa POV. Detective Naomasa sits in the living room with his friend Tashaori Yagi, along with his wife and daughter. On the couch sits the Bakugas, who are absorbing the information he's given to both families. Given the news he just delivered is about Endeavor finding their son's backpack in a bloodied alley, the atmosphere is understandably tense. Especially since he asked to meet with both families at the Yagi residence. But I'm assuming what has him taking medicine to settle his stomach is the fact he asked for me to be present as well. It's no secret that neither Endeavor nor I enjoy each other's presence. In fact, we loathe each other. Endeavor because he thinks of me as cowardly for focusing on stealth, and me because I think the number 2 hero is a glory-seeking idiot. So the fact he specifically asked for me to be present at the meeting raises some major red flags. There are only 2 reasons I can think of for me to be here. Either he needs to use my contacts, or he thinks he'll need my quirk. But the sound of a knock at the front door signals that we'll all find out soon enough. Izuku Yagi rushes to answer it, and Tashaori sits back down and fidgets with his hands. But when she returns, it's not just Endeavor with her. A girl with red and white hair split down the middle is with her as well. But before I can question why she's there, she raises her arms and alarm bells ring in my head. I immediately activate my quirk, but in the split second between activating it and it affecting her, flames have already shot from her left hand towards Tashaori Yagi, and an icicle shoots from her right towards the Bakugo kid. Though the kid is surprised, he manages to bring a hand up and lets out an explosion from his palm, destroying the icicle. As for Tashaori, a rush of wind bursts through the room, throwing off the end of my scarf that I threw towards the girl. Looking towards the source, I see All Might? Where Tashaori was sitting, now stands All Might, his hands clapped together in front of him from dispersing the flames. Judging by the looks of shock on the faces of his daughter and the Bakugas, I can guess that this is news for them as well. A glance reveals Endeavor being in the same boat, but the girl isn't? Relaunching my scarf, I restrain her, with my quirk keeping her from trying to burn or freeze it to escape. Explain. Now. I look at Endeavor for answers, who manages to shake off his shock and in turn looks at the girl. "Shoko, why did you attack them?" Simple and to the point. I can appreciate that. I wanted to check if Izuku was tricked. She frowns at All Might, derision clear in her voice. Looks like he wasn't. In a puff of smoke, All Might turns back into Tashaori, a shocked, angry but hopeful expression on his face. "Izuku told you that I'm All Might? So he's okay?" Her expression twists, but before she can reply his daughter jumps up from where she was sitting next to him. "Wait, Izuku knew you were All Might? Why didn't you tell me?" He looks away and opens his mouth, only to be cut off by Shoko. Izuku only found out not long before he took Bakugo's advice. There's silence as the adults are clearly confused. But the kids' expressions say a lot. The Yagi girl looks at the Bakugo kid with horror, matching his own. but it's brief. He immediately sneers at the girl and crosses his arms. The hell are you talking about, Todoroki? There's no way Deku did that. Though the confidence in his voice is undeniable, so is the fact that before he crossed his arms, his hands were shaking. Deku? Think. Maybe it's a nickname for the missing kid. Not a very nice one. Examining the kids as the Yagi daughter's hands clench into fists and the apparent Todoroki daughter glares at the Bakugo kid, I start to build a picture of their relationships. For the first time, the Bakugo parents speak. Katsuki, his father says calmly. Judging by his wife still staring at Tashaori, it seems like she's still processing the fact that he's All Might. What advice did you give Izuku? He just clicks his tongue and looks away. It's a good thing the Todoroki girl hasn't realized that I deactivated my quirk, or else the fire in her glare might have actually burned the boy. After a minute of useless coaxing, the Yagi daughter speaks up, causing a silence to fall over the room. Take a swan dive off the roof. And pray for a quirk in your next life. Every adult in the room looks at her in horror while the boy looks at her in betrayal and rage. He opens his mouth to say something, but before he can his father stands and whirls on him with a strong backhand, causing a meaty thud to reverberate. He falls to the ground, his shocked expression mirrored on nearly every face in the room. The sole exception is his mother. If this wasn't such a serious situation, I would have wanted to make some popcorn for what's about to go down. Suicide baiting is never okay. Given I've experienced it myself, I would know. But he doesn't continue. Instead, the man looks at his wife while his son is too stunned to get off of the floor. We will be talking about how we raise our son from now on when we get home. She nods, anger in her eyes. He turns around and bows at all of us. I apologize for losing my temper. Please, let us continue. Tsukachi nods, refraining from commenting on what just happened as he looks towards the Todoroki girl. Please explain why you think this is a case of suicide. She shifts her glare from the boy to the detective but nods. She gestures to my scarf with her chin, and I carefully unwrap it, ready to erase her quirk the moment it seems like she'll attack. Luckily she doesn't, instead pulling out a notebook and putting it on the coffee table. I see the Yagi and Bakugo kids' eyes flash with recognition, but the others stare at it blankly. After All Might's signature, she glares at him, is his suicide note. How about you read it out loud? I need to get what he left for me. And without another word she goes towards the hallway. I raise a hand to stop her, but Tsukachi shakes his head as he rises. I'll keep an eye on her. You read it, and I'll be back in a moment after asking some questions. I nod and pick it up. The title has been scribbled out and replaced with an apology. Opening it, I flip through the pages as my eyes widen. It's filled with notes on various heroes. Their quirks, their strengths, their weaknesses, their patrol areas. It's all written down in this middle schooler's notebook. This is dangerous. I mutter. Indeed. A small voice says as their head pops out of my scarf. At this point, I think the surprises are getting to everyone, since the only ones to bat an eye at the scarred rat face that's appeared are Tashaori and Mrs. Midoriya. Principal Nizu? What are you doing here? Climbing out and revealing that he's wearing a suit, his reply is logical. This is a situation involving both the number 1 and 2 heroes, so of course I would desire to be on top of any developments. Not to mention that each child involved has applied to my school. The girl jolts as if electrocuted, and the boy finally shoots up from the floor. You're the principal of UA. Indeed. He raises a paw. Am I a rat? A bear? A dog? Who knows? Just know that I am the principal of Nizu. He turns to me. Now, Aizawa. Please skip ahead to the section of the book that will reveal what we all wish to know. Nodding, I stop getting distracted by the analysis and quickly speed through the pages. Finally coming to All Might's signature, I cringe at how ostentatious it is. One more page and I'm at the suicide note. Deciding to take the girl's advice, I read it out loud for all to hear. So, I'm sorry. I wish this never would have happened. But it has. I know that you've helped me, trained me, supported me. But the words of my father, the number 1 hero, All Might, can't be dismissed. It's funny, but what he said to me today is actually the first time he's acknowledged me in I can't even remember. And I find out that he's the symbol of peace. Just too bad what he answered me with. If it had been anyone else, then maybe I would have chosen differently. But the symbol of peace knows what it takes to be a hero better than anyone. Which is why, when he told me that I don't have what it takes, I believe it. There were only two things holding me up, two pillars that supported me. You, and my belief that I could become a hero. But with one of those pillars shattered, I'm sorry, he told me to be realistic. And I've done the research before today. Realistically, a quirkless person won't be able to find employment anywhere. Every article I've read about the quirkless can be summed up into a single phrase. They have no place in today's society. So, I've decided to listen to someone for once. I'll be realistic and take Kaken's advice. I'll pray for a quirk in my next life. Please, Shoko, don't blame yourself. You are the light that's been guiding my way ever since we met. The only one who's been there for me ever since I was diagnosed as quirkless. The fact that you decided to be friends with me, a quirkless Deku, thank you. But now it's time for me to go. To be realistic, me being around, being your friend, will only hurt you. People will look down on you for our friendship. For letting a Deku into your life. You wouldn't care. You're too strong to let their small-mindedness affect you. But I want you to reach your goal. To become a hero who truly stands for everyone. And, to help you, I need to be realistic. I know you told me you didn't need it, but I made a notebook for you. I was planning for it to be a surprise on your birthday, but they'll be under my mattress at my house. I'm sorry that you have to go there, but please don't kill the Yagis. They might not be my family, even if we are connected by blood, but I don't want you to hurt your future hero career. Look at me. Even now, I'm still rambling. I'm sorry. And thank you for being the frozen torch that brought a warm light into my life. But now it's time for you to be everyone else's light. Achieve your goal. For the both of us. There's a lot to digest from that. The fact that it's supposedly the only time he's talked to his father is concerning enough. But the fact that he felt like the symbol of peace destroyed one of his emotional supports is... There's silence except for the faint voices of Tsukachi and Shoko Todoroki from the boys' room. Eventually, Nizu breaks it. Tashaori. He stiffens up at his tone. What exactly did you tell your son? We all listen, our bodies tense as we wait to hear the words he said that put the nail in his son's coffin. Tears flow from the eyes of the Bakugo parents, as well as the Yagi daughter. Tashaori looks like he's aged a decade. But his wife, she's acting like she feels guilty, but there's no sadness on her face. Just guilt. Tashaori finally answers, his voice no louder than a whisper. I told him that he can't be a hero without a quirk. And that he should be realistic. Sobs echo out from his daughter while the Bakugo parents close their eyes as fresh tears flow. Before I can point out how absolutely FNG dumb his words are, the temperature drops, heralding the return of Shoko Todoroki. Apparently getting the notebooks worsened her mood, or maybe it was Tsukachi likely questioning her, but an icy mist flows from the right side of her body and envelopes the room. Clutching 3 notebooks tightly to her chest, she glares at the Yagi family. Her voice is practically cold enough to freeze the air even without her quirk. Which one of you went into his room and moved his notebooks? It's not a question. It's a demand for answers. Shoko POV. I glare at the room filled with the frozen fury in my eyes as an icy mist floats off of my right side. Not only did they drive Izuku to suicide, force him to live like that, and also snoop in his room, but they had the nerve to act like everything is normal? When I first attacked Tashaori, All Might, I just needed to see it for myself to believe it. But now I'm so tempted to turn the remaining Yagis into a pile of ash. The mother doesn't even look sad. Just uncomfortable. And the biggest BSTRD, Katsuki Bakugo, doesn't even have that. He just looks angry at everything going on. I know I didn't expect much when I attacked him earlier, but it really is disappointing that he reacted so fast. It wouldn't have killed him or anything, but an ice spike to the shoulder definitely would have made me feel better. At least until I entered Izuku's room. An issue that's currently being exacerbated by the Yagis not saying anything. A small flame appears on my left shoulder, contrasting with my right as my emotions rise. "Well?" I ask. They exchange glances before the beach daughter speaks up. "I don't think any of us have gone into his room." She shakes her head. "I always thought of it as being his safe space." My quirk flares even more at her explanation. That is considered a safe space? Before I can tear into her, whether physically or verbally, I can't tell any. Tashaori speaks up. "What do you mean a safe space?" I could understand for when Katsuki is over, but why would he need it when he's not here? And I'm sure one of us has entered his room at some point. Right, honey? It's at this moment that I come to a realization. Izuku's note only mentioned Bakugo specifically. But as for Izumi? He only wrote about his family as a whole. There was no mention of her bullying him along with the blonde. Actually, there was no mention of the bullying at all. And apparently it didn't come up while I was getting the notebooks either. I glare at her, waiting for her to answer her father's question. Waiting for her to reveal the truth. She looks away from her father, meeting my eyes and flinching away, looking at the ground instead. She peeks at the room, waiting for her to answer. She opens her mouth, hesitates, closes it, and opens it again. She starts to speak, but the detective's return stops her. I sneer at the look of relief clear on her face. But the shock that replaces it when the detective speaks almost has me smiling. "Tashaori," he says in a cold tone. "If you can't explain to me why your son's room is like that, then I'll have no choice but to bring you down to the station, consequences be demanded." The abject shock that appears on the face of everyone actually does make me smile. Then I get an idea. "Detective, I doubt that he'll be able to tell you anything. At least, if Izumi's words are true and nobody here has ever been in his room. So why don't you show them all?" My glare encompasses all of them as I speak. It will also tell me which one of them decided to snoop in his room. He hesitates for a moment, but nods his head at the suggestion. Waving his head, everyone, not only the Yagis, rise to see his room. It makes for a cramped walk in the hallway, but me and my father have room due to nobody wanting to accidentally brush against either of our quirks. But the reactions I see when they reach his room are upsetting. Like none of the Yagis have been inside it before. Which leaves me with the question. Who put the notebooks on his desk? Nizu POV. I have to admit, this trip started out as an idle curiosity, but has rapidly turned into a rather serious issue. Tashaori Yagi, known to the world as All Might, neglected his quirkless son while favoring the boy's twin sister. And then he caused him to take his own life. The blame does not rest solely on his shoulders, of course. But a great deal of it does. Much of the rest of it rests on the shoulders of the boy, Katsuki Bakugo, who applied to my school. Honestly, getting the 3 children's applications was a delight. Izumi Yagi had been All Might's recommendation, and I had no doubt that she would have gotten in without any trouble. As for Bakugo, his records speak for themselves. A powerful quirk. A top-tier intelligence as shown by his high grades, matching point for point with Yagi and Todoroki. And according to his records, a determined child who pushes ahead through any adversity. An overall stellar student. Evidently, that was a lie. Most of it I can still believe, but any notes on his character are clearly suspect. Though few of the others have picked up on it, I feel as though Yagi falls under the same category. She was not mentioned in her brother's letter, but then again, why would he? It is clear to me that the letter was intended purely for Todoroki. So why would he even bother mentioning anyone else? Even the boy was barely mentioned, only a passing thought to explain why he jumped. But things are rarely ever the fault of a single person, and I've been watching her closely. But that is something for me to deal with soon. For now, I must convince the detective not to arrest the symbol of peace. The repercussions when the knowledge gets to those who know of his identity would cause chaos in the government. And while I normally wouldn't object to teaching those filthy humans a lesson in humility, they are also known to react badly when negatively surprised. So I must ensure he is not imprisoned. But seeing Izuku Yagi's room, I make myself a promise that he will be punished. The entire Yagi family will. The walls are covered in a thick layer of dust, with only the spots hanging with All Might poster having been cleared. As if that was the only thing they cared about being clean. but even those are faded, clearly having been hung long ago. Other than the old mattress sized for someone much smaller than a middle schooler, the only thing is a desk with splinters peeling off of it. Honestly, it feels like the room at an orphanage of a child averse to cleaning. If it wasn't for the wastebasket filled with bloodied bandages. I step inside as the others look on with horror. For those who haven't experienced many hardships, I'm sure that the state of the room shakes their already disturbed mental states. I also find it upsetting, but my own experience has hardened myself against such things. My nose twitches as I follow a scent. Right to the closet. "Detective," I ask without turning away. "Did you by chance look inside here?" Hearing him reply in the negative, I pull it open and see 4 contraptions made of what looks like wood and rope. I tilt my head, wondering as to what they could be before my eyes alight on the labels on the floor. Left leg, right leg, left arm, right arm. I read them out loud, and after taking a closer look realize what they are. They are splints, commonly used to secure a broken limb and prevent it from being jostled while moving. But these are more compact, easily hidden under clothes. Normally they'd be altered depending on where exactly the break is, but these also seem to be modular. I sigh. It truly is a shame. Especially since I was looking forward to meeting the boy. His application to UA had caused a small uproar with some of the teachers. The fact that he was listed as being at the top of his school academically was nothing of note. We get many applicants like that. But his own had been accompanied by several notes that could be split into 2 categories. He was a horrible student that was always picking fights with others, and likely cheated to obtain his scores. Though they were unable to determine how and as such unable to dock his grade. The other, much lower quantity of notes warned that his school attempted to artificially lower his grade due to his status as a quirkless individual, and that we should test him ourselves to verify how intelligent he was. They also claimed that he would be able to get the top score for our written test, which I took as a challenge and as such made the test much harder. A shame that I will no longer be able to test the one the change was intended for. I turned to the group, who since started glaring at the Yagis with accusing glares. But it's Todoroki's confused expression that I choose to address. "Is there a problem, young Todoroki?" She hesitantly nods. Izuku said that his notebooks would be hidden under his bed. But when I came to get them, they were on his desk. And his other ones were missing. Alarm bells ring in my head. Are you saying that he had more notebooks along the veins of the one his suicide note was written? She grimaces at my callous phrasing, but nods all the same. That one is number 13. The 3 he'd written for me aren't included in that. She looks down at the ones she's been clutching since she returned from this room with a small smile. He even filled one with costumes and possible hero names for me. I nod absent-mindedly while meeting Aizawa's eyes. I see that he understands as well. If the Yagis haven't entered this room before, then it means someone else did. And they now have a great deal of information on many active heroes. The pros and detective tense up, understanding the seriousness of the situation. But this provides me with a perfect opportunity. "Detective, please contact the station and attempt to get your best tracker here as soon as possible. We need to find this person before villains get their hands on the information. If they haven't already." He hesitates, looking at Tashaori with a conflicted gaze. "Do not worry, I will ensure that they are punished." Taking my word, he nods to me before rushing out, already dialing a number on his phone. Meanwhile, I look to Endeavor and Aizawa. "Would it be too much to ask for both of you to begin a search of the area?" Aizawa shakes his head while Endeavor crosses his arms. "I have a feeling that you plan for me to be involved with the punishment somehow, so I'll be staying to find out what it is. And though I didn't know the boy, he helped my daughter, so I would like to know the end result for this fiasco as well." I nod, surprised at Endeavor. We all return to the living room where I lay out the punishments. "Now," I say with a clap of my hands, "All Might, your family's punishment is the revoking of Izumi's recommendation, as well as having your and your wife's pay severely docked and being donated to organizations that provide aid to the quirkless." He looks like he wants to object, but at the mention of quirkless aid he falls silent. I can see his daughter gritting her teeth, but oh well. This is simply a part of her own punishment. I turn to the Bakugas. As for you, I say to the boy, seeing him gulp. From now until the end of the school year, you and Izumi will be attending therapy to work out the various issues the two of you have. Of which I am certain there are quite a number of them. If your therapists do not report adequate results to me, neither of you will be allowed to enter UA. In fact, I will blacklist both of you from all hero schools. That's too far and All Might enters his buff form to object, but I simply wave him off. I assure you that is far from enough, All Might. They should be happy about not being arrested. In fact, the only reason they are not is because I am positive that you would attempt to pull strings to get them off with a clean record. He nods as he powers down, a determined look in his eyes. And the only reason I'm allowing them to apply to UA with such light conditions is because I worry about them becoming villains otherwise. At least at UA, I'll be able to keep an eye on them. I tap my chin. Which reminds me, I hadn't finished listing your punishments. In addition to the therapy, both of you will be required to perform mandatory community service a minimum of 25 hours a week. Aren't I generous, leaving you time to study, train, and go to school? I don't wait for a reply, hopping up Aizawa's body and nestling into his scarf. That concludes the first phase of punishment. Should the two of you get into UA, you will learn of the second. Until then, we must locate Izuku Yagi's remaining notebooks. I wake up with a gasp, shooting into a sitting position, and startling the girl who was leaning over me. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. Are you okay? I try to get up in order to help her up from where she fell, but a bout of dizziness causes me to miss my footing and I fall on top of her. I push myself up, groaning in pain. Actually, there isn't any pain. But I still groan. It's sort of like a conditioned reflex given how being put in a similar situation before would cause me to do the same. The only difference now is that I don't actually hurt. Unfortunately, the time I spend thinking about this is time that I haven't finished pushing myself up. So, the girl under me starts, grabbing my attention. Not that I don't appreciate the energetic greeting, but could you let me up? Realizing that I'm laying on top of her with our faces only inches apart, I blush and scramble backwards, banging my back against. I tilt my head backwards and see. A bloody kitchen table? I blink. Then blink again. I look down at myself and finally realize how I'm dressed. Or rather, how I'm not. Where are my clothes? I quickly cover myself, steam coming off of my face from how heavy my blush is. Standing up, the girl brushes off her school uniform and looks at me with a tilted head. I threw them away. I'd already gotten all the blood out of them, and it's not like you needed them anymore since you were dead. A light bulb seems to go off in her head as I process her words, barely hearing the next. Speaking of, what the hell? You've been dead for, like, the last day. How are you alive right now? That is enough to break me out of my wondering on why she would get the blood out of clothes then dispose of them. Dead? I was dead. I blink. Memories of my final moments coming back to me. That's right, I mutter. I jumped off of the roof headfirst. So why am I alive right now? But like the memories of before I died, I slowly start to remember what happened after I died. I'm in a dark room, extending as far as the eye can see. How can I see far if it's dark? Well, it's just the kind of feeling it gives off. I can't actually see that far. In fact, the area immediately around me isn't dark at all. Instead, it's illuminated by a single light. An old-style lantern sits on a desk woven from bamboo. And behind it sits a dark-haired woman in a business suit. She looks up from whatever it is she was writing when I appeared and quirks an eyebrow. This is unexpected. How rare. She gestures and a chair appears in front of her desk. Please take a seat so we can identify your oddity and determine where you will be going. Hesitantly, I do as she asks, gingerly taking the seat as I try to think about how I got here. Where here even is. Or heck, even what day it is. I don't expect anything from that last one, but it's still another thing to wonder about, so I might as well. Not much else to do when you're... I died, didn't I? The lady across from me nods her head in a single simple motion. That is correct. But according to the paperwork, you aren't. She pulls open a drawer, prompting me to look down in front of me. But nope. It's a simple desk, really just an arch of interconnected bamboo with a flat top. Nowhere for there to be a drawer. I dismiss the thought as she pulls a file from the impossible drawer and opens it, frowning as she does so. Yes. Quirks. Irritation is clear in her voice, and I can't help but feel offended. You don't like quirks? I spent the majority of my life studying them, theorizing on them. Heck, sometimes I even dreamed about them. Her disliking quirks is basically like her disliking my existence. Disregard the irony of how important they are to me despite me not having one myself. Incorrect. But contrary to my expectations, she shakes her head. We don't have a problem with quirks in general, they're just a part of the mortal world. Like giraffes. Shiver goes through her. Freakish abominations. She mutters under her breath, but not quietly enough that I can't hear. Before I can ask about it though, she continues. No, the problems only arise when a quirk interferes with processing souls for the afterlife. I perk up at that. So the afterlife exists? No more constant suffering. Oh wait, I killed myself. So I guess I'll be going to eternal damnation instead. Just my luck. She wiggles her hand a bit. Yes, but actually no. See, afterlife is a broad term. So while it does technically fit, it also doesn't. At my confused look she sighs before looking at an hourglass on the corner of her desk. The sand in it isn't moving. I suppose we have time. So, essentially, after an intelligent being dies, we recycle the souls after removing their memories. However, this is not a short process. Especially if we want to avoid damaging a soul. See, as a soul lives, experiences new things, builds a personality, overall just exists, it becomes imprinted. To remove the imprint, we give them new things to experience in the afterlife. I can feel the quotes she puts on the word. Since what happens in the afterlife is not real, the soul gets filtered as the old memories are replaced by the new, and eventually becomes clean. She looks at me, asking if I'm following so far. I nod and she rounds it off. Now that it is a blank slate, so to speak, it can be reused. That is the process of rebirth. She pauses as she seems to realize something. Ah, but that doesn't really tell you what the afterlife is like. She shrugs. Basically, depending on the type of person you were when you were alive, your stay can either be pleasant or terrible. Though it also depends on your handler. Sensing that she's done, I finally ask my question. So, since I killed myself, does that mean my stay is going to be terrible? I was really hoping that I would finally get some peace. But to my surprise, she snorts. Of course not. A single moment does not make up your entire life. More to that, your stay is directly connected to your mental state. She points a long finger at me. Essentially, your mental state and our mood will determine what your stay here is like. I will not give any more details though. Oh, I look down. So my stay isn't going to be pleasant? Because my mental state is pretty bad. My hands clench as I think back to everything I've gone through. How Izumi was doted on while everyone else turned a blind eye to what she, Kaken, and the other kids were doing to me. I shouldn't have let them. I should have listened to the voice and fought back. I sighed. But now it's too late. It wouldn't, if you were actually staying here. My head shoots up. Huh. Like I said, the only quirks I have a problem with are the ones that interfere in the soul. She glares. Like yours. But I don't have a quirk. She shakes her head and pulls out a bucket. She tosses it across the desk and it lands upright next to me. Try to kick that. If you can, you will be staying dead. If not, you will be returning to life. Because you have a quirk that is pulling you back. She shakes her head and shuffles her papers as she mutters to herself. Jumping off a 20-story building and thinking they do not have a quirk despite not staying dead. While she mutters about how people are getting dumber with each generation, I stare at the bucket. I jumped. More than that, I jumped headfirst. And from that height? There's absolutely no way that I should be able to come back. My brains would be scattered all over the alley. But what if she's right? What if I have a quirk, and it's keeping me alive? But no, she said that I am dead. But it's bringing me back to life? Is that what my supposed quirk does? Bring me back to life after dying? I choke back a chuckle at the thought. That would be ironic. A powerful quirk going undiscovered due to its stringent activation requirements. But I stand and take aim at the bucket. If I do have a quirk, I pull my leg back. Then I can be a hero. Izumi and Kaken will stop bullying me, and I won't even have to fight them. I let loose, and watch as my foot goes through the bucket, my excitement reaching new heights. Inko and Tashaori will finally acknowledge me. I freeze at the final thought, and the woman speaks. See, not permanently dead. And it seems like you are being pulled back to your body, so this is goodbye. Try not to return until you get rid of your guilt and regrets. It is bitter. And suddenly, the darkness vanishes, and I'm looking up at an unfamiliar ceiling. I start giggling, something I haven't done before, startling the girl before me. Somehow, that changes my giggles into full-blown laughter. Before I realize it, I'm laying on the floor, holding my stomach from how hard I'm laughing. The girl is standing by this point and she's pointing a knife at me, but that just keeps me laughing. Eventually, though, I manage to calm down. When I do, I look at the girl who doesn't seem scared of the naked, hysterically laughing, formerly dead boy laying on the floor. Instead, she looks like she wants in on the joke. But that will have to wait. I stand up, still making sure to cover myself. Her knife doesn't waver as it follows me, and I look at her curiously. We stand like that for a few moments before I clear my throat. Sorry, but would you be able to find me some clothes? Being naked is kind of... While I trail off, she looks at me with suspicion clear in her eyes, but nods all the same. Sure, but stay here, alright? If you try to run, I'll stab you. I giggle again, causing her to raise an eyebrow. I won't, don't worry. I smile and watch with curiosity as she winces before retreating while rubbing at her eyes. With her gone, I'm free to look around the kitchen, making sure I keep an eye on the door, of course. The kitchen is pretty bare. Other than the blood-drenched table, the only thing in here is the refrigerator. At the sight of it, my stomach growls, reminding me that I haven't eaten since lunch yesterday. The girl did say that I stayed dead for a whole day. Does it take a day for me to come back to life? Can it be trained so that I come back to life sooner? Or are there other factors at play? Maybe the severity of my injuries made it take longer to bring me back to life? So if I'm killed by a clean strike, maybe a broken neck or stabbed through the heart, would I come back to life quicker? What about Dash? My theorizing comes to an abrupt halt as I pull open the fridge, and what I see inside. There's no food, no drinks. Nothing that the typical person would consider should be put inside a refrigerator. Instead, 3 large jars of blood stand proudly as the only things worthy of being cooled. I close the fridge. I open the fridge. I close it again. Open again. I stare at them for a moment. I close the fridge and turn back towards the door as I hear the girl returning. There's nothing here, so I dug your clothes out of the trash cinnamon roll. She stops at the doorway on seeing me standing at the fridge. Her eyes narrow. Did you look inside? My clothes fall from her hands as she flicks her wrist and her blade appears. I look on, disappointed about my clothes now being dropped on the dirty floor. Though she did say she dug them out of the trash. I nod, pointing a thumb behind me. Yep. I looked. Do you need blood for your quirk? My eyes gleam and my hand twitches, looking for a pen to write down what she says on instinct. She blinks at me in surprise. Yeah? I can drink blood to transform into people. To demonstrate, her body becomes engulfed in some kind of mud-like substance, and when it clears, she looks like me, but wearing her school uniform. I leap towards her, ignoring the knife now pressed against my throat. That's so cool. Is there a time limit? Does it matter how much blood you drink? Can you use their quirk? What about memories? Do you get flashes of memories when you transform to help you in acting like them? I don't wait for her to answer, bombarding her with more and more questions about her quirk as her eyes start to glaze over. Then I realize my situation. Close. I'm still naked. I hurriedly pick my clothes up off of the ground before shooting the girl a look and deciding that with how unfocused she is, I'm good with simply turning around to get dressed. It's not like she hasn't seen me naked already. I pause as I put on one pants leg. Wait, why was my naked body on a kitchen table? I turn my eyes to the blood-soaked top, and see that some of the blood is leaking onto the floor from some holes inside of it. I breathe a sigh of relief as I finish getting dressed. Oh, you were draining my blood for your quirk. I nod in satisfaction. That makes sense. But you probably should have found someone better to look like. I'm kind of universally looked down on. I jump, the realization that I've been gone from home a full day finally sinking in. Oh no, my family must be worried. I pause as I think about that statement for a moment. They must be worried, right? I've been gone a whole day, and even they must have noticed by now. My eyes gleam as I whirl on the girl, grabbing her hands in mine. But I'm not going to have to worry about them ignoring me anymore. And when I get back, they're going to be so happy. I finally have a quirk. I start bouncing in place, the girl quickly following suit even if she doesn't get it. But she's sharing my happiness. I stop as I look at her with shining eyes. Would you like to come with me? But a weird sound comes out of her mouth, setting me back to giggling. Do you want to come with me? I'm sure that once I tell them about my quirk, they'll support me going to UA. They'll actually pay attention to me. And All Might, who's apparently my father, could probably convince the principal to get you in too. After all, your quirk is amazing. I stand there smiling at the girl as she blinks at the unexpected propositions. I can see the gears in her head turning before she takes them and smashes them with a mallet. She smiles back. Sure. Why not? I jump in place for another minute with her before excitedly pulling her with me to the door. That's great. Oh, and what's your name? Sorry, I was too excited to ask earlier. Mine is Izuku Yagi. She smiles, fangs poking just past her upper lips. Himiko Toga. Toga POV. I was walking around the back alleys of some city in a foul mood after drinking the blood from some random lady. Normally I'd be feeling pretty good, given how much I enjoy blood. But that lady's blood tasted nasty. Like, I didn't even know blood could taste bad? Sure, a person's personality affects how their blood tastes, but it never tastes outright bad. I've literally drunk the blood of RPSTS that have tasted better. The only conclusion I could come to was that her nasty blood was somehow related to her quirk. But I wasn't finding anybody around in the alleys, and was considering just transforming into the lady and drinking from someone on the main streets. But that plan went out the window when some guy practically fell into my lap. Literally. His body made some kind of whomp sound when he hit, and I heard several cracking noises come from him. His head cracked open, and I think I could see his brain, but I was distracted by something far more important. The blood. Since he landed right in front of me, I was covered in it. That's not even mentioning how much of it got splattered on the floor and the walls. I looked down at it with wide eyes. I mean, it's not every day that someone nearly lands on you when they kill themselves. But a flick of my tongue to catch some of the blood dripping down my face pushed all other thoughts from my mind. It tasted like cinnamon rolls. And that's why I took your body to the place I was staying. There's no way I was going to let such delicious blood go to waste. Though I did leave everything that had already splattered. I didn't want to get sick after all. As I finish my explanation as to why I took his body, the kid, cinnamon roll, taps his chin in thought. He's pretty weird. Especially given how he just shrugged off how I held a knife to his throat back at the empty house I'm staying at. And he thinks my quirk is cool. It's the first time someone said something positive about my quirk. Though, the people who know about it make up an admittedly short list. Really, it's only my parents and a few random gang leaders I've worked with before. But that doesn't matter right now. Well, it's the entire reason I'm going with cinnamon roll, so it kind of does but not really. Anyways, what's important is that he invited me over to his house. My heart is beating super fast at the thought, but it's no big deal. Even if I am skipping my way there. Izuku started doing it not long after I started, so he shouldn't think it strange. But I have to say, his thinking face while he's skipping is totally cute. Hey, Toga. I pout at him using my last name. I've drank his blood. He likes my quirk. He said I can drink his blood later. We're already the bestest of best friends. Call me Himiko. He blinks at the wide smile on my face, but shrugs off my interruption. Himiko, do you ever feel bad about the people you kill? Like they're just going about their lives, enjoying their day. And then you come in and stab them to death. I frown at him. Do you hate that I kill people for their blood? If he does, then was he lying about how he thinks my quirk is cool? Is he actually trying to get me arrested? Luckily for him, that's not the case. No. I mean, I get that I should. But after dying myself, well, I can't seem to bring myself to care. I mean, if they were someone I care about, then I'd be mad? Or sad? He shakes his head, his curly green hair bouncing with the motion. I don't know. I've been feeling off. His skipping slows down, starting to walk instead, and I follow suit as he looks into my eyes. But no, Himiko. I don't hate you for killing people. Your blood craving is a result of your quirk, so the government should have made blood accessible to you. Since they didn't, you need to get it yourself. That makes me happy. My new friend stays as my friend. Friends shouldn't lie to each other after all. He stops and I follow his gaze up to the building we're standing in front of. It's a 2-story building with a big front yard that I can see through the front gate. Though the high walls surrounding it means that anyone trying to get more than a peek would be called out for their creepy behavior. He sighs as he opens the gate. Weird. I thought that he was super excited to show off his quirk to his family. We walk through, but before we can reach the door it flies open and a tall woman with long green hair done up in a ponytail hurries out. Izuku immediately perks up, his shining smile making me thankful that it's not directed at me. Hi Mom. I dash. Sorry, I have an emergency at work and probably won't be home until late. Just make something for yourself for dinner. Without so much as a glance at the 2 people standing in front of her, she rushes past, heading to the detached garage. Cinnamon Roll just stands there, frozen while the woman drives away. I move in front of him and wave my hand in front of his face but get no reaction. And his smile is weird too. It's frozen, it looks like how it did when he smiled at the woman I'm guessing is his mom. But now it's not bright. Instead it seems dark. Twisted staring at it while he's frozen, I feel another feeling building up inside of me. I feel the urge to do something and so I act upon it. I lunge forward and dig my fangs into his neck, ignoring the small sound he makes in surprise. I've drunk blood from plenty of people before. Usually unwilling. But the feeling behind my thirst. I've only felt this once before. When I first gave into my thirst and attacked that cute boy at school, I felt something similar. But that pain-filled, broken smile. One that hides something darker underneath. I want to see what's hiding below. Izuku POV. I'm in shock. I've been gone an entire day. I mean, I half expected something like this to happen. But to not even glance at me? Do they really just not care? Do they even realize that I was gone? Do they even know I killed myself? Do they even care? And that's when it hits me. They don't. None of them have ever cared about me. But no, that's wrong. Izumi cared. She cared that I would be there for her and Kaken to take their frustrations out on. But Mom and Dad? No, Inko and Tashaori. They don't. They never did. I feel something break at that realization. I'm pulled from my thoughts when Himiko bites down on my neck, a small eep coming from my throat. I raise my hands to pull her off of me, but hesitate. It doesn't hurt, but the sensation of her skinning my blood is odd. Not bad, just odd. Instead of pulling her off of me, I give in to my instincts and simply wrap my arms around her. I can feel her tense at the action and internally sigh, deciding to pull them away and apologize. But she surprises me. She moves her hands from my shoulders down to my arms. Then she moves them around me, and we're hugging. Even with her loud gulping of my blood, it feels reassuring being held like this. Like I'm not alone in the world. Shoko was never one for physical connections, so this is the first time I've been hugged since. Izumi started bullying me. I tighten the hug, Himiko choking a bit on the hot liquid filling her mouth. If they really don't care about me, even after driving me to kill myself, then why should I care about them? Why should I care about anyone who doesn't care about me? The only one who's cared before Shoko, so why should I treat them better than they treat me? No, They don't care about. I don't think they ever did. All of Tashaori's excuses on the rooftop were just that. Excuses. He probably just didn't want to have to go through the trouble of spending any time or money on me when he could be spending it on Izumi. By the time Himiko pulls herself off of me, blood trailing from her lips, I've come to a decision. But that doesn't mean that I don't have business here. I smile at the girl with a blood quirk, ostracized by society for something she couldn't control. Someone the world tried to push down, but pushed her back. I want to be strong enough to do the same. Himiko, I say with a determined voice. Would you let me come with you? She looks at me with a blank look. Where am I going? That causes me to chuckle. I start pulling her into the house as I explain. You tell me. I just know that I don't want to stay here. I can't stay here. I growl out. She tilts her head in confusion before shrugging. Sure. Why not? Just let me SCK your blood every morning for breakfast. It's been so long since I've tasted cinnamon rolls. I laugh as we make our way through the empty house, nobody else being home. It cements my thought that nobody has even realized that I'm missing. Not even Shoko. I shake that thought away. Why would she know? She doesn't live with me. Sure, I always respond to any text she sends me, but maybe she thinks I lost it or something. My phone was in my pocket when I jumped, and unlike me it didn't come back from the dead. I open the door to my room, noting the dust that's always covering everything hasn't been disturbed. The only things not covered in it are my bed, desk, and the All Might posters hanging on the walls. Looking at them used to pull me out of my darkest thoughts. Whenever I or the voices started encouraging me to hurt myself, seeing that reassuring smile made me feel safe. But now all I feel is irritation. If the number one hero is a fake, then how many of the others are the same? I don't hate heroes, not exactly. But I don't want to be one anymore. I'm not sure what else I'll do, but I do know that traveling with Himiko will help me figure it out. But I'm getting sidetracked again. I make my way to my bed and lift up the mattress to reveal 15 notebooks. And laid out next to them is the one thing I splurged on with the money I got from doing odd jobs. A jacket that's a darker green than my hair, with bunny ears that would reach my shoulder when the hood is pulled up. When I saw it in a store I was passing by one day, it just felt right for me to own it. So I saved, and saved, and saved, until eventually I had enough to buy it. Of course, I almost never wear it. I wouldn't want Izumi or Kaken to destroy it, or else I might have hurt them. Now though, I'm not planning to stick around long enough for any of them to see me. I'm not going to be trying to get revenge on them either. At least not right now. Maybe I'll torment them a bit later. I giggle at the thought. Just because I don't hate them doesn't mean that I've forgiven them. Well, most of them. Kaken is the one who told me to jump, and Izumi did look mad at him when he said it. So I hate him, but everyone else I just dislike. Leaving the bed leaning against the wall for support, I dig under my bed for a moment before pulling out my old, yellow backpack. It's basically patchworked with the remains of my old clothes in an attempt to keep it together, but eventually I decided that I needed a new one. But now it makes its glorious return as my getaway bag. I quickly stuff my 12 hero analysis notebooks inside before staring at the 3 for Shoko. There's no particular reason for it. Maybe I just don't want her being in the room longer than she needs to, but I move them to the desk, stacked in the center before tossing on my jacket and putting the bed back down. I turn to Himiko as I heft the bag onto my back. Sorry for dragging you here. I'm ready to head out when you are. She nods and we make our way back through the hall before she comes to an abrupt stop in the living room, her eyes locked on the kitchen. Seeing the mischievous look in her eyes, I roll my own. We aren't going to wreck the place. I'd rather they not know I was here. I shake my head. Heck, I'm not sure even Inko knows we're here right now even though she passed us. She shakes her head. I was just thinking. She turns to me with a smirk. Living on the run is hunger work. And since we're already here. She trails off leadingly and I can't help but laugh. You know what, you're right. We might as well help ourselves. It can be their going away present for me. She giggles before doing something that catches me completely off guard. She leans in and gives me a kiss on the cheek. I'm frozen in shock and embarrassment while she rushes into the kitchen, opening every cupboard and drawer she can while looking for the food she wants. She kissed me. My mind is stuck replaying the moment. She kissed me. Come on. You don't want to regret not grabbing what you want. Himiko yells, kickstarting my mind once again. Regret, I mutter, thinking back on what the lady I met when I died said. My eyes glow with a mad glint. Yeah, I won't regret anything anymore. Endeavor repeatedly tries to get Shoko's attention, only to fail, so focused is she on reading Izuku's first note. After finally getting her attention, she simply hands him the note and opens the backpack. He tries to stop her, but the sudden projection of icicles from her wrist forces him to retreat. What the hell, Izuku hot? You can make weapons? Bakugo isn't the only one surprised by the scene, as the other students start muttering to each other about why he's never done it before. Only to be quickly shut down by the most surprised of them all. I can't. With 2 words, Todoroki manages to silence them all. He grabs his chin as he starts thinking. Maybe Shoko's quirk is different from mine? Or is it a matter of control? Preference? I tend to focus on more immediate elimination of a threat, so maybe I can do it. Listening in, Aizawa opens his little book to a new set of pages and titles it, Possible Quirk Training, marking down fine control for Todoroki. Meanwhile, Tamura starts wondering if he should kidnap the kid to have him make infinite weapons for the LOV. It would be an amazing glitch. Father, you want me to surpass All Might, right? The heroes and students shiver at how cold Shoko's voice is, and shivers go down their spines, and a thrill goes through Tamura's at the promise of pain her voice promises. Shoko requests that they go to Izuku's house, her voice clearly brooking no argument, while also asking for the Bakugas to be present. So, Kirishima trails off. Anyone else getting a bad feeling from the look in her eyes? Silence from the adults and rapid head nods from the students are the replies he gets, along with Toga cheering in anticipation for more blood. The scene changes to show the Yagi family, minus Izuku, sitting in their living room with the Bakugo family. But they're not alone. With them sit Eraserhead and Detective Tsukachi. Mina's hand shoots up, a glint in her eye that's quickly extinguished by Aizawa's glare. If it's something ridiculous, extra training for everyone. They all gulp, looking at Mina with worry. She sweat drops, desperately trying to think of something other than hobo to call their teacher's copy. Her eyes finally alight on the cup in his hand and she throws out the first thing that comes to mind. Captain Cappuccino? The sudden silence is only broken by the collective smacks as faces meet palms. We're dead, they all think. Aizawa doesn't say anything. Just staring at the nervous pink-skinned girl for a couple of tense seconds. Eventually he speaks. Not bad. But make it shorter. She breathes a sigh of relief as she rests a hand on her chest. Now having the go-ahead, she taps her chin in thought. Coffee bean? Dark roast? What? Depresso espresso? Her suggestions proceed to become more whimsical as everyone listens, but by the time she starts naming the overly complicated drinks that tempt baristas to murder, he interrupts. Prost. Now stop. Nodding in acceptance, everyone refocuses on the screen, only to see Shoko attacking Hypo and Bakubich with her fire and ice, respectively. Vengeance. Blood. The shouts of excitement at seeing the two of them get attacked on screen causes All Might to slump down and Bakugo to glare at them all. Tashaori Yagi disappears in a puff of smoke and All Might takes his place, his hands clapped in front of him to dispel the fire. Meanwhile, Bakugo destroys the icicle before it can hurt him, and Eraserhead wraps Shoko in his scarf while deactivating her quirk. Boo! The collective sounds of disappointment ring out from the majority of the audience, the exceptions being the adults and Bakugo. After explaining why she attacked, Izumi jumps to her feet and questions why Izuku knew her father's secret but she didn't. But her outburst is quickly forgotten when the truth of what Bakugo had told Izuku comes to light. It takes everyone by surprise when his father knocks him to the ground with a single swing of his fist. There's shocked silence for a few moments before Mina and Aizawa repeat their earlier interaction, prompting those shocked silent to restart. That coward doesn't have the ball, oh hit me. Child abuse isn't manly. But he definitely deserves it. Uraraka counters. Shut the hell up, round cheeks. After revealing Izuku's suicide note, Shoko leaves the room to get what he'd left for her, quickly followed by Detective Tsukachi. After opening the notebook, surprises continue when a white rat pops out of Aizawa's scarf. Principal Nizu has appeared. So he does that in both worlds. Sochik shrugs at Aizawa's words. It seems to be one of his favorite things to do in all 3 worlds. Oh, 3. Obviously there's no way that the rat in question would let that little tidbit go. He nods. That's correct. I oversee several worlds' timelines, but yours is sandwiched between the one we're currently viewing and one other. A shrug. I flipped a coin to decide which one to show. Nizu files that tidbit away while everyone else just ignores it. It's not like that knowledge would affect their lives anyway, right? There's silence in the Yagi home while Aizawa reads the letter. A silence that persists even after the letter is read. Nizu questions him about what he'd told his son, and various expressions cross everyone's face. Aizawa looks like he wants to strangle him. The Bakugo parents look at him with shock. Izumi with horror. Bakugo with self-satisfaction. But Inko. Something flashes across her face, gone too quickly for anyone to notice, quickly overcome with a slightly guilty expression. A deafening silence echoes across the room once again, each person processing what they've just heard. Midori hugs Squad when we get back. Sounds of agreement come from Uraraka, Toga, Kirishima, Todoroki, All Might, and Aizawa. At the looks he gets, he glares back, preventing them from saying anything. Tsukachi and Shoko return to the room, both showing hostility towards the Yagi family. After some pointed words where Shoko comes to the realization that Izumi's bullying hasn't come to light but does not reveal it, they all make their way to Izuku's room. There, it's revealed to them just how far the neglect has gone. Even my room has more stuff than that. Not to mention how bad all that dust is for his health. Tsukachi adds on to Uraraka's comment. Reminds me of my training room. Tamura muses, thinking back on all the times he's decayed training equipment or random thugs while undergoing sensei's training sessions. Shivers go down the students' spines as they recall seeing what his quirk had done to their teacher's elbow. After finding the modular splints, Shoko reveals that someone has been in Izuku's room before them, as well as the notebooks not meant for her being missing. Understanding the danger, Nizu sends away the detective to begin an investigation, though he doesn't hold out much hope. He attempts to send the 2 pros while he informs the Bakugos and Yagis of their punishments, but they refuse. Why do I have a feeling that you cause as much of a headache for roast as much as you do for me? Nizu sips his tea with a smirk, not deigning to answer. Instead, Tsukachi speaks up. You know, he muses. Your nickname around the precincts is Rat Satan. His smirk widens as his counterpart's name is decided. Nizu declares that Katsuki and Izumi are to attend both therapy and community service until the end of the school year, and threatens to blacklist them from every hero school if they fail to make adequate progress. Meanwhile, the Yagi parents are getting a major pay cut. Rat Satan is scary. A sadistic aura seems to exude from him now, taking satisfaction in his students' fear. The screen shifts, changing scenes to a nice if plain kitchen. Normally, the sight would be unremarkable. But one thing causes it to stand out. A seemingly dead body rests on the table, a girl with messy blonde buns leaning over him. Midori! The hero side shouts, while Tamura looks on with interest. Toga is squealing about how she's made an appearance, her initial disappointment that he's not all bloody gone as soon as it appeared. But everyone gets shocked when his body suddenly sits up with a sharp gasp, startling the on-screen Toga. With a gasp, Izuku sits up, the surprised girl falling on her behind. Feeling that it's his fault, Izuku gets up to help her, but slips and falls on top of her. Though he avoided grabbing anywhere cough in particular, when he pushes himself up their faces are extremely close. Under consideration. Rejected. Approved. And thus, the 3 girls present state their stances on this potential new ship while staring at each other with different expressions, with the verdicts being as expected. But one little detail that everyone's shock has caused them to overlook. Where are my clothes? Snapping their heads back to the screen so fast it's a wonder they didn't get whiplash, they see a naked Midori covering his crotch. They click their tongues in disappointment, even while they shyly cover their eyes with blushes on their faces. Except for Toga, who's unabashedly taking in his entire appearance, though the blush is still present. On-screen me, let's call her Vampy, has already seen everything. So it's perfectly acceptable for me to look too. No, it's expected for me to look since I already have. Wait a minute. I don't even have to justify myself. Mina and Uraraka's blushes deepen as they listen to her ramble, before Mina gathers up her courage and uncovers her eyes. She side-eyes the males in the room, trying to see if they're going to be judging her for looking. Despite how she acts, she does care about what people think of her. It comes with all the insults she's endured due to her appearance being altered by her quirk. But they aren't looking at her, instead they're staring at the bare Midori even more than the girls. To say Mina is shocked would be an understatement. Maybe I should warn Midori about all these guys being interested in his body. Or it could be fun to try setting him up with one of them. Decisions. After being told he died a day ago, Izuku freezes, seemingly recalling what had happened to him. What he'd done. The girl creeps towards him cautiously, knife extended defensively. Then he starts laughing. Oh dear. That is not good. Nizu advises. It reminds me of your laugh. Aizawa agrees. After getting his laughter under control, he ignores the fact that the girl is pointing her knife at him and asks for clothes. After a quick threat, she leaves to get him some clothes. Boo! Mina and Toga object, though with Vampy gone Izuku has stopped covering himself. Mina nods in admiration, Toga drools, and steam starts coming off of Uraraka from how red she is. Bakugo, for once, is suspiciously silent. Deciding to grab a bite to eat, he opens the refrigerator, only to stop when he sees that the only thing inside are large jars filled with blood. His blood. The F-? That's creepy as hell. Toga sticks her tongue out at Bakugo. Cooled blood lasts longer before going bad. Just like any other drink. Returning to see his position, the girl gets a dark look on her face. Only to be taken aback by how casual he is about the blood. After explaining how her quirk works and giving a demonstration, Izuku goes into analysis mode, only stopping when he realizes that he's still naked and rushing to get dressed. Sigh. Maybe I should give young Midoriya some advice on talking to girls. All might muses, only to be shot down by his longtime friend. Pretty sure the symbol of bachelorhood shouldn't be giving romantic advice. Burn. At Mina's shout, Todoroki touches his scar. He knows how it feels to get burned. An epiphany seems to strike Izuku, and he explains to the girl how his family must be worried, and how they'll be so happy that he has a quirk now. All the while not seeming to realize how desperate and broken he sounds. But to the girl's surprise, he invites her to his house, revealing his father's secret at the same time. After introducing each other, they depart. All Might sighs. I'm so glad young Midoriya is better at keeping secrets than Midori. Bakugo stiffens, recalling a certain confession the broccoli-headed boy had made to him on their first day of combat training. There's no way, right? We would have seen some sign of it if it were true. But we haven't, so it's not. That shitty Deku was obviously lying to me. A quick round of explaining how she found him and why she took his body helps to pass the time while walking to Izuku's house. Which is followed by the first overt signs that all is not right in his mind. If his casual disregard for his murderous new friend wasn't enough, perhaps he got brain damage when he jumped? He most likely landed on his head, after all. Tsukachi nods. That's a solid theory. I doubt that he'd just disregard the lives of others so casually otherwise. At least based on what I've seen of the version of him in our world and of his personality on screen. While the adults are having a serious discussion, Mina is leaning over to whisper to her new friend who's wondering if her blood is acidic. So, does blood really have different flavors for you depending on who it is? She nods. It generally fits their personality, I think. So it could change quite a bit depending on if a person has experienced certain emotions more frequently. Reaching Izuku's house, the two of them are just in time to encounter his mother rushing out. Elated, he immediately tries to explain his quirk to her, only for her to casually dismiss him. Not unlike a piece of trash on the road. Inko Murder Squad? Toga asks innocently. A few people's hands twitch, but Bakugo shouts before anyone can actually make a motion. Don't compare Auntie to that trash. She's the nicest woman you'll ever meet. Taken aback by this uncharacteristic show of compassion, it's enough to knock them out in shock. Kirishima, eliminated. Or at least one of them. Damn it, shitty hair. After becoming frozen in shock, you can practically see Izuku's mental state deteriorating. Stopping only when Toga bites his neck, prompting him to initiate a hug. One that's eagerly reciprocated. Too close. Too close. Uraraka frantically waves her hands in front of herself and closes her eyes, face still red, to try and deny what she's seeing. But when she looks again, the scene hasn't changed. After pulling himself together with Toga's help, they enter his house and head to his room, where his living conditions are revealed. A stark contrast to the rest of the building. He gathers his notebooks, leaving the 3 he intends to gift to Shoko, as well as a dark green jacket with a rabbit-reminiscent hood. On their way out, Toga stops him so they can grab some food. He agrees and she kisses him. 3, 2, 1. Uraraka is down. Not appropriate, Mina. Shut down by her homeroom teacher, Mina can only pout. Now there's only her and Toga left as the only girls in the theater. Sure, they've already exchanged numbers in the hope of contacting each other once all the nonsense is over with, but they were already outnumbered by the guys. Now it's even worse. Are you sure this is a good idea? I can't help but look at Himiko with some doubt in my eyes, to which she rolls her own. Obviously it's a good idea. How else are we supposed to get money? But it will be my first time. I don't think I'm ready. Huffing at my resistance, she grabs my hand and pulls me deeper into the alley. You'll do fine. Just make sure you stay relaxed and follow what your body wants to do. It will know how to react. Mine did the first time. I squirm as we round a corner and a person comes into view. The man is leaning with his shoulder against the wall while he scrolls through his phone. He doesn't look bad, especially for being in some random alley. In fact, his clothes practically scream that he's well off. Or at least that he's doing well for himself. Honestly, the only thing detracting from his appearance is his quirk, which has replaced his mouth with what looks like a speaker. Normally, I'd be jotting down notes and questions about his quirk, such as how he eats, if he still has a tongue, what exactly it might be, etc. But right now I'm far too nervous thinking about what Himiko wants me to do. Luckily the man hasn't seen us yet, so I can try to gather up my courage. It will be okay. Himiko said that she's done stuff like this plenty of times. I mean, I don't encourage it, but I'm not going to try and force her to change. That would defeat the whole point of me coming along with her. I'm the one who wants to change. To live my life with no regrets. I mean, it's not like I mind doing this. Which is weird because I feel like I should. I really do need to figure out everything that my quirk has done to me since I first activated it. In fact, I should do it now. Yeah, this can wait until Ano. I'm knocked out of my thoughts by Himiko bonking me on the head with the handle of one of her knives. I asked her once how many knives she carries with her, and boy was that a mistake. She spent a good 20 minutes lecturing me about how I can't go questioning girls about their secrets, then proceeded to pull a dozen knives from out of various spots inside her shirt. She said that was all she was willing to show me, but that she had another 15 scattered around the rest of her body. She said that I'd have to find the rest myself, and that she'd give me a prize if I managed to discover where they were all hidden. But given the lack of her needing to use knives since we left the Yagi house, I haven't had much of a chance. The food, when paired with my blood, has ensured that we haven't needed to go out just for our basic necessities. But that doesn't mean that I've just been lazing about. But judging by her pout, now isn't the time to reminisce. Sighing, I look at the man again, noting that he's started sending the two of us covert glances. I mean, not really covert, given that I noticed them, but he's trying at least. Luckily I'm standing in front of Himiko so he doesn't see that she's holding a knife. That would probably send him running. Seeing that I'm still trying to put things off, Himiko huffs at me. If you aren't going to do it, then I am. Even if you are a good cook, a girl still wants to go out and have some fun. As she puts a hand on my arm to push me aside, I sigh. Putting a hand on her chest to stop her, I nod. It's okay. I'll do it. My nerves are just getting the better of me. But if I want to live freely, I need to make sure that nothing holds me back. Not even this. I take a deep breath and confirm what I need to do as she gets a wide grin on her face. So I just stab him? Yeah. I nod. I can do this. Do this. Accepting the knife from her, I slide it into my sleeve and tense my wrist so it doesn't slide down. It's not really tenable long term, but it's not supposed to be. There are straps you can wear to hold them where flexing your wrist will cause them to fall down, but Himiko doesn't have any in my size. Though she did say that will get me some after this to celebrate my first kill. I walk towards the man with my head down and shoulders slumped, playing as the nervous kid worried about drawing attention to himself. It's not like I don't have a decade's worth of experience with it. I hear some shuffling ahead of me and assume the guy has stopped leaning on the wall, but looking up would betray my act. It would be a small thing that doesn't fit with the rest, but it would be enough to give someone the feeling that there's something off about me. So instead, hearing him move, I hunch down farther, trying to make myself as small as possible. When he puts a hand on my shoulder, I jump and look at him with panicked eyes. There's a smirk in his eyes as he looks down at me. What's a kid like you doing in a place like this? His voice is a bit odd, sounding kind of synthesized and the pitch rising and falling randomly. I stammer out an automatic reply, playing up the scared kid act while contemplating on where the best place to stab him would be. The throat will prevent him from screaming and calling for help, though his quirk might negate that depending on how it affected his vocal cords. Trying for entry through the ear would give him time to react, and there's no guarantee that I'd get it through the hole and reach his brain on the first try. Maybe I should stab him in the leg so he can't run away? We are fairly deep into the back alleys. Even if he does scream, what are the chances that someone will be brave enough or care enough to investigate? And not many heroes are willing to do their work where the media doesn't have a presence. Well, other than the good, underground heroes like Eraserhead. Man, I hope that I can get his autograph one day. Wait, focus. While I've been thinking, the man has continued talking and trailed his hand down from my shoulder to my left arm. Honestly, I've been acting on autopilot, so I have no idea what he's been saying. But it doesn't really matter since I'm going to kill him. Finalizing my thoughts, I immediately act. I relax my wrist, letting the blade drop and grabbing the handle. I tried to grab the handle. Despite my time practicing with it, I still mess up the timing sometimes. I guess now is one of those times. The clanging it makes as it falls to the ground is deafening in the sudden silence as we both stare at it. Neither of us react for a few moments, both frozen at the unexpected development. Him more than me, which is why I'm the first to act. Crouching down, I scoop up the knife and clasp it between both hands. The man tenses and takes a step back in shock, but despite his feeble stumble, it doesn't help him against my next move. Still clasping the blade. I'm so sorry for this. These alleys are dangerous, so my friend insisted that I carry something to protect myself. But I don't really have any experience with weapons, so I guess I didn't secure it well enough. I'm so sorry. I hope I didn't scare you. The man simply stares at me for a minute, probably trying to gauge the truthfulness of my words. But seeing my earnest expression, he relaxes and waves his hand, though his eyes narrow. No, it's fine. And your friend is right, it is dangerous around here. Which begs the question, why are you wandering around here? I fidget nervously, not even needing to act. This is not going as well as I thought it would. But it's also not going as bad as I expected, so I'll count it as a win. WC, I mumble out a reply. Frowning, he gestures for me to speak up. I repeat myself a bit louder, but still not loud enough for him to hear. Sighing, he lets his guard down and leans in. And I take the opportunity to strike. I reverse the grip my hands have on the knife and quickly bring it up before he can pull away, driving it through his lower jaw. I can hear him take a deep breath through his nose, and I scowl at having missed his throat. Pushing me back and forcing the knife out, he stumbles back and I step forward, switching to holding the knife one-handed. I use my free hand to grab his shoulder as I move the knife into his chest. Instead of going in though, It just digs a shallow cut as it glances off of one of his rib bones. Why is this so hard? I shove him backwards and he falls on his butt, staring at me with panic as his mouth fills with blood and his shirt gets soaked. He tries to scramble backwards as he holds a hand to the cut, but I climb on top of him, preventing him from getting away. He tries to speak, but the only thing that comes out of his speaker is a spray of blood. Clenching the knife in both hands once again, I raise it above my head and bring it down on his chest with my body weight behind it. Luckily, he's too panicked to try and hold me back since my body weight isn't really all that much. But it is enough for it to finally dig deep into his chest. I pull it out and move down again. And again. And again. And again. It's not until I'm enveloped in a warm hug that I come out of my daze. Looking down, I see that the man's chest is a bloodied mess. Blood is splattered all around him, and I become aware of just how much of it has gotten on me. It makes me glad that I left my jacket back at our hideout. I stumble to my feet with Himiko's help and take a few steps back, taking in the entire sight of what I've done. Blood drips from his speaker mouth, and his eyes are filled with the terror he felt at realizing that he was about to die. While I'm looking down at him, I feel her lean her chin against my shoulder as she stands on her toes to whisper into my ear. So, cinnamon roll. How does it feel to take someone's life? To splatter their blood around them as they struggled against you? To know that, despite being younger, smaller, beat down your whole life, that in the end you proved your strength superior to them? She spins around so that she's in front of me, her eyes gleaming at the sight of me covered in blood. Leaning up, she trails her tongue along my cheek to get a taste of the blood. Kind of sour with a hint of bitterness. I can't help the chuckle that escapes me. Looking away from my first kill, I stare into her eyes, and she giggles at what she sees in mine. My grin stretches across my face as I touch my forehead against hers. It feels amazing. I'm in a place of shadow. As far as the eye can see, there's only an all-consuming darkness. It's intimidating, ominous, familiar. Back again, are we? The only change is a single circle of light, in which I sit across from a professionally dressed woman at a bamboo desk. The source of light, a single lantern striving to combat the creeping black. Yep. What was it this time? I had Himiko Kalima my heart. We found a stash of pre-Quirk era movies and kind of got excited to experiment with some of what we saw. Man, am I glad that I don't feel pain anymore. Given how the guy I did that to reacted, I'm sure that it would have been painful. I've become pretty comfortable here, given all the experiments with my quirk that I've been conducting with Himiko. I've even managed to get close to the lady that's always waiting for me. Well, sort of. At the very least, she stopped looking annoyed after the 15th time I showed up. Still, progress. I am quite aware. A few of my colleagues have informed me that some of their recent charges were ranting about a child in green having ended their lives. I do believe that one of them had an entire unexpected batch show up within a few minutes of each other. She raises an eyebrow and I feel the urge to whistle innocently. I mean, I am innocent. Totally. Doesn't that one religion say that murder is wrong, but doesn't clarify about killing in general? Then I'm totally innocent. But since it's clear that she wants to know more about what happened, I suppose I can explain. Well, you see, some gang guy with a weak teleportation quirk decided to harass Himiko. Normally teleportation quirks are highly sought after, but this guy could only teleport clothing. I scowl at the memory. We were just walking down the street to get some celebratory ice cream after killing a guy who was mugging some woman. Ignore the fact that Himiko drained her dry afterwards because her blood she tasted like chocolate syrup, when this random punk grabbed her by the shoulder and leaned in close to her ear. Normally she would have just stabbed the guy the moment he grabbed her, but she really wanted to pour that blood she'd gotten onto some pomegranate ice cream. How chocolate syrupy blood and pomegranate ice cream taste together, I have no intention of ever finding out. But anyways, instead of stabbing him, she just punched him in the stomach. Oh boy, did he get mad about that. While clutching his stomach on the ground, he shouted something about how his gang would show her her place and made a grabbing motion at her. Since we'd already moved out of his reach, neither of us thought anything of it. But in a world where the extraordinary has long become ordinary, we should have known better. All of a sudden her shirt and skirt had disappeared from around her and ended up in the BSDRD's hand. Now, obviously Himiko isn't shy about being seen in her underwear. It's kind of a given what with her quirk working better if she strips naked beforehand. But I still have no idea how her quirk is able to copy clothes. Especially since we got blood from someone and followed him until he changed clothes, and when she transformed she was in the clothes from when she'd gotten the blood. It bothered me so much that I killed the guy. What does it mean? Cough sidetracked. Anyways, being seen in her underwear, while a bit embarrassing for her, isn't overall too big of a deal. But the way he was leering at her and talking about how he and his friends would have fun with her? The only reason I didn't gut him then and there is because my dear precious vampire held an arm out to stop me. After letting the guy take a picture while covering herself, he ran off. Obviously we followed at a distance after I covered her with my jacket. It took a bit of time, but he eventually ended up at what looked like an abandoned warehouse. I was shocked. Really? It was whatever, honestly. But given how confident he was acting, couldn't he at least have had the decency to be part of more than some small-time gang? Like, abandoned warehouses are the lowest of the low in terms of criminal organizations. Hell, they don't even qualify as villains. In fact, given how dilapidated it was, I would say they even barely passed the bar to be qualified as a gang, and would better be classified as delinquents. Off track again. Anyways, after confirming their location, Himiko sent me off to get something burny, and something explodey. A quick robbery of a gas station later, thank goodness that I stole a second jacket on the way. And always keep my mask stashed in my hood, and I'd returned with 4 gallons of gas and a box of matches. Okay, so you can pour one of those cans around the doors of the warehouse and light it so they don't run away. Then go cause a distraction, and after I find my knives I'll give you a signal. Then you can blow up the second one right in the middle of them. I'll stab anyone that survives in a super mean way. I nodded along with her explanation. Obviously Himi wasn't mad about what he'd done to her, well not too. Maybe 40%? What really had her mad was that the guy stole all her knives. To make a medium-ish length story short, most of the delinquents got blown up or burned to death, and the unlucky ones met an adorably angry vampire. Oh yeah, and I died for the 7th time. It's actually what started me on fully studying my quirk. But given how that was literally what sparked my 7th visit, I have to wonder why she's bringing it up now of all times. But I decide to just shrug the question off. It's not like it's important anyways. She probably only recently met up with the colleague in charge of that group, so she hadn't heard of it before. After telling her about the incident, she simply nods in understanding before raising an inquisitive eyebrow. I see. It seems that you are living quite a bit differently than you were when you first appeared here. I nod happily. It's like you said, guilt and regret are bitter. I get a sagely nod in reply. Indeed. Though do try to avoid dying so much. It does have a tendency to disrupt the flow whenever someone who appears returns to the living realm. Though I must admit that it is refreshing to have a visitor who has the ability to retain their memories of this realm. I tilt my head, taken aback by this new information. Do you mean that people who only half die don't remember coming here? If that's the case, what makes me different? The deadpan look I get reminds me of Shoko. There's absolutely no change in expression, but you can just tell that they think you've said something incredibly dumb. The fact that your quirk specifically has to do with dying and returning to life might have a hand in the situation. I gasp, holding my hands to my mouth in mock surprise. You sassed me. That's the first time you've done that. That means you're starting to like me. Her eyes narrow into a glare. You are fortunate that the effort it would take to force your soul to remain here is not nearly worth it to do. That puts me in a serious mood. You can force people to become fully dead if they're half dead? She nods. To simplify it, that would be correct. Although it is more accurate to say that we do not release our claim on their soul. Usually this is only done with incredibly desirable or atrocious souls. I am aware of one of my colleagues who has a team constantly on guard in case of one specific soul's arrival. He claims that it is incredibly slippery and that he does not intend to allow it to escape. Who's that? Maybe if I see them I can send them down. You know, since you've been so patient with me. She taps a finger on her pursed lips while she thinks before eventually shaking her head. That will not be necessary. Not only is the individual they desire incredibly powerful, far outside your capabilities to kill, but I also do not care for that colleague. They are unpleasant. I nod in understanding. Yeah, I get it. They steal your lunch from the company refrigerator, right? Did the two of you used to date? Another deadpan stare. There's something refreshing about getting those. Especially when paired with that certain look in their eyes. Just then I start to feel a faint pulling sensation, making me smile. After showing up here so often, I've started being able to feel when my soul is getting pulled back to my body. The lady tells me that's not how it's supposed to work, but oh well. Guess I'll be heading back soon. I'll see you later. Maybe I'll get you to tell me your name next time. I wave my hands excitedly as I get pulled out of this place. As everything vanishes from sight, I think I hear her say something, but I'm not sure. And since I'm opening my eyes to the familiar sight of Himiko leaning over me while sipping on a blood shake, it's too late to ask her. Seeing Himiko above me, I can't help but chuckle, causing her to pout and stop sipping her treat. What's so funny? I shake my head and get up, her moving out of the way so there isn't a repeat of our first meeting. Though she's told me that she didn't dislike it, so maybe she was hoping for a repeat? Tossing the thought out of mind, I answer her question. I was just thinking about how nostalgic waking up like this is. Only this time we didn't end up on the floor together. I chuckle again and she smiles. Oh yeah. I was curious about how you hadn't run out of blood for me to drain and so was going to try just drinking directly, but then you just suddenly shot up and headbutt me. She puts a hand on her head and mock pouts. It really hurt, you know. I roll my eyes at that before moving on to more relevant topics. So, how long was I out that time? Huffing at my dismissal, she puts down her shake and checks the time. It looks like about 3 hours. I nod. Sounds about right. Regrowing a heart takes a bit of time. Looking up, I tap my chin. You know, instead of our plan to sell information on heroes, we could always sell my body parts instead. Over the course of the 3 months since we met and I ran away from home, we've experimented quite a bit with my quirk. The results have been pretty interesting too. First off and most important, it is not a regeneration quirk. No matter how badly my body gets damaged, it will not heal. Cuts, bruises, amputation. My quirk does not heal any of them. Not while I'm alive, at least. When I'm dead, any damage my body has accumulated will heal. It doesn't matter what it is. Missing limbs, organs, paper cuts, etc. While I'm dead, everything will heal to its previous state. The sole exception to this seems to be anything that's beneficial to my body. For example, when you tear a muscle and it heals back stronger. Instead of healing to its previous state, my body will instead accelerate the healing in those cases. Himiko and I have really abused that to enhance my body to a frankly ridiculous degree. I think that I'm strong enough to compete with some weak strengthening quirks now. Of course, quirk also has downsides. First of all, the fact that I have to die to activate it is already a pretty big disadvantage that would put most people off of trying to utilize it. Of course, I don't have that problem, given how I first discovered it. Which leads me to the second point. It seems that the first activation of my quirk had some complications. See, it heals my body to its previous state before I died. But it also uses my previous death as a sort of progress report on things that have changed. Like how I've gotten slightly taller. Since there's a progress report, my quirk won't try to revert my height. But since there hadn't been any reports on the first activation, well, complications. As far as I can tell, the major part of that is my inability to feel pain. It's not a direct benefit of my quirk, but more of an issue that healed wrongly in my brain. But since the first report healed it like that, it will keep healing like that. In addition, other parts of my brain seem to be damaged as well. I hadn't studied the brain before, and my interest hasn't increased so I'm not sure which parts are damaged. But my lack of empathy towards the people Himiko and I kill is partly due to that damage. But I'm self-aware enough to realize that the majority of it is showing everyone that I'm not some weak and worthless Deku. Honestly, I've even been thinking of trying to take out some of the weaker and lower-ranked heroes. showing everyone that the person they berated and degraded for his dream being able to take out those he aspired to be like is just so appealing. But that's for later consideration. In addition to the botched healing of my first activation, as well as how it works now, I've noticed that certain things won't heal. The scars I got from my constant bullying. This one actually took me a while to notice. I just assumed that they fell under the category of no previous report of my first healing. But after I cut my finger during knife catching practice with Himiko, I changed my mind. That injury healed naturally, which is no surprise since I hadn't died for like a week after getting it. But after I did die, I noticed that the scar didn't heal along with my pre-death wounds. So I got curious and carved a shallow wound on my forearm spelling Himiko's name. Unfortunately, I ended up having to do it twice since Himiko walked in on me the first time and got so happy that she drank me to death, healing the wound. But the second time I managed to avoid dying until it had started to scar over. And the next time I died, it remained as a full scar. So it seems like my quirk won't heal anything that either has passed a certain PRD of time, or that I start considering part of my body. Obviously I haven't tested it by cutting off any parts, so I'm not completely certain of it. But when I kept a wound fresh for the same amount of time it healed without any problem, so I'm leaning towards the latter for an answer. Now back to my initial question to Himiko. I think that this basically confirms that the more damage my body takes, the more time it takes for me to wake up. An hour or so for minimal damage like bleeding out or lack of oxygen, then 3 to 4 for serious damage like bludgeoning, dismemberment, or removal of important organs. You know, she leads off, it's kind of weird talking to someone else and feeling like I'm the sane one. I give her a deadpan look. Ooh, I'm doing it now too. Pretty sure you're the one who got all excited about Kalima due to all the blood involved. She snorts in opposition to that. Please, you were way more excited than me. You did it to like 5 people before I did. That's because you wanted to do it to me first. She blushes and looks to the side while bringing her fists up to her chin. Well yeah, a girl's first time is special, so obviously I'd want you to have mine. Izuku Yagi has stopped functioning. Seeing my state, she sticks out her tongue and taps her head. Hoopsie teehee. By the time I manage to reboot, it's almost time for dinner. Apparently there's this bar the information broker Himiko's been in contact with recommends, so that's where we're going to eat. Maybe I'll even get to try some alcohol. No drinks. How are you going to be cinnamon roll if your blood tastes like alcohol? I pout while we walk down the street, my hair covered by the hood of my jacket while I play with one of the ears. There are cinnamon rolls made with alcohol, I'm sure. Somewhere. In response to my pout, she clicks her tongue and wags her finger at me. Tisk teeth. That's some naive thinking, given that I haven't had alcohol before. No drinks for me means no drinks for you. I kick a can while grumbling to myself. No drinking, no cursing. We're villains, sort of. Why am I not allowed to do either of those? A roll of the eyes is her only response since we both know what her answer will be. Those things will ruin my flavor. Another kick of the can sends it tapping against the shoe of some guy in a vest and wielding one of those trash sticks that stab stuff. Judging by the way he whirls on me, I'm guessing that he's taken offense at that little tap. But seeing just who it is, that makes sense and I almost freeze. But I don't. Instead, I pull my hood down farther over my face and look down in order to hide it while they yell at me. Watch it, you dim and extra. I already have enough problems dealing with this sheet, I don't need you causing more. Kaken's yell echoes down the street, drawing the attention of all the passers-by, though the majority of them go back to what they were already doing. A few others heckle their friends, saying things like, he's about to explode again, or short fuse go boom. Apparently Kaken has been doing this for a while, if their reactions are anything to go by. But it's definitely a surprise to me. Doing community service doesn't fit his character at all. Honestly, I have expected him to turn to being a vigilante now that his favorite punching bag is gone. But that's something I can think about later. For now, it's clear that my leaving hasn't improved his temper any. Luckily, my many years of abuse have trained me how to deal with a rabid Pomeranian. I mumble some apologies, make myself look small, and grab Himiko's wrist to drag the two of us out of there. Thankfully he doesn't pursue, just cursing us out under his breath and angrily stabbing the can with his stick. Once we're far outside of view of him, I finally stop and let go of Himiko while catching my breath. I clench my chest just above my heart, trying to stop its rapid beating. Himiko is trying to talk with me, but I can't hear her over the sound of my heartbeats ringing in my ears. I had no idea seeing Kaken would affect me so much. After everything that's happened, I thought that I was over it. I guess not. It just goes to show just how badly I've been affected by him. I don't think I'd respond to seeing Izumi the same way. Oh, I certainly wouldn't be happy to see her. But after seeing Kaken, of feeling like this, I can absolutely say for certain that Izumi has never evoked the same feelings inside me. Before I can try and think about it more, I feel 2 pinpricks dig into my shoulder and a calming feeling flows through me, as if my panic is getting escalated away. Letting out a sigh of relief, I tap on Himiko's back twice to signal that I'm good now. Of course, she continues to SCK. But since we're on our way to dinner, she does stop in a reasonable amount of time. This time, the rest of the way to the bar, Himiko questions me. And I answer. I give her more details than I'd given previously when describing what I'd gone through before I met her, and her cutely angry face warms my heart. Thankfully I manage to talk her down from going back and stabbing him by the time we get to the bar, and she's once again excited to try the food. I hope they have chicken katsudon. The bar is pretty nice, though there's only 2 people inside it. The first is the bartender, whose head and hands are made out of some kind of dark purple mist. Since he's wearing a suit, I can't tell if the mutation extends to the rest of his body. I wonder what his quirk does exactly? The other guy looks like he's a few years older than Himiko and I. He has shaggy pale blue hair which honestly looks kind of fluffy, which is a sharp contrast to his skin. He looks like he's never heard of moisturizer. Well, I can't see his face since he's focused on the game in his hands, but I can say that his hands definitely need moisturizer. Seriously, how can his hair look so soft while his hands look so dry? But I guess it's rude to judge the other customers, even if it's also rude to play games by yourself when you go out to eat. Would that be rude? Since he's by himself, maybe it wouldn't be? I've only occasionally gone out with Shoko before, so I'm not too sure. Whatever. The bartender looks at us with what I'm going to assume is interest? Or maybe surprise. I don't know. His lack of a face makes it hard to tell. Welcome. May I inquire as to your purpose in coming here? Well, at least he's polite. It would be strange if you couldn't, but as for the reason, we were told that this place has some good food, so we decided to come for dinner. He blinks at me and stays silent for a moment. Wow, you really don't realize how much attention you pay to someone's face when you talk to them until you talk to someone who doesn't have one. Eventually, though, he speaks. If it's not a bother, I'd appreciate it if you could tell me the name of the person who recommended this establishment. I look at Himiko since she's the one who knows the guy. She taps her chin as if to remember his name. He's an information broker. So I don't think that he'd appreciate it if we went about telling people that he's the one who gave us information. Ooh, how about I give you a hint, and you try to figure it out? She nods her head with a satisfied look. Yeah, that sounds fun. He's always smoking a cigarette, but avoids putting it in the spot where he's missing a tooth. The bartender is silent for a moment before the smoke making up his head slightly flares up before returning to normal. Was that a nod? Very well. Though I should warn you that I have no intention of selling minors alcohol of any kind, despite being villains. How did you know we're villains? I can't help but be surprised at how quickly he came to that conclusion. This guy must be some kind of pro-information broker, or his quirk helps him analyze data. He blinks at me. That I was referring to ourselves. Oh, right? Himiko snickers at my blunder, so I turn my red face away and look at the floor, just letting her pull me right up to the bar and plop me in a seat. Hearing the bartender ask what we'd like to eat, I respond with katsudon and whichever tea he recommends. I mean, he didn't give us menus or anything, so I'm assuming that he's just taking any requests we have. Himiko says that she'll have the same, but instead of getting a drink just asks for an empty cup. I sigh, knowing what's going to be filling it up soon. Hopefully it isn't too big. While he's busy making the food, I turn my attention to the guy on his game. He hasn't looked up from it a single time, so it must be good. Whatcha playing? He doesn't even deign to respond, though I notice that his head shifts a bit, so I can assume that he's at least looked at me. I'll take that as a win. You've been focused on it since we came in, so it must be good. I mean, I'm not much of a gamer, though I have occasionally managed to scrounge up enough money to afford a day pass at a couple of arcades, so I'm not completely useless at them. Have you ever played? I start rambling about one of the most famous fighting games, oblivious to the fact that I've started rambling. Unfortunately, me being aware of my rambling does not affect whether or not the people around me find it annoying to listen to. By the time I realize it and apologize, his hands are twitching. Sorry about the rambling, I've been trying to break that habit. I rub my head sheepishly. His twitching hands draw my attention, which leads to me noticing how he's holding his game. Why aren't you holding it with all your fingers? Is it because of your quirk? Do you have to touch something with all of your fingers to activate it? That would make sense judging by how natural yet stiff they seem. Maybe try alternating which fingers you don't touch something with? Or maybe... And I'm delving into yet another rant. Thankfully he at least seems mildly interested in it. Though given how he still hasn't put down the game, I have to question how much attention he's really paying it. Still though, his hands aren't twitching anymore, so I consider that a good sign. But there's one thing that's been bugging me ever since we got here. Something that's been poking at my brain the moment Himiko and I walked through the door. It's even enough to cut my current rant short. Sorry, but this has been bothering me since we got here. Why is the TV set to a blank channel? A shudder runs down my spine as the guy finally puts down his game and raises his head. Finally able to see his face, I see that it's just as dry as the rest of his skin, and he has a small vertical scar crossing his lips. And his eyes are a bright red. Just like Kaken's. What makes them different from Kaken though, is that they aren't filled with pride and arrogance. Instead, what I see is a deep-rooted pain and fear. They're like my eyes. But the fear isn't directed outwards. Instead, it's focused on himself. Of course, all of that is currently overshadowed by his clear irritation. I like the TV being on this channel. He starts scratching at his neck. I frown at his sudden aggressiveness. Sure, I guess. But wouldn't it be better to have it on, an actual channel? Don't bars usually have their TVs set to sports or something? He scowls as his fingers dig deeper into the skin of his neck. You can't believe everything you see on TV, kid. I huff at him, and out of the corner of my eye notice that Himiko has her phone out and pointed at the two of us. I dismiss it easily, given how I fully support her oddities. If she wants to record the two of us having a conversation, then that's fine with me. Even if it's not set to a sports channel, we could at least have it on something. This is just drab and boring. I mean, even if it's just an aesthetic choice, you have to take into account your customer base. Here, if you let me have the remote I could dash. You're annoying. As I reach out for him to hand me the TV remote, he mutters and reaches out his own hand. But it bypasses my own, instead grabbing onto my face with all 5 fingers. Then it's dark, and I'm back in the afterlife space with a woman whose eyebrow is twitching across from. When I wake up, I'm still in the bar, laying on the floor. After standing up and looking around, I find Himiko digging into what looks like a fresh bowl of katsudon, with another warm bowl in front of my seat. Sitting down and giving my thanks for the meal, I notice some extra eyes studying me. Both the bartender and the crusty guy are both staring at me like I've just grown a new head. Which I guess isn't really wrong. Depending on what the guy's quirk is, of course. Hey Himiko. She makes a noise of acknowledgement through her mouthful of food, so I continue. Did you get what happened on your phone? She nods, not stopping her eating. Is the food really that good? She didn't even draw. Oh wait, she did. I notice that she has a cup of what's probably my blood next to her food. Shrugging off both Himiko's addiction to my blood and the two guys staring, I dig into my food. And boy do I see why Himiko is eating so voraciously. It's really good. It really makes up for the fact that the guy, who at this point I'm guessing is related to the owner, killed me. Especially since they listened to Himiko and waited to make it until I was close to coming back to life. All of those experiments are proving useful already. I join Himiko in eating in silence, Nobody saying anything, each for their own reasons. Himiko and I because the food is so good, and the bartender and crusty guy, they're probably shocked at actually seeing me come back to life. Even if Himiko told them I would, it would still be a shock to see it happen. After we finish eating, Himiko before me of course, the crusty guy finally speaks. Hey Kurogiri. We should take this kid to sensei. The bartender, Kurogiri, apparently, hesitates for a moment before doing his odd maybe nodding thing. I agree. Though perhaps we should speak to the two of them before confirming any decisions. Though he scowls, the crusty guy nods at Kurogiri's words before turning to me. How would you like to meet Master, the one who saved me when the heroes abandoned me? I stare at him for a moment, his words resonating with me. The heroes abandoned me. I'm probably one of the best people in the world who understands that feeling. The two who raised me, one of whom is the #1 hero. I want to live freely, but that doesn't mean I don't want connections. And someone like this, who knows what it's like to be overlooked by the heroes. I feel like we'd get along great. And since Himiko didn't attack them after Krusty killed me, I nod. I'd love to meet them. Okay, is everyone settled? Sochk asks after allowing everyone to move around before the next series of clips. Though he has to admit, the new seats everyone has taken are interesting. Toga and Mina have claimed the front seats closest to the screen, both excited to see what's next for Midori. Aizawa and Tsukachi are in the center, where they can listen in on everyone's conversations, along with Todoroki who decided against changing seats. All Might and Bakugo are in the back, trying to avoid everyone else's disappointed, or in some cases angry, gazes. And the final members of the audience, Tamura and Nizu, sit on the far left and right of the theater, respectively. Seeing everybody is as comfortable as he doesn't care they can be, he presses a big red button on a remote he pulls out of his sleeve, ignoring the questions as to where both it and his new outfit came from. Izuku and Toga are in an alley, Izuku looking extremely nervous while Toga has a look of excitement on her face as she pulls him along. But it will be my first time. I don't think I'm ready. The natural sounds of fidgeting and muttering die immediately at those words, and Mina spits out her drink in surprise. Toga starts laughing uncontrollably, which only intensifies when Vampy responds. Just make sure you stay relaxed and follow what your body wants to do. It will know how to react. Mine did the first time. She ignores the jaw-dropped stares she gets, just continuing to laugh. Though she does reach out to tap her palm against Mina's when she tentatively extends it. Aizawa just sighs, fully aware that he's going to be getting a headache from what they're about to see. Good thing Mineta isn't here. Rounding a corner, the two of them see a well-dressed man with a speaker for a mouth. After bonking him on the head with one of her knives, Toga gives Izuku a pep talk. If Midori is by, I wonder if ours is too? Mina's whispered musing can still be heard in the silence, and it sets everyone else to wondering. Wondering that's abruptly cut short at Midori's next words. So I just stab him? Yeah. There's a creaking sound as everyone turns their heads towards Toga, whose laughter returns with a vengeance after having finally died down. Haha. Why you pervs totally thought it was something dirty, ain't you? Haha. They look away in embarrassment, unable to refuse her claim. Except for Mina, who nods emphatically. But do you have experience in that? The question causes Toga's laughter to fall silent as she blushes. Oh look, stuff is happening. Smirking at her, Mina lets her avoid the subject. For now. She'll absolutely be texting her about it when they get back. After approaching the man, Izuku strikes. Or at least he tries. Seeing Midori fumble the knife, the audience can't help but facepalm, not yet coming to terms with what they're about to witness. Figures, Bakugo snorts. Demon nerd can't even kill someone right. He promptly gets smacked on the head by All Might. If I do get him to join my party, maybe I should keep him as support, Tamura mutters to himself at the sad display. But he doesn't let his initial failure stop him. Turning his mistake into an opportunity, he gets the man to let down his guard, which is quickly followed by a quick but bloody struggle. But he doesn't stop after the man is dead. Instead, he stabs him again, over and over until Toga wraps him in her arms. The silence returns, the sight of the nicest person any of them have ever met, except Toga, putting them into a daze. They understood what he was trying to accomplish. But they never actually thought that he would succeed. Maybe I won't keep him as support. So, cinnamon roll. How does it feel to take someone's life? As Midori looks vampy in the eyes, the heroes shudder at the gleam shining from his eyes. It's one they've only seen on the most unstable of villains. Ones that are so far gone in their path of villainy that they no longer perceive the world the same way. It's unhinged, unnatural, psychotic. So cute. It feels amazing. The heroes watching don't know what to say as they watch the boy jump into villainy headfirst, with just as much enthusiasm as their own does with Hero Ing. The screen fades to black, the next scene preparing to appear. But only a single image of Izuku sitting across from a woman in a suit appears before the darkness surrounding them stretches. Their forms are quickly obscured, and the screen starts to glitch. Oh! Not letting his panic show, Sochk summons a keyboard that his hands fly across, faster than many speed quirks. The audience looks on in confusion, not understanding what happened. Eventually, he lets out a sigh of relief and wipes his sleeve across his forehead. He looks back at them with a strained smile. Sorry about that. Apparently Midori's quirk works a bit differently than I thought in this world. At their inquisitive looks, he explains. See, while I have jurisdiction over 3 worlds, that's only for the living in those worlds. I have no power over the dead. That falls under someone else's domain. They jolt. Are you claiming that there is an afterlife? He waves his hand in a so-and-so gesture at Nizu's question. Sort of. It depends on who's in charge. Maybe they decide your world gets an afterlife. Maybe they decide you immediately get reincarnated. Or maybe they turn your souls into meals. They shrug disinterestedly. It's entirely up to them what to do with your souls after you die. So long as your world doesn't get overrun with free-floating souls. Or as they're commonly called, ghosts. He glances back at the screen. Though it seems like they don't want us seeing what they do in this world. It takes a bit of time before the screen goes back to normal, but it passes quickly for them while discussing what the afterlife in their world might be like. Izuku wakes up to Himiko leaning over him while drinking a blood milkshake. Why didn't I think of that? Just make sure you get a second blender and label which you use for blood. Not everyone wants to have blood in their shakes. Aizawa starts getting a cold sweat while listening to the 2 girls in front of him. This friendship sounds like a bad idea. After talking a bit about how his quirk works, along with a bit of flirting, Himiko suggests that they go out to eat at a bar recommended by the information broker she recently got in contact with. Tamura's eyes narrow at the word bar. He knows that his master and Kurogyari had discussed letting people in and treating it like an actual bar, but he'd managed to convince them that they shouldn't. Reed threw a fit because he's an introvert and didn't want random people in his secret base. Seeing the route the 2 on screen take to their destination, he can't help but get a bit worried. It looks like the other me failed to stop our base from getting swarmed by randoms. By the time they encounter Bakubich, he's starting to internally panic. The heroes will definitely check the location when everyone gets back. But I don't want to change bases, I like the bar. After encountering Bakugo, who doesn't see through Izuku's flimsy disguise, the 2 hurry away. To calm down Izuku's panic attack, Himiko starts to seek his blood, reassuring him that she's there for him. You're a good friend, Himiko. Each. Toga makes a buzzing sound while crossing her arms in an X. Wrong. I'm the best friend. Mina laughs, and Aizawa opens his mouth to say something. AAA, 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 AAA. Everyone suddenly hears screaming. It starts out faint, but steadily grows louder, confusing them. But none as much as Sochk, who knows only another administrator is supposed to be able to enter this space. And even then he'd be aware of someone approaching. But this screaming is completely unexpected. So much so that he doesn't react in time to prevent disaster. The screaming is suddenly right next to them, and they can hear that it's not just 1 but 2. Both filled with incredible rage and a desire for death. And death is what they get, though not from the one they want to die. 2 behemoths crash through the room from above, their flailing limbs striking many of those who were lucky enough to avoid being crushed. There's no blood, for their real bodies are safely back on their world, but they vanish from sight all the same. Then, just as quickly as they appeared, they're gone, the floor having given way under their fighting. Leaving behind a trashed room, a baffled administrator, and two shell-shocked girls. One of whom is having flashbacks back to a certain incident back in middle school. Sochk works furiously to keep the rest of the room from collapsing. Not an easy feat considering all the damage. But he manages after condensing the room into a smaller and more reinforced form. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, he turns his attention to his two remaining guests, who are both freaking out in their own ways. What the hell was that? That was some kind of kaiju fight. Why are there kaiju fights wherever we are? Can we turn into kaiju and fight? Toga's freakout is as amusing as it is strange. It was him again. Why was he here? Mina's freakout is quieter, more afraid, but perhaps more noteworthy. It seems that she recognized one of the giants. Both of you calm down, have some apple blood. Bottles of the named drink appear in their hands, and Mina uncorks it immediately and downs half the bottle as she tries to calm herself. Toga quickly follows suit. While they do that, Soch goes through the logs he has access to in order to determine what happened, and why people are suddenly crashing through a space they shouldn't be able to get to. Eventually, after the girls have drunk another 2 bottles of apple blood, he finds the answer. He can only shake his head in bemusement. I really should have paid more attention to that third world. He mutters to himself, but is still heard by the only other 2 still around. What do you mean? Are you saying those 2 came from the third world you have? He looks at Mina with a complicated expression on his face before nodding. Correct. Let's just say that a quirk that should have been long gone activated, and your world will have company. It takes a few seconds before they realize what he means, but when they do their eyes widen. You mean our Japan is getting actual kaiju? Soch shakes his head at Toga. They aren't kaiju, just 2 people with strong quirks. Though one of them was being enhanced when they passed through. He shrugs. And while I know that they will show up on your world, I can't tell when it will happen. Might be the moment I send you 2 back, it might be in 1,000 years. Are you sending us back right now? Mina asks, finally calm. They aren't dead, just back in Japan. Another shrug. That will be up to the 2 of you. I'll allow you to stay and watch if you want. Don't worry, I've reinforced this space so we shouldn't have to worry about another incident. Or I could send you both back right now with your memories intact. Just know that whatever happens, it will happen to both of you. He looks around sadly. Too bad the others lost their memories of all this, but at least their subconscious will remember. I was looking forward to how things would change. After exchanging looks, Toga nods and Mina takes a deep breath. Getting their answer, Soch smiles. Well then, back to the show. Himiko and I walk through the purple portal Kurogiri opens for us along with Krusty McChaplips. On the other side is someone famous worldwide. Someone everyone has heard of. Someone who either brightens or traumatizes your childhood. Indeed, it's the legendary Mr. Potato Head. I had no idea that the toy was based on a real person. Do you have the parts of your face laying around this lab somewhere? Is this like a scavenger hunt? Did you lose them because you took off both eyes and couldn't see anymore? Let's help him out and find his eyes for him. Maybe we can get an autograph after. Himiko facepalms while the others are frozen in shock at my barrage of words. But I guess that makes sense. Thinking about it, I doubt Mr. Potato Head is his real name. It's probably just his brand name. And judging how we got here by portal, he probably doesn't get a lot of new visitors. Izu. Himi says with a serious look on her face. When I tilt my head in confusion, she sighs. Remember earlier when I said that sometimes it feels like I'm the sane one in our relationship? I nod and she continues. This is one of those moments. I pause my excitement for a moment and replay what I said before my eyes widen in understanding. I'm sorry about that. I guess I let my excitement get away from me. I rub the back of my head sheepishly. Thankfully my apology seems to get the other 2 back to normal since Potato Head turns to Krusty. Tamura, Why have you brought such a disrespectful child here? Rude. I'm not disrespectful, I'm excitable. There's a difference. Sort of. His quirk brought him back to life. I figured that you would want it, sensei. His reply is straight to the point, rather bland I'd say. Potato Head's reaction isn't though. He JRKS straight up in his chair, which honestly looks super uncomfortable without any cushions on it. And he turns his eyeless and noseless head towards him. What? Are you certain that it is not simply a powerful regenerative quirk? The now named Tamura nods his head as he rests 4 fingers on the side of his neck. I'm sure. I completely disintegrated his head, but for some reason it didn't travel to the rest of his body. After he died, his girlfriend Girlfriend? I can't help my blush-accompanied shout at his casual claim. I mean, sure I like her, but we aren't officially dating I think. Well, I haven't had a girlfriend before so I'm not entirely sure, but still. As my face starts to reach cooking temperature, I shyly look to the side only to see Hime giving me an odd look. Why are you acting surprised? We've been together ever since you let me drink your blood. That long? This day is just full of surprises. First I see Kaken doing community service, then she brings me to a bar for dinner, I get my head destroyed, by disintegration he said? Meet Potato Head, and now I find out that Hime and I have been dating for months? It's hard to wrap my head around this, but as Hime hugs my arm, I decide that I can accept that I'm just kind of oblivious in social situations. Seeing that I'm done with my outburst, Tamura continues as he scowls at me. As I was saying, the girl told me that his head would grow back after about 3 hours. It took an extra couple hours, but she was right. He was completely dead and he came back to life. Kurogiri even checked his pulse after I'd grabbed him. Watching him grow a new head was pretty creepy, definitely rated M. Seeing his gaze drop down to my neck as Potato Head turns to me with a smile through his oxygen mask, I try to follow his gaze. But since whatever he's looking at is on my neck it doesn't really work. Seeing my predicament, Hime, my now girlfriend, takes a picture and shows it to me. Taking her phone from her hand, I look and see what's drawn their attention. There's a jagged scar running around my entire neck, like if someone wrapped something coarse around it and pulled. I'm silent as I turn my head to look at it from different angles, my brow furrowed. This is weird. I've never gotten a scar or anything like that from something that killed me before. Does this mean certain types of wounds can't be healed? Or is it something to do with his quirk? On one hand, I don't really want to die anymore, on the other, I really want to study your quirk. I look up from my thoughts only to have my vision filled with the palm of someone's hand. Huh. I'm surprised, obviously. I really need to stop getting lost in my thoughts and mutterings. One of these days it's going to get me in trouble. But that day is not today since Hime slashes at the outstretched wrist, causing them to pull back. Even without eyes, you can tell he's angry just by the pressure he's giving off. Hime flinches and her knees buckle, but I hold out a hand to steady her. Feeling my reassuring presence transmitted through my touch, her legs stop shaking and she looks up to meet his, glare? Next to him, Tamura is holding out his hands in his own preparation to fight. But is that really necessary? I'm not even sure what the guy was trying to do given how much I was thinking at the time. Can you explain what you were trying to do? I promise that I'm paying attention this time. Everyone can see that he's impatient, but to my surprise he actually holds up his hand to stop Tamura from attacking. Grumbling, he listens, but given how quick he was to kill me when we first got to the bar that doesn't really mean much. But my attention is completely focused on Potato Head, something that I'm only comfortable with due to the knowledge that Hime will have my back no matter what happens. The growl is clear in his voice when the man speaks. I have the ability to give and take quirks, as such I would like to take yours. Coming back from the dead is quite the feat, something that I'd like to add to my own arsenal of quirks. Rest assured that I would allow you to have the quirk of your choice in exchange. You nodded, so I was under the impression that you'd agreed. Ah. I scratch my head sheepishly while Hime sighs beside me. Sorry about that, I was thinking about Tamura's dash. It's Shigaraki to you, Lootbot. I continue as if I wasn't interrupted. Quirk since my healing left a scar. The only time that's happened is when I intended for the wound to stay. See. To demonstrate, I pull up the sleeve from my jacket and reveal the scar carved from Himiko's name. Seeing me showing it off, Hime swoons. So romantic. Carving a girl's name into yourself is one of the best shows of affection. I raise an eyebrow without taking my eyes off of the two in front of me. One of? Then what would be the best? She glances up while tapping her chin with her index finger. Maybe spelling out my name with dead bodies? Or blood. I think that I'd prefer blood, that way I can drink it later. But it would have to be somewhere. That heroes wouldn't be trying to get rid of it. I nod before noticing that Potato Head and Shigaraki are getting impatient. Focusing back on the matter at hand, I clear my throat. Sorry again. Anyways, even if you obtain my quirk, there's no guarantee it would work for you. The people in charge of the afterlife are able to keep you there if they choose. I'm told that my soul just isn't valuable enough to do so. Seeing that I'm talking about my quirk, the two of them calm down and Potato Head rests his head on his fist. Interesting. And what exactly would make someone's soul valuable? I shrug. Dunno. Probably like age and achievement or something. They did say that extremely atrocious or desirable souls are the main ones they'll stop from coming back. Apparently one of my handlers, as I call her, has a co-worker who's been waiting on a soul for 200 years. They even have an entire team waiting to grab them when they eventually go down. There's silence as they process the information, and looking at Potato Head, I realize something. The top half of his head isn't how it's supposed to look, it's actually all scar tissue. I probably would have noticed earlier, but it's pretty dark in here. And his oxygen mask covers basically the only part of his head that isn't scarred, so I think I can be forgiven for not realizing sooner. And with this realization comes another. You won't heal your scars if you take my quirk and come back to life. Any damage from before your first death remains, except for around the time you die. And keep in mind, you have to die for it to activate. It is not any type of regeneration quirk. You die, you come back. Suddenly, I realize what we've been talking about. Wait a minute. You can take and give quirks? While Potato Head seems lost in thought, Shigaraki frowns at me while Hime rolls her eyes. Talk about bad lag. Yeah, cinnamon roll, that was a super late reaction. You feeling off from having your head turned to dust earlier? I wave off her concern as I pull out a fresh notebook and flick my wrist, suddenly holding a pen. That doesn't matter. A quirk like this overturns basically everything we know about quirks. I'm sure that this guy has taken at least one mutation-type quirk before, but it doesn't seem to have affected his own body. Which means that mutations might not actually be passive like everyone believes. They're more like nobody knows how to turn them off. I quickly tap my chin with the point of my pen, ignoring the mark it left as I go back to writing at a mildly slower speed than my muttering. Those healed muscles are really coming in handy. Or it could be that his quirk keeps them in a kind of storage, and they only become active when he wants them to. Still though, that would raise the question of whether or not he can give someone a mutation-type quirk and change it from passive to active, thus turning it from a mutation to a transformation type. What about animal types like Mirko? Would he be able to turn her fully human if he were to take her quirk? Her quirk literally turns her into a rabbit, but the only things that could obviously change for her are the ears and tail. Her leg strength is part quirk and part training, so would that strength be gone? Or would it stay? There's ow. Feeling something hit me in the head, I give out the obligatory sound of pain even if I'm not in any. I'm told it's creepy if I just accept the hit and turn towards the person, who in this case is Hime with a palm-sized frying pan. Why do you have a frying pan? For when you go mega muttering super quirk analysis mode. Just look at that guy, he's basically passed out on his feet. I turn my head to follow where the pan is pointing only to see Shigaraki with glazed over eyes and slightly swaying. Whoops. But to both of our surprise, chucking echoes throughout the room. The source? Potato Head. That's quite the mind you have there, boy. You've only just learned of my quirk, yet have already figured out quite a bit about it. Tell me, can you do this for any quirk? Tilting my head, I pull out one of my older notebooks and toss it to him. I really like quirks. At first I analyzed them because I thought it would help me to become a hero. But after all might crushed that dream, I decided that I could make some good money from selling the information. I sheepishly rubbed the back of my head. Though I haven't gotten around to it yet. Hime has been looking for a broker we can work with that wouldn't try to SE or thunk. Take advantage of the fact we're so young. You really should go easier on how much you hit me, Hime. She seems to think about it for a moment. No cursing. Thunk, my vision is a bit blurry now, but whatever. She's cute when she gets like this. If that's the case, I have a proposition for you. He smiles, but I have to object. Sorry, but you have to get Hime's permission first. I'm open to the idea, but I care about her too much to just have a casual fling with someone we just met. Even if I was oblivious to the fact we were dating until a few minutes ago. Ah, thanks, cinnamon roll. I'm glad you care. We can talk about that stuff later though, it's serious talk time. I nod. Sorry, potato head. I see a vain pulse on his head, but he takes a deep breath to calm himself. I would like for you to join Tamura's organization, the League of Villains. You do as he says, as well as provide analysis for those he targets. In return, all of your needs will be attended to. Money, weapons, training, whatever you desire, you will be provided. I look over at Hime to get her thoughts on the offer, but she just shrugs. Which is entirely unhelpful, but I get where she's coming from. As long as we have each other and freedom, it doesn't really matter where we go. Plus, this seems interesting. So I turn to Potato Head and nod. We'll accept your offer, but what's your name? I'm pretty sure you're going to kill me after this talk for calling you Potato Head this whole conversation and don't want it to happen every time. You may call me All for One. He extends his hand, and I'm sitting back in the darkness across from the lady. Wow, that pulsing vein can rival All for One's. Though this is the third time I've died today, so it's understandable.